No. Okay. When was the last time you saw your news swell?
It was yesterday, right before I switched to Flyers.
Don't lose the local news source trusted by millions.
You need to switch back to Optimum to get your news 12 back.
Can I borrow a phone?
Sure. News 12 Long Island. Only on Cablevision. Never on Fios. Never on satellite.
And fans will be wondering where to find former Long Island Ducks as they continue their fabulous baseball careers. By all means, visit the Slant Fin Alumni Report Board. It's located on the main concourse across from the Water Wing Shop. Now, Slant Fin manufactures high-efficiency boilers and baseboards right here on Long Island. It'll save you a lot of moolah. That's the Alumni Report Board, presented by Slant Fin Boilers and Baseboards. Make sure you support Long Island business and make sure that you buy Slant Fin. And fans, if you'd like to find out which team is leading the Atlantic League in attendance, by all means, check out the Richmond Savings Bank Attendance Leaders Board. The Richmond Savings Bank Attendance Leaders Board is located on the main concourse behind the press box and is your official source for attendance information right here in the Atlantic League.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Swung on and ripped down the right field line. This one is deep. It is gone from CI to see you later.
2-0 here is well hit to right field. Drew Macias is going back. Forget it, it's gone! A grand slam home run for Brian Nelson.
Justin Davies at the plate. The winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on. Bouncing ball left side. Off the mitt. Up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch. And the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Swing and miss for strike three. This ball game is over. The Long Island Ducks win it 5-4, and they are the champions of the Liberty Division. Lines punt up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play, and the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. And there is a mob scene of Long Island Ducks in right center field. They are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
Live from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, it's time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And tonight, the defending Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks take on their crosstown rivals, the Bridgeport Bluefish, in a twilight doubleheader that kicks off a 5-game series. Well, hello again, everyone. This is Chris King along with Michael Pollack. Thanks so much for tuning in to Ducks Baseball tonight right here at liducks.com and also at youtube.com/Ducks Baseball. Michael, such a beautiful evening for baseball. These two teams decide to play two, with the Ducks coming off a big weekend where they took 2 of 3 from the best team in the Atlantic League this season, the Sugarland Skeeters. Meanwhile, the Bluefish continue to struggle. They dropped 2 of 3 at home to the Barnstormers.
And it's going to be such a difference for the Ducks. They go from facing the team with the best record in the Atlantic League to the team with the worst record in the Atlantic League so far. But for the Ducks, it means the same thing no matter who they're playing. They need a win series. The Ducks still alive in the standings for the first half Liberty Division title, and so they want to go out here and win every single game that they can. Ducks defeated the Bluefish 2 of 3 the last time these guys played here, so they're going to go out here to try and take this series here today from the Bluefish, and it starts with a doubleheader, the makeup from the June 6th rainout in Bridgeport. 2 7-inning games, so things can happen quickly in a 7-inning game. You want to get that early lead. You want to get your starter into a comfortable position, and with Dontrell Willis on the mound, the way he's been pitching as of late, it's imperative for the Ducks to get that early lead.
You mentioned Dontrell Willis, a pair of former big leaguers with the Marlins, both left-handed going head-to-head in Game 1. Willis for the Ducks against Hunter Jones for the Bluefish. Well, it certainly was a successful weekend for Long Island, and when we come back, we'll hear from their manager, Kevin Baez, about Long Island taking 2 of 3 from the Skeeters.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding health care right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com. Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Holiday Inn Islip MacArthur Airport in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Holiday Inn is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Holiday Inn Islip Airport. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Holiday Inn, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Chris King and Michael Pollack back at Bethpage Ballpark before tonight's double dip, a twilight doubleheader, a pair of 7-inning games between Long Island and their crosstown rivals, the Bridgeport Bluefish. Well, Michael and I touched on it. A terrific weekend for the Ducks as they took 2 of 3 from the best team in the Atlantic League this year, the Sugarland Skeeters. On Friday night, a 9-6 win where the Ducks hit 5 home runs. On Saturday, a 3-0 victory. James Hauser actually took a no-hitter into the 7th inning. And then yesterday, going for their first sweep of the season, they fell 8-4 in the finale with former Duck Reed Gurecki swatting 2 home runs for Sugarland. But all in all, a terrific weekend for Long Island, and we sat down with the manager, Kevin Baez, before today's game and got his thoughts on taking 2 of 3 from the Skeeters.
It helps. There's no question about it, and it all stems from the starting pitching. So they kept us in the game, and we had some timely hitting. So that's usually the formula. And, and to beat, like you said, the Sugarland twice, and they're it's the top of the league. It just shows that we have a good team. There's no question about it. Just we got to put it together.
We'll take you back to Friday night when your team turned into the Bronx Bombers, 5 home runs to beat the Skeeters.
I like to think it was my BP, but anyhow, no. That's what these guys are capable. Obviously, it's tough to say that's going to happen all the time, but they're capable of doing it, and it was nice to see them break through.
Well, you touched on starting pitching. Talk about James Hauser on Saturday night. What are you thinking as he takes a no-hitter into the 7th inning?
Well, I know going into the 6th, he was gassed. And, every time he comes in, after the 5th, we kind of, say, hey, how do you feel? And, and he gives you that look, and I'm okay. And he says it like that in a calm, I think I could go back out there. And so anyhow, and then once he went into the 7th, I'm like, I'm trying to push him. And then once he got the hit, I knew I had to take him out, but I had to give him that chance.
How tough would it have been for you to leave him in had he continued that no-hitter into the 8th and 9th?
Very, very difficult because, to be honest, I don't think he was been able to go out there in the 8th. He really was kind of questioning going out in the 7th as far as he just, he was gassed, and he was just like, I'll give what I could give you. And I says, absolutely, go get him, and I'm just trying to, build him up. But absolutely, you want to at least, try for it anyhow.
What about yesterday? Going for the sweep obviously didn't happen, and it was Reed Gurecki, the former Duck, who led the charge for the Skeeters with 2 homers.
Yeah, Reed's a good player, and he hasn't played in a while. But his shoulder was banged up, so I'm sure he feels pretty good about that. And again, it starts from the starting pitching, and all of a sudden we're down 4-0 going into this 1st inning. So Reed had a good day.
What about Ben Broussard? He's had a lot of good days for you late. He's now homered in back-to-back games and 4 homers in his last 8 contests.
He's a professional hitter. He's a professional player, and it's a pleasure to have him on the team. As he just goes about his business. He shows the guys the way to go about it, and he's performing. And so I'm glad he's on our team.
What about Dontrell Willis and a chance to see him on the hill tonight in a 7-inning game to begin the doubleheader?
Yeah, no, Dontrell's been pitching well for us, and it's just exciting to see him out there, and hopefully he can go 7.
What have you seen from him, Kevin, since he's come back from the injury? He's been lights out in his last 3 starts, including that complete game 1-hit shutout in Lancaster.
Well, with him, again, it's throwing strikes. He throws strikes, and he gets his off-speed over. He's going to be effective, and that's the formula. And he's obviously he's deceptive. He's arms and legs coming at you. It's probably a little difficult to pick up the ball. Same thing with Hauser. It's just one of those things. And and he's got some good stuff, and he's showing it.
How tough is it, manager, now to lose your closer Leo Rosales to a calf injury? Might be out for a little while.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Leo's been pitching well for us, and guys are going to have to step up now. Now, I'll move everybody up an inning, so it'll probably be, not probably, it will be, Jared closing, and I'll have Neeson and then Snell.
And finally, how do you have to deal with these conditions? Hazy, hot, and humid, 2 games, 7 innings each, and again, a short bench as well for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is summer. It beats when it was cold, not too long ago. So, I think it's fine. I mean, obviously, I don't have to play, but I know as an ex-player, I didn't mind playing when it was warm. I'd rather play when it's warm than cold. And
also a chance to go against Mike Parisi, a former Duck, for the first time in Game 2. What's that going to be like for you and these guys?
Yeah, I seen Mike on Bridgeport. We just haven't faced him and talked to him, and good guy, and it's going to be nice to see him out there. But hopefully we could win.
Well, Kevin, stay cool out there in the Twin Bill.
Thank you.
And that is Kevin Baez, the manager of the Long Island Ducks. Take a break, and when we come back, closer look at the pitching matchup for this Game 1 of our doubleheader tonight. We mentioned it earlier, but a pair of former big leaguers, both left-handers, both pitched in the big leagues for the Florida Marlins. It's Dontrell Willis for Long Island against Hunter Jones for the Fish.
Hi, this is Steve Foucault, pitching coach for the Ducks. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore, is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
I love coming to the stadium.
What do you love about a Long Island Ducks game?
The excitement.
The laughter.
The memories.
Spending time with my family.
Watching my grandson's eyes light up.
Dancing with Clocker Jack.
What about you?
A 400-foot shot.
Definitely the food.
Getting autographs and running the bases.
Play ball! For game times and promos for your 2012 Atlantic League champions, visit liducks.com.
I love this game.
Ducks Baseball. It's game time.
A beautiful job with our national anthem tonight. That is the Canaan Elementary School. 3 different dream teams on the field tonight. The Connecticut Youth Association, Lindenhurst American Little League, and the St. James Smithtown Little League as well. Now with our starting lineups, here's my partner, Michael Pollack.
Well, thank you very much, Chris King. Long Island Ducks, Bridgeport Bluefish, the 2013 Ferry Cup resuming here at Bethpage Ballpark tonight. For the Bluefish, managed by Willie Upshaw, Daniel Mayora will lead off. He is the second baseman. Austin Crumlin, left field, will bat second, and hitting third is the right fielder, Prentice Redmond. In the cleanup spot at third base, Luis Lopez. Victor Diaz will play first base and bat fifth. James Simmons in center field will hit sixth. Stantrell Smith bats seventh. He is the designated hitter tonight. Yusuf Carter will do the catching and hit eighth. And rounding out the order is the shortstop, Iggy Suarez. On the other side for Kevin Baez is Long Island Ducks. Joe Ashbrodeen leading off. He is the left fielder. Josh Barfield at second base will bat second. And Ben Broussard over at first base will hit third. The cleanup man is the designated hitter, Bill Hall. Brian Nelson plays third base and bats fifth. Adam Bailey in center field will bat sixth. Ralph Enriquez will hit seventh. He does the catching. P.J. Phillips in right field hits eighth. And rounding out the order is the shortstop, Dan Lyons.
And on the hill, going through his warm-ups, the 31-year-old left-hander from Oakland, California, 6'4", 225-pound Dontrell Willis. The D-Train 4-2 with the Ducks this season, a 3.14 earned run average. And coming in, Michael, that is second best in the Atlantic League. And since coming through a tricep tendonitis injury a while back, his last 3 starts, he's been lights out, 2-0, giving up just 3 earned runs total in his 20 innings tossed.
And among those, a complete game one-hit shutout on June the 14th against the Lancaster Barnstormers in an outing which he was tremendously dominant. He fooled the Barnstormers all night long, was mixing up his pitches, and you could tell from earlier in the season his velocity has certainly increased, the bite on his off-speed pitches has increased, and overall he has just become a more complete pitcher, working with Steve Foucault and Kevin Baez throughout the course of the season, and he looks like he is the pitcher that he once was when he was winning the National League Rookie of the Year award and almost winning the Cy Young award at the Major League level.
Well, Dontrell and the Ducks just about set to go. Again, a pair of 7-inning games tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. It'll begin with Daniel Maiora, the right-swinging second baseman, to lead it off for the Bluefish. The Ducks come in at 26-35, second in the Liberty Division, 7.5 back of the red-hot Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Bluefish, as Michael touched on earlier, worst record in the league right now at 20-42. So Maiora is ready, Dontrell is ready, and the first pitch of our first game is in there for a strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1.
Time of the game is 6:07.
So 6:07, they say, for the start time. We'll get that all-important temperature after the second pitch. And, Michael, it has been a sweltering day here on Long Island. Summer arrived in a big way. The 0-1 here from Willis. And that up and away to even the count and a ball and a strike.
Long Island MacArthur Airport temperature of the game, 82 degrees.
82, but I think with the humidity it feels like 92.
Yeah, no question.
Kevin Baez said it's baseball weather. Let's get at it. So a 1-1 now coming to Maiora. And a breaking ball well hit to left center field. The left fielder, Brodeen, going over. He won't get there. It'll roll all the way to the wall. Maiora will chug into second with a leadoff double on a hanging breaking ball that time from Dontrell Willis.
A good swing there from Maiora, and you said it right, Chris. Willis left that pitch up and out over the plate. Maiora has gotten off to a good start this season. Wasn't going to miss that pitch and pummeled it into the left center field gap.
So immediately a man in scoring position for Bridgeport. Again, the Bluefish dropped 2 of 3 to Lancaster this week, and they won yesterday's game to salvage that series. 6-5 with a walk-off hit in the bottom of the ninth from Iggy Suarez. But overall, they have really struggled on the season, and of late have just 7 wins in their last 35 games. Here comes Austin Crum, the left-swinging left fielder, and 2-man in as Willis checks second and Dontrell comes home. A bunt shown and then drawn back. The pitch low and outside, and the count now 1-0 to Crum. Crum, their leading hitter, coming in at .326, 7th best average in the Atlantic League. 2 homers, and he's driven in 21. So Dontrell, the left-hander from the middle of the rubber with the big kick, comes in. There's that curve, this time for a strike. And it's 1-1 now on the left fielder for Bridgeport.
And it's not even so much the temperature that's the problem, it's the humidity. The first 2 games of the homestand, Friday and Saturday, nice dry, clear weather. The last 2 days, the humidity has certainly gone up.
Yeah, the soup is out. The 1-1 is in on the fist and foul back to the netting. So a ball and 2 strikes now to Austin Crum. Well, behind Willis tonight, it is Ben Broussard at first, Josh Barfield at second, Dan Lyons the shortstop, and Bryant Nelson at third, Joash Brodeen's in left, Adam Bailey in center, P.J. Phillips in right, and Ralph Henriquez does the catching. Michael touched on earlier, the Ferry Cup resumes here, the start of a 5-game series. They've played 5 so far. Ducks have won 3, and the Bluefish 2. Willis is 1-2, and that down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Crum.
And the thing for Willis is just to be able to be finishing his pitches. You don't want him. Earlier in the season, he had been letting go of the ball too early, and he was missing the strike zone with his command early on and often. Lately, though, he's been able to finish his pitches, and that's what's led to more strikes and more outs.
Tough batter here in Crum at 2-2, and not a swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Willis gets his first K and a big out, 1 away.
And that was exactly it. Threw the ball right as it crossed his shoulder, right at the right time, and he was able to put some good velocity on it. Blew a fastball by a very good hitter in Austin Crum for the all-important first out.
So another tough one to get here in Prentice Redmond, the right-swinging right fielder and 3-man for Willie Upshaw's Bluefish. Redmond batting .245, a pair of homers, and he's knocked in 28. That's second for Bridgeport. Willis's first pitch to him is on the outside corner at the knees for strike 1. Our home plate umpire for Game 1 is Chase Edmondson. It's Aaron Freeman at first and Manolo Alejandro around at third. Willis comes set, holds it below the belt, and now Dontrell's 0-1 is swung through late by Redmond. It's 0-2.
And you can just see there, Willis rear and back firing some fastballs here. His velocity has definitely increased, appears to be in the lower 90s now with the way he has been pitching, and has been blowing fastballs by a lot of hitters over the last few weeks.
So a great start for him, 0-2 on Redmond, and here's the pitch way up and away as Prentice wouldn't chase. There's ball 1. Willis's last outing Wednesday in Camden, a 6-5 loss. He went 6 innings, 3 runs, all earned, 5 hits, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. But Michael told you the outing before that, June 14th in Lancaster, a complete game 1-hit shutout and an 8-0 blanking of the Stormers. 1-2 breaking ball here is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Redmond.
And Willis that last time out, another quality start and was pitching well. And that Wednesday doubleheader in Camden, just 2 heartbreaking losses for the Ducks. They had leads late in both games with Jared Lansford on the mound in one, Leo Rosales on the mound in the other, and they just couldn't hold on to those leads. Camden won both 6-5.
Yeah, both walk-off wins for the River Sharks. A tough way to go. 2-2 here is hit on the ground through the left side and into left center field. Turning third and scoring is Daniel Maiora. It's an RBI single for Prentice Redmond, and the Bluefish on the board first. They lead it 1-0.
Well, for Redmond, he gets his 29th run batted in on the base hit. And again, Willis got to 2 strikes and then seemed like he was going to try and nitpick a little bit and left the pitch a little bit over the plate, kind of on the inner half. And Redmond got the bat head around, was able to put a good swing on the ball and put it in the left center field to give Bridgeport the early lead.
Again, for Willis, just 3 earned runs against total in his last 3 starts coming in. That's covering 20 innings of work. So the Bluefish get one early here, as Redmond drives in Maiora, who led off the game with a double to the gap in left center. And suddenly here's the cleanup man from the right side. It's the third baseman, Louis Lopez, with now Redmond at first and 1 away, and Bridgeport leading it 1-0. Willis's first pitch to him is on the inside corner at the knees. 0-1 on Lopez, batting .295 on the year with 2 homers and 25 driven in. Checks third where Willie Upshaw goes through the signs. And now Willis staring right at Redmond at first base, held on there by Broussard. Pitch to Lopez is fouled away down the first base line into the seats. 0-2 in front of Louis, the same way he was in front of Redmond before he lost Prentice.
And a key for, again, both of these teams is getting ahead early in the game. Bridgeport already has the early run. The Ducks have been able to come back in games consistently throughout the course of the year, but as we saw the last time these two teams faced, a 4-0 game that was shortened due to rain for 6 innings, the early leads are very important.
0-2 here is low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And I remember, though, Michael, the 2 games that preceded that loss, Bridgeport had early leads in both, and the Ducks rallied to win both handily. So the Ducks have come back quite a bit to beat the Bluefish already this year, and Bridgeport with the lead. The 1-2 here will come to Lopez, with Redmond holding the lead at the cutout. He misses down and away. 2-2 now to the veteran third baseman.
And I'm interested to see how Hunter Jones pitches tonight, because if you remember the last time Hunter Jones pitched against the Ducks, he was lights out pitching against Long Island in that final game of a 3-game set.
That's one of the few good outings he has had in a long, long time. The 2-2 check swing at some breaking stuff low. They appeal to first. Aaron Freeman says he did not go around, and the count now full on Lopez.
That was close. Breaking ball had some nasty bite, and that's the discipline of a veteran like Luis Lopez to hang on there and prevent his bat from going around and keep the at-bat going.
We mentioned Dontrell's ERA coming in, 3.14, second best in the Atlantic League. The payoff is fouled away over the Ducks dugout on the first base side. Redmond was in motion on a payoff pitch with 1 away. So everybody resets. Prentice Redmond back to first. Louis Lopez back to the right-hand batter's box. And Dontrell Willis trying to catch Matt Wright of the Sugar Land Skeeters, the only pitcher in the league with an ERA lower, and quite a bit lower, 2.74 to lead the circuit is Wright's number. 3-2 will be delayed here as Willis is going to fire over to first to make sure Redmond is back on the bag. Again, Bluefish have 35 steals this year, been caught 13 times. Redmond, 1 steal in 2 tries. He does go, and the pitch is in the left field. Brodeen going over in the gap to make the grab, and now a chance to double off Redmond, who was around second. And will they get him? No. The throw from Barfield skipped by Broussard, so they can't turn it into an inning-ending double play. Just out number 2 on the Lopez liner into the glove of Brodeen in left field.
I think if Barfield had made an accurate throw there, they probably get the double play. Can't assume that they would have, but it was close. Now it looks like Josh Barfield wants to appeal here and say that he missed second base. You look at Josh
Going
Barfield.
back, I think, right?
Yeah, I think he might have missed second base on his way back. So Willis is going to step on the mound. I think they're going to appeal here to second base.
Well, this is interesting. Did he miss second base going back around it? We told you Prentice Redmond had circled second. He didn't think that was going to be caught. Here's the appeal. The throw down to second, they say no. He did touch it going back around. So perhaps Barfield or Willis saw something, Michael. It was worth a try.
Yeah, always worth a try. Try and get that extra out. And again, the runner going on the play, and the ball was hit very hard, but Brodeen able to make the catch.
So here's Victor Diaz, the two-out hitter, and he takes a curve for a strike on the inner half. 0-1 on the first baseman and 5-man from the right side. Diaz hitting .246, 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in. 1-0 Bluefish in the top of the first. Redmond short of the cutout at first, and a backdoor breaking ball here from Willis. Doesn't miss by much. Framed beautifully by the catcher Ralph Enriquez, just didn't get the call, and the count even at 1-1. So Willis comes home. And this one fisted away foul down the right field line out of play. And once again, Dontrell out early, 1-2 here on Victor Diaz.
And Willis doesn't worry about some of the mistakes he makes early in games, just like we've seen here, the double and then the RBI single. He learns from it. He's not a guy who's going to let certain things like that get to him and let some base hits and some bad pitches, get in the way of him putting together a good start. He simply has been able to eliminate those and move on to the next batter consistently.
His 1-2 here is again on the hands, fouled away above the first base dugout occupied by Long Island. And boy, Michael, first time for me seeing Dontrell Willis. I'm a little surprised at the amount of breaking stuff we've seen. Sliders, curveballs, is it usually this large a percentage of his overall pitches?
At the beginning of the year it wasn't, because those pitches didn't have as much break as they do right now. As the course of the season has gone on, he's been using those breaking pitches more because you can see how much movement he's got on them.
It really is. Here he throws over to first and Redmond back, but I'm just surprised again at the percentage of breaking balls as opposed to fastballs. Certainly it's been a lot more breaking stuff than the hard, quick stuff so far. 1-2 is a swing and a miss. He struck him out. So a pair of strikeouts in the inning for Willis, and that will retire the side. Fish, though, do get on the board. A run on 2 hits and 1 left. Middle of the first tonight at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. It's the Bridgeport Bluefish 1 and the Long Island Ducks coming to bat.
Hi, this is Ray Navarrete, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916.
Bluefish lead at 1-0 as we go to the last of the first. And defensively tonight for Bridgeport, they have Victor Diaz at first base, Daniel Mayora at second, Iggy Suarez the shortstop, and Louis Lopez at third. Austin Crumbs in left field, James Simmons in center. Prentice Redmond patrols right. Yusuf Carter does the catching. And on the hill right now, going through his warm-ups, is the 29-year-old southpaw from Tequesta, Florida, 6'4", 250-pound Hunter Jones, who makes his 12th appearance of the season and his 12th start. A record of 2-6, an ERA of 6.87. In his 56 and a third innings worked, he's allowed 74 hits. Control has been an issue. He has walked 29 and struck out 35. And Michael, as we touched on earlier, his only win in his last 6 starts was June 13th here in a 4-0 rain-shortened win over Long Island.
Ducks had just 3 singles in that game, 2 to left field by Perales and Barfield, and an infield single to second by Joe Ashbrodeen. So we'll see here if the Ducks are able to make some adjustments and find a way to attack Hunter Jones early on tonight.
Well, Joash Brodeen begins it. The switch-hitting left fielder, batting right-handed here, takes down and in from Hunter Jones. And the count 0-1 on Joash. .319 his average entering play tonight. 5 homers, and he's driven in 26. Again, low and inside, misses Jones, and it's quickly 2-0 in the favor of Joash Brodeen. Again, Ducks coming off a loss yesterday here to Sugar Land that wrapped up the 3-game set as the Skeeters got the 8-4 win led by a pair of Reed Gurecki home runs. The 2-0 is up high, 3-0. Ducks had won the previous 2 games against Sugar Land, 9-6 on Friday and 3-0 on Saturday night.
Well, the key to those games, too, again, the Ducks got some early runs against the Sugar Land pitching, which has been so good this year.
3-0 is taken all the way, and there is a strike. 3-1 now to Brodeen.
I'll see here. It looks like Jones has had some trouble finding the strike zone early. Ducks will probably try and stay patient against them.
Here is the 3-1, and that's foul back off the top of the netting and then skips up, I believe, off the facade of the upper deck. So a good job by Hunter Jones getting the count to full here from 3-0. 400 feet to straightaway center field here at Bethpage Ballpark. 325 down the lines, and right now no wind to speak of. 3-2 a call, third strike on the inside corner. Brodeen was on his way to first, thinking it was ball 4. Instead, it's strike 3, 1 away.
That's a great job by the left-hander Hunter Jones. He fell behind early, but able to throw some key pitches over the plate, make Brodeen foul one off, and threw him right on the corners, too, where Brodeen was going to think that was too far inside, didn't want to waste it to try and draw the walk, and Jones gets the strike call from home plate umpire Chase Edmondson.
So 1 away, and here's the right-swinging second baseman for Long Island. It's Josh Barfield, batting .319, 2 homers, 12 runs batted in. First pitch to him is taken for a strike, so a good start for Jones here. He's locked in after opening the game with 3 straight balls to Brodeen. It's 0-1. Jones from the middle of the rubber. The left-hander comes home. The 0-1 is on the ground deep in the shortstop hole by Iggy Suarez and into left field, so a 1-out single for Josh Barfield.
One thing I've noticed throughout the course of the year about Josh Barfield, he has such quick hands. You go up there, and he doesn't really have a big, long swing. He's got a very short, compact swing, waits for the ball to get right to the spot where he wants, and just throws the bat head on the baseball. And almost every time he hits it, even when he's been getting outs, he's been hitting the ball hard.
He is hot now, making a 4-game hitting streak for Barfield and hits in 8 of his last 9 games. So the tying run aboard with 1 away for Long Island. And here's another hot hitter for the Ducks of late, the first baseman from the left side, the 3-man Ben Broussard. So Hunter Jones stares at Barfield at first, his lead short of the cutout. And the first pitch tagged to center field. Simmons has a beat on it, backing up, then coming in under it, and he makes the catch for the second out.
And Broussard had been hitting, he's hit consecutively in 8 straight games. And again, you've seen a lot of swings like that early in the count. He's gotten pitches out over the plate, and Broussard does not want to take that first pitch strike, wants to get the bat on the ball early in the count. And he got a good pitch to hit there, just missed it, to center field.
Ben coming in 7 hits in his last 3 games, so got something he liked, put a good wood on it, and got it to center field, but easy out for Simmons, who initially retreated on a ball hit right at him, then came in and took out number 2 in his glove. So 2 away, and here's the DH from the right side, the cleanup man, Bill Hall, wide open here to face the lefty, Hunter Jones. First pitch to him goes letter high for ball 1. Hall batting .220, 3 homers, 13 runs batted in. Ducks trail at 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. They have Barfield now as the 2-out runner at first, and Josh does have 3 steals in 4 tries this year. Time call by Bill Hall at home plate. He's out and now back in, slowly measuring that stroke, as Hunter Jones has a long stare into Yusuf Carter. Comes set away from his letters, and the 1-0 is a beautiful backdoor curve for strike 1, evening the count.
Yeah, good movement on that pitch from Hunter Jones. Started way up and away, dropped back over the inside corner, and for any hitter, that's a tough pitch to really want to swing at because it looks like it's going to be so far out of the zone, and then all of a sudden the bottom just drops out of it.
Bill Hall, a pair of doubles yesterday in the loss to Sugar Land. Really slowing down the pace here is Jones with a man at first and 2 away in a 1-0 game. Finally, the pitch goes up and in for ball 2.
Barfield earlier in the year, a lot of times in these situations, he would try and get to second base. So that way a single from Hall would tie this game. Barfield has been hampered a couple times by hamstring injuries earlier this year, and you could just sense still that he's not fully 100% on it, where he's going to be taking off whenever he gets the opportunity. Still trying to make sure that he stays on base here and doesn't get the easy third out.
It's funny, Michael, while you were talking there, I looked at Josh Barfield, and he's battling a little sneezing fit down there at first. He sneezed about 3 or 4 times in a row. Had to go all the way back to the bag to make sure he wasn't distracting when he was sneezing. And now I think it's finally stopped. You know how that can be, boy. You get a couple of sneezes going, you just can't stop it.
It's allergy season.
That's true, too. It'll be a 2-1 here to Hall with Barfield at the cutout. He doesn't go. And again, another slow backing curve that finds its way into the strike zone to make the count 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Hall looked like he was waiting on a fastball there, and he got the curve and wasn't going to swing the bat on it, but Hunter Jones with some terrific movement on his breaking ball early on today.
So Jones at 2-2 with Deuces Wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ducks down a run in the last of the first of a scheduled 7-inning contest to start our twilight doubleheader. Here's the pitch again, a curveball drilled to left field. Austin Crum going back to the warning track, reaching up, and he makes the grab. Oh, Hunter Jones got away with a hanging curveball. Bill Hall just missed it, and that will retire the side. No runs, a hit, and a man left. 1 complete tonight at the Duck Pond. The Bridgeport Bluefish lead the Long Island Ducks 1-0.
Hi, this is Adam Bailey, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc Paver, let Nicoloc Pavers pave your way.
We go to the second inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. Bluefish 1, the Ducks 0, and it's time for the Ducks injury report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. We mentioned Ray Navarrete is still out with plantar fasciitis, which is a foot injury. He will be out until early in the second half, has been doing some jogging drills out in the outfield before games. Ryan Strebe out with a wrist injury. He is still a couple weeks away from returning to action. TJ Ho's about a week away. He is suffering from a groin injury. And newly added to the injury list, Leo Rosales, who a couple nights ago suffered a calf injury on the final pitch he threw against the Sugarland Skeeters. So he will be out a week to 10 days.
So the Ducks without their closer, and that certainly hurts as we start inning 2 here. Bluefish up 1-0, and Dontrell Willis, first pitch to James Simmons, is up and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Simmons batting .208, a homer, and 7 runs batted in since returning to Bridgeport. The 1-0 is a curve swung through. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Simmons. And, Michael, I talked to Ray Navarrete before today's game and said he is ahead of schedule, which is good news. The original schedule had him coming back early in the second half, and who knows, maybe he can make the second half opener, which is scheduled for July 2nd here against Somerset. Willis misses low and inside. 2 balls and a strike now on Simmons.
Yeah, that would obviously be the ideal situation for him. Got to be careful, though. It's a foot injury. Don't want him to get back too soon and then re-injure it.
Another breaking ball swung through here, and it's 2-2, and boy, does Willis have that curve and the slider working tonight.
It makes it so much harder for the opposing batter to hit it when it's got so much bite on it. And he doesn't throw that curveball a big slow one like Hunter Jones does. He throws it pretty quick, and it's just got that tight spin to it.
2-2 here is just inside. Boy, didn't miss it by much. Smile from Dontrell Willis. He wanted the call, didn't get it, and the count now full. Simmons has really struggled with the strikeouts all season, so let's see if Dontrell can ring him up on the 3-2. No, a bouncing ball up the middle. The shortstop, Dan Lyons, cuts it off in front of second, fires to first in time to get Simmons on a 6-3 ground out for the opening out of the visitor's second.
Well, fortunately for Dontrell, he's still able to get it out. That was a very good pitch. The pitch before that ended up being called for ball 3 to Simmons. But it shows you what Dan Lyons can do. The Ducks are obviously very happy to have him back after he missed 11 games with a foot injury. But he is back in the lineup, and he shows his speed and his range at the shortstop position on that putout.
He does so many things for you, Michael. And Long Island thrilled to have Lyons back. He returns Saturday in that win over Sugar Land. So one away, nobody on. And here's the DH from the right side, the 7-hitter tonight for Bridgeport, Stantrell Smith. Takes the first pitch foul well down the right field line. 0-1 on Smith, hitting .296, no homers, and just 1 run batted in. Bluefish lead at 1-0, top of the second, as Dontrell Willis comes home 0-1. In on the hand, swung through and missed by Smith, and a good start for the D-Train. It's 0-2.
The big key for Dontrell, he's able to mix up his speed, and he's also able to mix up his locations. We've seen a lot of pitches on the outer half, some on the inner half, some up high, some down low. He really throws it all around the plate and throws all different velocities.
This one is down low in the dirt, trying to get Smith to chase. He wouldn't. And it's ball 1 now to Stantrell Smith. Bridgeport Bluefish early on in this season were in first place in the Liberty Division, then went into a 14-game losing streak, and they've never recovered. 1-2 here is a swing, more a defensive swing than anything by Smith, who was about to get rung up on a backdoor curveball, but he slapped it away foul to keep himself alive at 1-2. And Bluefish, the fewest wins in the league with 20, the most losses with 42 coming in tonight. 1-2 is another foul ball. This one grounded down the right field line, out of play. And Smith just slapping a couple of pitches away rather than being a strikeout victim.
Yeah, it's not easy against Dontrell Willis, especially with the way he's been throwing of late. And Smith just doing a good job putting the bat on the ball, staying alive, fighting off some tough pitches, hoping that Dontrell will do what he did a couple times in the first inning and leave a hanging breaking ball over the middle of the plate.
Let's see what he comes with here. 1-2 again. And a little hard stuff away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dontrell kicking at the dirt, working very quickly here with nobody aboard in the top of the second inning. 2-2 pitch this time. And that tap foul near the on-deck circle where Yusuf Carter gets ready. Count holds on Smith.
7 pitches now in this at-bat, 4 foul balls as well. And Dontrell is just going through, trying to throw what he's got here at Stantrell Smith. And Smith hasn't been able to put too many good swings on it, just a lot of defensive swings and just finding ways to stay alive.
2-2 here is up and away. He thought about chasing it for a second, then laid off it. A real good at-bat for Stantrell Smith. He's got the count full. Bluefish yesterday had 17 hits in a 6-5 win over Lancaster. Payoff pitch here is fouled behind home plate. In fact, Michael, you look at their box score from yesterday, it's unbelievable. 8 of their 9 hitters had multi-hit games. Only Louis Rodriguez, the former Duck, took the 0 for. He went 0 for 4, but the other 8 hitters in the lineup had at least 2 hits apiece.
And yet they only won by 1 run.
Yeah, walk-off fashion. Here, a swing and a miss, went in on the hands by Smith, and it's strikeout number 3 for Dontrell Willis.
Good job by Dontrell Willis there on the 10th pitch of the at-bat to win the battle with Stantrell Smith and get him to chase down and in. And going back to the Bluefish box score yesterday, though, I think there's one thing that stands out. The starting pitcher for Bridgeport, Pat Ahern.
43-year-old pitching coach, Pat Ahern, the former Duck, activated for the second time this season. And again, with this crazy schedule, Mike, a lot of doubleheaders, a lot of crammed-in games. They needed a starter. They turned to Ahern, and he delivered. He actually pitched pretty well.
Yeah,
Ahern, 5 1/3 of 6 hit, 3 earned run ball. Called strike here on Yusuf Carter, the catcher, an 8-man from the right side. And the count 0-1 on Carter. Comes in hitting .310, leads Bridgeport with 5 homers. That's enough to lead the Fish because they have hit the fewest homers of any team in the league at 23. And he's knocked in 13. He takes a ball, and now it's a 1-1. And that just low. 2 balls and a strike to Yusuf Carter. But, I wanted to try to get to talk to Pat Ahern today to see how he feels after working almost 6 innings at 43 years old yesterday up in Connecticut. 2-1 is a foul tip on a breaking ball. 2-2 to Carter.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but I believe he was out on the field kicking around a soccer ball before the game.
That's
just
him.
Trying to stay in shape. Had the shirt off because of the hot weather.
2-2 here is grounded foul, third base side. He loves soccer, has always had a soccer ball at his side going back to his days pitching for the Ducks in 2006 and 2007.
Yeah, but he looked like he was out there trying to stay in shape, and who knows, as you mentioned, the crazy schedule. It seems like rain is always in the forecast here, and it's been affecting a lot of games in the first half.
2-2 here is well hit to left field. Brodeen perfectly plays it, though, takes 2 steps in And it's 3 up and 3 down for Dontrell Willis and Long Island. We go to the bottom of the second here at the Duck Pond. Bridgeport leads it 1-0.
Hi, this is pitcher Bill Murphy. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed.
Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. No good. Talk to me.
Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
This summer, LIPA can help you save big on a new central air conditioning system with up to $1,000 in rebates and up to $500 in operating cost savings each year. And only a LIPA participating Cool Homes contractor can make sure you get all these savings plus a quality installation for maximum comfort over the life of your system. Ready to save? We're ready to help. Visit lipower.org/coolhomes to make sure that your contractor is a LIPA Cool Homes contractor.
We're back here at Bethpage Ballpark as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Bluefish with a 1-0 lead. We take a look at some of the scores around the Atlantic League yesterday, and it was more of the same for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. They continue their winning ways, an 11-8 win at home over the Camden River Sharks. Logan Williamson, the win, improved to 3-1. Kulik the loss fell to 1-4, and Jim Edwarden, his 18th save of the year. Talked about the Bluefish yesterday coming off a win, a 6-5 victory over the Lancaster Barnstormers in walk-off fashion, getting the run in the bottom of the ninth inning. Kanakoa Texiera in relief got the win to improve to 3-2, while Jason Richardson suffered the loss to fall to 1-1. Good pitching matchup in that one. Again, the Bluefish, their 43-year-old pitching coach, Pat Ahern, got the start against last year's Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year in Dwayne Pollock. And then finally in York, a 5:05 start yesterday. Somerset Patriots able to salvage the finale of that series as they went at 11-7. David Harding got the win to improve to 8-2. Junior Novoa in relief suffered the loss. He relieved Nick Green, and he fell to 3-2 in that one. Somerset, though, with the Sugarland win, remains 2.5 games in back of the Skeeters in the Freedom Division standings.
Yeah, Somerset with a game in hand. They have 9 to go. The Skeeters have 8. That'll be a great race in the Freedom Division. Meanwhile, the Ducks are 7.5 back with just 9 to play. So the Blue Crabs could clinch the Liberty Division as soon as tonight, as they have a magic number of 2. That is the tragic number right now for the Long Island Ducks. Ducks trailed 1-0 as we go to the last of the second, and lefty Hunter Jones to start with Bryant Nelson, the switch-hitting third baseman and 5-man, in from the right side, and he takes strike one. Nelly on the year hitting .264, 8 home runs, and a team best 29 runs batted in of the active lineup for Long Island as he takes low and inside. 1-1 now to Bryant Nelson.
Nelson has been hitting the ball well as of late from both the left and the right side, and Nelson just trying to continue that hot hitting that he has found as of late against the Bridgeport Bluefish.
1-1 here is tapped off the end of the bat towards second for Daniel Mayor. A couple of hops, easy flip to first, and Nelson retired 4-3.
And again, it's that off-speed stuff for Hunter Jones that continues to have the Ducks fooled. Nelson there kind of kept that foot where it was, or tried to pull it a little bit at first, and then realized when he mistimed it, the only thing he could do is kind of stick the bat out, and it went out to second base for the easy ground out.
So 1 away, and here is the center fielder from the left side. 6-hole tonight for Adam Bailey, a .251 hitter, 7 homers, 26 RBIs. So lefty-lefty for Jones, who kicks and comes home and gets strike one on Bailey. Kind of interesting thing, Michael. I was looking at that Sugarland Somerset race. Each team will play the rest of the first half at home. Sugarland has their final 8 games all at home. Somerset their final 9 games all at home. And here's a curve for a strike. It's 0-2 on Adam Bailey. And they are the 2 best home teams in the league. Sugarland 21-8 at home. Somerset 19-9. There's going to be some race to watch, and the Ducks will affect that race as they close the first half in Bridgewater, New Jersey, with a 4-game series against the Patriots. 0-2 is way up and away for ball one.
And, for a Somerset team who the last 2 years has dealt with some tough seasons after being in the playoffs almost consistently, they certainly want to get back and get a postseason berth, especially when they have trailed basically almost the entire first half to the Sugar Land Skeeters.
They missed the playoffs for back-to-back seasons, first time in franchise history. 1-2 here is down and away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It should be good. Patriots want to get back to the postseason after exactly what you just mentioned, missing it in back-to-back years, and the Skeeters want to give their fans their first taste of playoff experience after missing it during their inaugural season a year ago.
That would be a great story down in Texas if they could clinch the first half and get a playoff spot in just their second year in the league. Pulled on the ground to first, slowly for Victor Diaz. He hustles to the bag, beats Bailey there, 2 away.
Again, that off-speed pitch, and kind of had Bailey rolling over it. The Ducks are going to have to try and find a way to time Hunter Jones's curveball a little bit better. He was dominant his last time out, as we mentioned, with 5 2/3 shutout innings before the rains came and ended the game with Bill Hall at bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. And here again tonight, he had the hard single by Josh Barfield, but aside from that, a couple of flyouts to center and left by Bill Hall, but not too many very hard-hit baseballs against Hunter Jones early on.
So Jones will try for a 1-2-3, just like Willis had in the top of the inning, if he can get Ralph Henriquez, the switch-hitting catcher and 7-man, who will bat right-handed here. Henriquez on the year, .204 the batting average, 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in. 1-0 Bluefish in the last of the second of a scheduled 7-inning game to lead off our twilight doubleheader tonight. This one popped foul high in the air, first base side, 0-1 on Henriquez. Hunter Jones last worked Wednesday at home in a 6-3 loss to Sugar Land. Gave up 6 hits, 4 earned runs in 4 2/3 with a season-high 6 strikeouts. 0-1 here is a swinging strike, and he's in front of Enriquez, 0-2.
And with that very slow breaking ball from Hunter Jones, he's able to do what he just did, rear back and throw a fastball like he did up high, and when Ducks hitters are seeing the slow stuff, that one looks a lot faster.
0-2 swing and a miss. He strikes him out on 3 pitches. Second K tonight for Jones. And 3 up and 3 down go the Ducks. We head to the third on Long Island. Bridgeport leads it 1-0.
Hi, this is Bryant Nelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks Baseball official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Bluefish with a 1-0 lead as we head to inning number 3 tonight here at Bethpage Ballpark. And time now for our third inning trivia brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. Give you the question here in the top of the inning and the answer in the bottom of the inning. And it does concern Pat Ahern, the 43-year-old first-year pitching coach of the Bridgeport Bluefish, who again was called into duty to pitch for the team for the second time yesterday in the win over Lancaster. Well, Michael, I talked about it earlier. Ahern pitched for the Ducks in both 2006 and 2007. And here's your question tonight. What pretty significant franchise record did Pat Ahern set when pitching with the Long Island Ducks in the 2006 season? So again, Duck fans, spin your memory back, 7 years or so, to when Pat Ahern was pitching for the Ducks, and he set a pretty significant team record that actually stood for 5 years. It was a good record. It stood for 5 years. What was the record he set for Long Island back in the 2006 season? We'll give you the answer in the bottom of this inning.
I'm pretty sure I know of one record that he had that I think a Duck tied this year, so I don't think that's going to be it. But He had a mark that I'm pretty sure a Duck tied this season.
Well, Iggy Suarez here takes a called strike. The 9-hitter for the Bluefish begins the top of the third with Bridgeport leading it 1-0. Suarez, the shortstop, in from the right side, and Willis's 0-1 is grounded to third. Backhanded by Bryant Nelson, throws across his body. Great toss to Broussard, and he gets Suarez for the first out. What a job by Bryant Nelson at the hot corner.
Even at age 39, he continues to play third base well. Does have 9 errors on the season, but he has made so many terrific plays that I'm not sure a normal third baseman would be able to make. And Nelson able to get to that one and make the strong throw across his body and the long throw from third to first.
So 6 in a row retired by Dontrell Willis since surrendering the RBI single by Prentice Redmond back in the opening inning. And now back to the top of the order for Daniel Maiora, who led off the game with a double to left center and has scored the game's only run. Maiora here takes it the other way foul down the right field line out of play. 0-1 on Maiora, who came in just 1 for 16 in the season series against the Long Island Ducks. So he has equaled his hit total of the season series already and has scored the game's lone run. So Dontrell Willis waits for Maiora to get ready. And now the 0-1 is slapped foul straight back to the screen. 0-2 on the second baseman and leadoff man for the Bluefish tonight.
And Maiora, he's got pretty good splits, too, against both lefties and righties. Just consistently has put together a nice average this year, no matter who he is facing. But as you mentioned, was really struggling against the Ducks before getting that double in the opening inning.
And so many of the Bluefish getting hot yesterday, though, with, again, 8 of their 9 hitters putting together multi-hit contests in the win over the Barnstormers. 0-2 here is down and away from Willis for ball 1. Ballpark filling up nicely on a night where we're scheduled to play at least 14 innings, 7 innings, pair of games about a half hour in between. And it's a little light to begin the game with the unusual 6 o'clock start to back it up a bit. This, of course, the makeup from the rainout of June 6th up in Bridgeport is here. Willis misses 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Today's also an unused ticket day, so if fans had tickets to a game earlier this season, couldn't make it out for whatever reason, they could exchange them for tickets to today's game, subject to availability.
2-2 misses down and in, so still plenty of time to come out. If you're sitting at home watching on your computer, close it up, shut it down, and head on over to the ballpark, especially, as Michael pointed out, if you have unused tickets from games that maybe you missed earlier this year. Plenty of time to come out, and we're only in the third inning here, Michael, so we've got at least 11 more innings of baseball scheduled, and it could be even more. Be a one-out payoff here to Maiora. And that a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Make it 4 strikeouts for Willis, 2 away.
We've seen that a few times here tonight. Willis just throwing those pitches down and in, getting a lot of hitters to chase, kind of jamming them up a bit. And Willis with that terrific movement, hitters haven't been able to time it up well. So a big 4th strikeout for Willis and 2 quick outs here in the third.
Hard to believe Dontrell's season high for strikeouts is only 6. That was May 19th in Southern Maryland. He's almost there already, and we're only in the third inning. Here's Austin Crum, who he did strike out swinging back in the opening inning. Lefty-lefty matchup for Willis, who kicks and comes home and gets strike 1 on the former Yankee prospect.
That was the key, too, in that complete game shutout. Wasn't using all strikeouts to get his outs. He was trusting his defense behind him, and the Ducks do have a good defense behind him. He was making the Barnstormers put the ball in play, and the defense was doing its job.
Bounced up the middle. This one's going to get through for Crum. And a 1-out single. That'll break up the run of 7 in a row retired by Dontrell.
And that pitch out over the plate a little bit too much, and a good hitter like Crum is going to push it right back through the box, and that's exactly what he did. Too hard for even a speedy second baseman like Josh Barfield to get to.
So Crum extends his hitting streak to 4 games, hits in 10 of his last 11. And here is Prentice Redmond, who has driven in the game's only run with a single through the left side back in the opening inning that plated Daniel Maiora from second base. Bluefish lead at 1-0 here, and a 2-out runner now in Crum at first base. Redmond, again, late on the fastball, and it's 0-1. Crum is third on the Bluefish in stolen bases with 5. He's been caught 2 times as Ben Broussard holds him aboard. Of course, Willis, the southpaw's advantage of staring right at him at first base. And they got him picked off here. Willis throws to Broussard. They got him in the rundown. Broussard chases him towards second, throws the Lions, chase him back toward first. Finally now to Willis, who applies the tag. And they do get Crum off the base pass to end the inning.
It's going to be a 1-3-6-1 put out there, and a nice job by Willis to catch Crum leaning too far.
So for the Fish, no runs a hit, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the third. Bridgeport leads it 1-0 tonight on Long Island.
Hi, this is right-handed pitcher Connor Graham, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
I love coming to the stadium.
What do you love about a Long Island Ducks game?
The excitement.
The laughter.
The memories.
Spending time with my family.
Watching my grandson's eyes light up.
Dancing with Clocker Jack.
What about you?
A 400-foot shot.
Definitely the food. Getting autographs and running the bases.
Play ball! For game times and promos for your 2012 Atlantic League champions, visit liducks.com.
I love this game.
Ducks Baseball. It's game time.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Ducks trail it 1-0 as we go to the last of the third. Time now to wrap up our third inning trivia, brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. We'll repeat the question we gave you in the top of the inning, and it concerns the current Bluefish pitching coach. Pat Ahern, in his first year in that capacity, has pitched twice for Bridgeport, including once yesterday in their victory over Lancaster. But the question goes back to his days as a Duck. He pitched for Long Island in 2006 and 2007. And Michael Pollock, in that 2006 season, he set a pretty significant Long Island Ducks team record that held up for 5 years. Can you tell me what record Pat Ahern set in the 06 campaign for Long Island?
If it's going to be 5 years, no, it's not that. I was going to say most strikeouts in a season, but that was Apolinar Garcia, which Mike Lurie just broke. So I can't remember that one, but I do know earlier this year, John Brownell tied his record for most hits in a single game allowed, which was 16. He did that on June the 1st in York. But I can't remember which record you're thinking of.
I am thinking of the wins in a season as a Ducks record. Believe it or not.
Lurie did break.
Lurie did break, you're right, 5 years later. But Pat Ahern won a dozen games for the Ducks in 2006. At the time, it was a team record, and it stood up until 2011 when Mike Lurie, of course, won 14 games. Here's P.J. Phillips leading off the home third, and the 8-man and right fielder from the right side fouls it away down the right field line, 0-1.
See, I was thinking on the right track there when I had thought about the Lurie strikeouts record, but I remembered at the last second who it was that he had broken that record from.
0-1 here from Hunter Jones, misses up and away, a ball and a strike. So again, you go back to 2006. Pat Ahern, a starter for the Ducks, was 12-4, and those 12 wins were a team record that held up till Mike Lurie won 14 in 2011, 5 years later. Here Jones misses low and inside, and it's 2-1 on P.J. Phillips, batting .261 with 4 homers and 13 driven in. So that was one of the best seasons a Duck starting pitcher has ever had for Long Island, and Pat Ahern, the guy we're looking for with that big record, is here. It's grounded to second right at Daniel Maiora. Takes his time to throw to Victor Diaz at first, and Phillips gone 4-3 for the opening out of the home third.
Well, after those 2 hard-hit flyouts by Ben Broussard and Bill Hall in the first inning, lots of balls hit on the ground now, induced from Hunter Jones. He's doing a good job keeping the ball down in the zone, and again, the Ducks just seem off balance against the left-hander with that off-speed stuff.
So 6 in a row retired by the southpaw, and here is the only man yet to bat in the game, the 9-hitter and shortstop for Long Island. From the right side, it's Dan Lyons, hitting .224, has yet to homer and has driven in 14. Takes low and inside here. It's ball 1 from Hunter Jones.
The 2 older kids can come. Girls. First trip. You guys take
1-0 is on the ground to short. Iggy Suarez has it in his glove. Double clutches, but in time across to get Lyons 2 away.
Get another ball on the ground here. And Ducks happy to have Dan Lyons back. He was out for 10 games, or check that 11 games with the foot injury, but back in the lineup, had a couple hits over the weekend, and hard hit ground ball there, just hit it too much to the left of the infield, enough where the shortstop Suarez could get to it to get the put out.
So make it 8 in a row retired by Hunter Jones, and back to the top of the order for Joash Brodeen, who he struck out looking to begin the game. Boy, Hunter Jones looks so good against the Ducks, and again has struggled against everybody else. His only win in his last 6 starts was here, And again, he's lights out to begin this as he starts Brodeen with a strike on the outer half. 0-1 on Joe Ash. Joe Ash brings in a 6-game hitting streak. 4 of those he has multi-hit games in. But boy, Jones going right after him. It's another curve that backdoors him. 0-2.
And with the bases empty, Jones, like Willis, just working very fast on the mound.
0-2 pitch. And that missing down and away for ball 1 to Joe Ash Brodeen.
Gets up on the rubber, gets the sign from Carter, and just throws the pitch to home plate. And again, we've just seen so many curveballs so far from Hunter Jones, and he's throwing them over the plate. Ducks just haven't been able to find an answer.
Yeah, this might be the most curveballs I've ever seen from 2 combined pitchers, what we've seen tonight from both Jones and Willis.
No kidding.
If you like the hook, you like this one so far. The 1-2 is a hook, but it's punched the other way into right field. So Joe Ash Brodeen, a 2-out single for Long Island the other way, and the tying run aboard.
That's a terrific piece of hitting there by Joe Ash Brodeen, batting from the right side, able to punch one into left field there against the tough lefty Hunter Jones. And Joe Ash Brodeen has had success this season against the lefty pitchers. .371 average coming in, 26 for 70 against left-handed pitching this season.
Well, he is the tying run at first base with 2 away. And prior to that hit by Brodeen, the only Duck to reach Hunter Jones is the man at the plate, Josh Barfield, who singled through the left side back in the opening inning. Barfield now 6 for 11 in his 4 games against the Bluefish. First pitch to him this time is taken on 2 bounces to second, kind of backs up Mayora, who then has to go to first in time to get the second baseman for Long Island, Barfield, and that will retire the side. No runs, a hit, a man left, 3 complete tonight on Long Island. The Bluefish won, the Ducks nothing.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new Iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel Iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and Iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your defending Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 2013 season. It's game time.
We go to inning number 4 at Bethpage Ballpark tonight, scheduled for a 7-inning game, the first of 2 tonight here between the Ducks and the Bluefish. And right now it's Bridgeport with a 1-0 lead. For the Fish, a run on 3 hits, no errors for the Flock, no runs, 2 hits, and also error-free baseball thus far for Long Island. So that's where we are, 1-0 Bridgeport, headed to the 4th. And to take us across the next 3 innings, my partner, Michael Pollack.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Ducks falling behind 1-0 early and haven't been able to do much against Hunter Jones. Dontrell Willis, though, continuing to look strong on the mound for the Ducks. This is 4th start since returning from the tricep tendonitis, and he has pitched very well in his 3 starts since coming back. First pitch here to Prentice Redmond, a breaking ball over the inside corner for strike 1. In those 3 starts for Willis, 2-0 record, 1.35 earned run average. Terrific numbers for Willis, and he is certainly getting into a nice groove. Here he misses downstairs, and that evens the count at 1-1. Bluefish getting that early lead on the first inning RBI single by Prentice Redmond, but since then they haven't been able to put much against Dontrell Willis on the base pass. Willis just missed here, wanted that one, but it misses low for 2-1. Redmond batting from the right side, waves the bat at home plate. Willis kicks in, delivers a swing and a miss on a good breaking ball down and away, and that evens up the count again. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Coming in, Michael, both Willis and Jones had walked 29. They were tied for 3rd in the league for most walks. Not a walk between them yet tonight.
2-2 pitch here is off the outside edge, goes back to the backstop, and the count now goes full at 3-2.
Not that I'm trying to jinx Dontrell here, who's worked the count full. But 2 guys who have struggled with that control have not shown any of that through the first 3 frames.
3-2 on the way, grounded to the left side for the shortstop, Dan Lyons. On a couple hops, he throws over to first in time for the out. Ground out to short for the first out here in the 4th inning. And Willis was victimized with his walk total a couple times early in the season. Second start of the year here against Somerset. He walked 5 Somerset Patriots batters. And then in his 5th start of the year down in Southern Maryland, 7 strong innings, but he walked 5 there. Otherwise, he has been pretty good in terms of walks. And so far here tonight, has not allowed the free pass. First pitch here to the third baseman, Luis Lopez, and he will take a breaking ball strike over the inside corner. 0-1 on Lopez, who flies to left his first time up. Third baseman Nelson plays close to the line, the 0-1 offering, and misses outside, and that'll run the count even at 1-1.
I think it's pretty exciting for the Bluefish tonight, too. First time facing Dontrell Willis, who's obviously had such success at the major league level.
The 1-1 pitch, lifted in the air, fouled on the first base side, and the count 1-2. No question about it, Chris. A lot of these guys try and say that it doesn't matter who you're facing, but we saw it last year for the Ducks. They try to say that it didn't matter that they were facing Roger Clemens, but a lot of them were in awe when they were on the baseball diamond in Sugar Land, Texas, facing a 7-time Cy Young Award winner. The 1-2 here to Lopez, swinging a liner in a left field. Brodin over to his right, slides, can't hang on to it. Pops out of his glove. Lopez will stop at first, and a 1-out single to left for the Bluefish cleanup man.
Well, Michael, I said this last series between these two teams, but I still think Luis Lopez hits the ball as hard as anybody in the Atlantic League. He's just 2 screaming line drives to left field in this game. First one, Joash Brodin caught. That one he almost caught in sliding fashion. But I'm telling you, he gets that bat head around and he just sprays the ball all over the park, does the 8-year Atlantic League veteran.
An Atlantic League vet, no question, and 2 hard hit balls, as you mentioned. First pitch here to Victor Diaz, missed up and away for ball 1. You leave a pitch up over the plate to Luis Lopez. He's going to put a good swing on it, and that's what we've seen here a couple times tonight. So 1 on, 1 out on the Bluefish's 4th hit of the game. 1-0, and way outside again from Willis. Didn't look like he was finishing his pitch there, and the count 2-0.
And Dontrell has his Rookie of the Year in 03, his second-place finish in the Cy Young voting in 05 with the Marlins. Not quite Roger Clemens, but still a big name.
No question. Willis, third straight pitch that misses outside. He's behind on Diaz 3-0, in danger of putting 2 on with 1 out for James Simmons. Willis gets the sign here from Henriquez, his 3-0 offering. That missed low and inside for ball 4. And there's the first walk of the game allowed by Dontrell Willis. And runners quickly at first and second with 1 out for Bridgeport here in the 4th inning.
And Ralph Henriquez going out to settle down his southpaw there after 4 straight balls to Victor Diaz. And, Michael, I'll take it. You can hang that one on me for bringing it up.
There are no jinxes in baseball, Chris. No jinxes whatsoever.
No, I didn't have to bring it up. I brought it up at the wrong time. Let's hope it affects the other side as well. Let's see if Hunter Jones issues a base on ball when he takes the mound for the 4th.
Well, Willis does have 4 strikeouts in the game, and the first pitch here misses outside to James Simmons. So that's 5 straight out of the zone for Willis, who's behind on Simmons 1-0. Simmons grounded his short in his first at-bat, leading off the second inning. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, that's in there for a strike, and that'll even up the count.
We gave those numbers on Simmons earlier, but 31 strikeouts in 53 at-bats coming in. I mean, he just never sees a pitch he doesn't like, I guess.
Definition of a free swinger in James Simmons. 1-1 on the way from Willis. Swung on a punch to second. It's caught on a line by Barfield. He flips to second for the out. They're going to throw to first for the out there. And I'm not sure if Barfield caught it on a line drive or not, but regardless, it's a double play, and that will retire the side. So no runs, a hit, a walk, and because of the double play, just 1 man left on base. And we will go to the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0 Bluefish here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is catcher Ralph Enriquez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-DUCK and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. It's game time.
Ducks trail at 1-0 as we go to the last of the fourth here at Bethpage Ballpark. Mets and Yankees both off tonight. Elsewhere tonight in the Atlantic League, everybody moves around. We told you about Sugar Land. Final 8 games of the first half, all at home. They'll open up a 5-game series against the York Revolution tonight. Somerset opens up a 5-game series at home against the Camden River Sharks. And again, Sugar Land with a 2.5-game lead over Somerset. Patriots, though, have the extra game remaining, and Somerset has won the season series. Southern Maryland, again, 7.5 better than the Ducks in the Liberty Division, a magic number of 2, and they'll open up a 5-game homestand against Lancaster tonight.
Well, the Ducks trying to even the score here, down by 1, and they're going to have the heart of their order to the plate here in the 4th inning. It'll be Ben Broussard, Bill Hall, and Bryant Nelson. So you got 3 Bs to start, Ben, Bill, and Bryant, and we'll see what the Ducks can do. Broussard, his first time up, hit the ball right on the button to center field, but it was caught by James Simmons for the first out, or check that, second out of the first inning. Hunter Jones from the windup, and his first pitch to Broussard taken up and inside for ball 1.
Michael and I talking during the break that had there been nobody out in that top of the inning on the Simmons ball, Ducks would have turned a triple play, no doubt about it.
No question, and here Broussard takes a nasty breaking ball over the inside corner for a strike. It's 1-1. The official ruling was it was a 4-6 double play. They ruled that Barfield caught it on a line drive and then flipped to the shortstop Lyons covering for the 4-6 putout to complete the double play. Here a swing and a miss. Big hack by Broussard, but he doesn't make contact in the count 1-2. But you're right. Had there been nobody out in the inning, they would have been able to throw over the first 2 and would have had the easy triple play. Ducks do not turn to triple play yet this year. And here Broussard pops one in the air to shallow left field along the line. The shortstop Suarez going out. He will make the catch in fair territory. And Broussard is retired for the first out here in the 4th.
Boy, 2 great pitchers really locked in here, and Hunter Jones and Dontrell Willis. We talked about them both getting to the big leagues. Both pitched with the Marlins, as Jones was there in 2010. Of course, Dontrell started his big league career with Florida in 2003 and pitched with the Marlins all the way through 2007.
Well, again, this is the first game of a single admission doubleheader today. 2 7-inning games. Game 2 will follow this one, which will be about 30 minutes at the end of Game 1. 30 minutes after the completion of Game 1. Game 2 will begin here. It'll be righty John Brownell for the Ducks and former Duck Mike Parisi, a right-hander, going for Bridgeport. Bill Hall takes the first pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Hall flied to left his first time up. Hit the ball well, but caught on the warning track in left center by Austin Crum. So it'll be an 0-1 on the way here from Hunter Jones. Gets the sign from Yusuf Carter in the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, and Jones quickly ahead, 0-2.
The first time that Mike Parisi has seen his old team, the Long Island Ducks. And, Michael, I'm interested to find out how in the world he can be 1-9 on the year and have lost his last 9 straight starts coming in. Mike Parisi was terrific for the Ducks a couple seasons back. In fact, so good he got signed away by the Dodgers.
That's exactly right, and he pitched pretty well, too, with AAA Albuquerque while he was in the Dodgers organization. 0-2 pitch, missed his low and inside here, 1-2. He was with Albuquerque at the end of 2011 and all of 2012, but didn't have a team to offer him a contract after 2012 and ended up signing with the Bridgeport Bluefish here this season. And as you mentioned, he has gotten off to a rough start. Here comes the 1-2 from Jones to Hall, and the pitch is on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Hall does not like that call from home plate umpire Chase Edmondson, but that's the second out of the 4th inning.
Third strikeout for Hunter Jones, second one looking, and Hall continues to have that conversation with Edmondson. You got to be careful here. Remember, it's a long night, Bill, and obviously got to face him again this game, and got to be out there for the Ducks in the next game as well. So you got to be careful with what you say to the men in blue here, especially in a double dip.
on the outside corner for that strike call. Here's Brian Nelson with 2 out and the bases empty here in the 4th. Now the first pitch to Nelson, swung on and grounded to short. Couple hops for Suarez. Throws to first for the out, and another dominant 1-2-3 inning for Hunter Jones here in the 4th inning. Ducks offense can't seem to get going here tonight, and we go to the 5th here at Bethpage Ballpark. Bluefish still on top, 1-0.
Hey, this is pitcher Eric Neeson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed.
Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. No good. Talk to me.
Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated Paver Shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver Shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc paver, let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Well, hey, Duck fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop in your next visit to the Duck Pond, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. All proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks.
Bluefish still on top, 1-0. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for Bridgeport. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Ducks. It's been a great pitcher's duel between a pair of southpaws on the mound. Hunter Jones for the Bluefish, Dontrell Willis for the Ducks. And for Bridgeport, bottom 3 in the order here in the 5th against Dontrell. It'll be Stantrell Smith, Yusuf Carter, and Iggy Suarez. First pitch is a nasty curveball in for a strike. 0-1 on Smith, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. 0-1 pitch, and that line foul over the screen and to the first base side of home plate. 0-2. Sun continuing to set over the third base stands here at Bethpage Ballpark. Wind is blowing from right to left. And the 0-2 from Willis on the outside corner, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3 straight pitches, and Smith retired for the 5th strikeout of the night for Dontrell Willis.
Boy, is he working like he's double parked, as David Weiss always likes to say. But Hunter Jones is working just as quickly, Michael. These two lefties are really moving this game along. I mean, we're in the 5th inning here of a scheduled 7-inning contest that, at this pace, could be completed in an hour and a half.
It took about an hour and 5 minutes to play the first 4 innings of this game. And both sides have been moving quickly. Only 6 hits combined between the two teams thus far. And here is Yusuf Carter, the catcher, who flied to left his first time up, and he takes way outside here for ball 1. And Chris, we talked about how the Ducks have come back a couple times this year against Bridgeport, but right now that 1 run in the first inning holding up well with the way Jones is pitching. And here Carter swings and misses, and a nasty off-speed pitch down and in. It's 1-1.
Yeah, last time the Bluefish were here, they took 1-0 leads in each of the first 2 games of this series. Ducks won those games 8-1 and 4-1.
Willis misses low. That runs the count to 2 balls and a strike. So the Ducks have found ways to come from behind this year. They've got 12 come-from-behind victories. 2-1. Swung on and lifted in the air to center field. Barely having to move is Adam Bailey. He retreats a couple steps and will make the catch. So Carter retired for the 2nd time tonight by flyout, and 2 away here in the 5th.
We talk about Bridgeport having the worst record in the league. Part of their problem, Mike, they don't score. They're last in the league in runs. They don't play defense. They lead the league in errors, last in home runs. They're 7th in an 8-team league in ERA for their pitching staff. So a lot of things to correct for the second half, and that's what they're gearing up for right now, as they will miss the playoffs for the 3rd straight season, and at least in this half. And if they don't make it this year, that would be 8 times in the last 10 years without playoff baseball in Connecticut.
First pitch here to Iggy Suarez, popped in the air, foul over our heads behind home plate, count 0-1. It's been a tough start for Bridgeport. It was a tough offseason, too. Ballpark took a tremendous hit from Hurricane Sandy, as did Bethpage Ballpark here on Long Island. But the Bluefish back here for this season. They just haven't been able to put together many good winning streaks. They were in first place early on in the season as Suarez bounces one to third. Nelson will throw across the diamond in time for the out. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for Dontrell Willis here in the 5th. It took him all of 9 pitches to get through the inning. We played 4.5 here at Bethpage Ballpark. Bluefish 1 and the Ducks nothing.
Hi, this is Ray Navarrete, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, it's happening again. I know our electric costs went down after all that new lighting you did through LIPA's lighting retrofit program, but this month's bill is even lower. Should I contact LIPA this time?
No, Millie. There's still nothing wrong with our LIPA bill. This time I took advantage of LIPA's AC retrofit program. Our central air system was, let's say, not too efficient anymore. You remember last summer. With LIPA's AC retrofit program, I replaced all our units, here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's increased rebates and lower cooling costs every summer, our new AC systems will pay for themselves in just a few years.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you did it again! You save more!
LIPA's commercial AC retrofit program can reduce your cooling costs by up to 30%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
Well, Duck fans, again, this is game 1 of a 5-game series between these Ferry Cup rivals. It continues tonight with another 7-inning game, and then tomorrow, going to be a loud one. Thundersticks are the giveaways to the first 1,500 fans. 6:35 start for the Ducks and Bluefish. Wednesday and Thursday, 6:35 games as well. Again, the final 5 games at home of the first half for the Long Island Ducks, who played very well at home of late, Michael. They've won 5 of the last 7 of the last 10 here at the Duck Pond.
They've certainly been defending their home turf of late. Been playing a lot of Liberty Division opponents there, but we mentioned over the weekend their first series win over a Freedom Division opponent as they took 2 of 3 from the best team in the Atlantic League in the Sugarland Skeeters. So the Ducks have started to play to the friendly confines here at Bethpage Ballpark, but it's going to be a key for the Ducks in the second half, too, on the road and here at home to find some winning ways. They will face some Liberty Division opponents early on. That was the big key in the first half for the Ducks and why they got off to a 2-9 start in April. Now, they faced 27 straight Freedom Division opponents before they finally faced a Liberty Division opponent team this year. The Ducks 14-11 against the Liberty Division, 12-24 against the Freedom Division, and that kind of tells the story as to the first half of this 2013 season for Long Island.
If you're not familiar with the divisions in the Freedom Division, all 4 teams are over 500. In the Liberty, only Southern Maryland is. So that Freedom Division has been dominant all season long.
And it certainly looked like for a while that the eventual Liberty Division championship winner might end up being under 500 this season. The way Southern Maryland has gone on a winning tear of late, doesn't look like that is going to end up being the case. First pitch here to Adam Bailey, a breaking ball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. And if Southern Maryland does hang on, it'd be the first time since 2010 that the Ducks don't get a first-half Liberty Division title. Here comes an 0-1 pitch from Jones. Long looking for the sign here from Carter. And his 0-1 is low and outside. That'll even up the count at 1-1 on Bailey, who grounded to first in his first at-bat.
Southern Maryland at home tonight for Lancaster. The Blue Crabs have won 7 straight games. And again, that pushes their record to 6 over 500. So they were under 500 when that run began.
Here's a 1-1. Line in the air to left field. Crum started in. Now will retreat a couple steps and make the catch. Hard hit baseball by Bailey. But it is a flyout, and that's the first out here in the 5th inning.
Only 2 Ducks have reached base tonight on Hunter Jones. Barfield and Brodeen with singles. That's it. He's retired every other man he's faced. So he has now retired 13 Ducks in 15 players coming to the plate.
And since the first inning, only 2 balls have been hit to outfielders. The single to right by Brodeen in the 3rd, and that flyout to left by Adam Bailey. First pitch here to Ralph Henriquez, switch hitting catcher batting from the right side. He takes up and outside for ball 1. Henriquez, a strikeout victim his first time up, swinging in the 2nd inning. A 1-0 coming from the lefty Jones. Winds and fires, and this pitch misses upstairs. And it's quickly 2-0 here on Ralph Henriquez.
Lots of players on both teams come in, Michael, with some modest hitting streaks. And we've talked about it in the past, boy. A 7-inning game, awful tough to keep streaks alive when you might only get 2 or sometimes 3 plate appearances in a game.
Very, very tough. 2-0. That's low and inside again. And the count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. We saw Adam Bailey lose a 16-game hitting streak and a 23-game on-base streak because of that earlier this season.
So difficult, especially if you're at the bottom of the lineup when pitchers are pitching this well. You might only walk up to the plate twice.
3-0 in there for a strike. Count 3-1. It's been very rare that Hunter Jones has gone to 3-0. He did it on the first batter of the game, Joe Ashbrodeen. Ended up coming back to strike him out looking. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Jones kicks and fires, and Henriquez hits it on the ground to second. Mayor will field and throw to first for the out. Now there's quickly 2 away, and the way Hunter Jones is pitching in this game, the way he pitched last time against the Ducks, probably wishes he could only face the Ducks here this season.
I think he's going to put a bid in with Willie Upshaw to pitch the final game of this series on Thursday night. He say, come on, Skip, I'll be on 2 days rest. Let me go again.
The way he's pitching tonight, Ducks just haven't been able to get too many good swings off him, and the key for him, too, he's been throwing a lot of strikes. Just that last at-bat and the first at-bat against Brodeen, the only time he has gone to a 3-ball count in this game. First pitch on the way here to P.J. Phillips, and that's hit well in the air to left center field. Going back is the center fielder Simmons on the run. He's not going to get it. One hop over his head and off the wall. Phillips is going to cruise in his second, and the Ducks have the first extra base hit of the night with a double to center field by P.J. Phillips.
To make it a 5-game hitting streak now for P.J. Phillips, and finally something to get excited about for the Ducks. First time in the game, Michael, they've had a man get to second base. Unbelievable.
Good swing there from Phillips, and he picks up double number 6 on the season and his 11th extra base hit. So Long Island with a runner in scoring position for the first time this evening, and that's going to bring up Dan Lyons, the shortstop and 9-hitter, and a base hit here could tie this game up at 1. Ducks now with 3 hits in the game, and Hunter Jones will kick some dirt out of his cleats behind the mound and then step back up onto the rubber. Phillips takes his lead at second, has decent speed on the base pass, and Lyons ready to go at home plate. Jones looks in for the sign. Now he is set. And his first pitch upcoming here to Lyons. Works out of the stretch. There goes Phillips for third. Lyons squared him on. He takes a ball. The throw to third. Not in time. Phillips in there with a stolen base. And now the Ducks with a runner at third and 2 men away.
Oh, boy, P.J. Phillips, though, taking a big chance, Michael. If you're thrown out there, the first time all night, you get a man to second base. He had to make sure he was going to get that base, and a couple things worked in his favor. He got a curveball from Jones, and, of course, Lyons, a right-handed batter. Much more difficult throw for Yusuf Carter down the third baseline.
Never want to make the first or the last out at third. P.J. Phillips takes a gamble, but he ends up being on the winning side of that gamble. Now 1-0 from Lyons. Missed upstairs for a ball, and the count goes to 2-0. One thing it does with putting Phillips at third, it makes Jones unable to throw many pitches down in the dirt. You won't want anything scooting past Carter and giving the Ducks an easy run on a wild pitch. And now a 2-0 pitch upcoming here to Lyons. It's on the way. Lyons takes all the way. It's in for a strike, and the count 2-1.
Also a chance to score on an infield single if Dan Lyons could leg it out. So lots of different ways to score from third base with 2 outs. And see if they can get him home now. The Ducks threatening to tie this one here in the 5th of a scheduled 7-inning contest.
Big hole up the middle. The shortstop Suarez plays a little bit closer to third base here with Lyons up. 2-1. Swung on and grounded foul along the third base line past Kevin Baez, the Ducks manager. And now it'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the shortstop, Dan Lyons. Ballpark is filled in nicely here on this Monday evening. Again, the game originally scheduled to start at 6:35 p.m. It was supposed to be 1 9-inning game, but because of the rainout on June 6th in Bridgeport and no other first-half games up at the ballpark at Harbor Yard between these two teams, both the teams had to make up this game here tonight as part of a single-admission doubleheader. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch up coming from Jones, and Lyons will take a little bit high. Jones wanted that one, does not get the call, and the count now full at 3-2.
And Dan flinched, Michael. That was a backdoor curve. He thought he was going to get rung up, thought about swinging, laid off it, and I'm with Hunter Jones there. I thought that was strike 3, so new life for Dan Lyons will get a payoff pitch.
I'll see if he can make the Bluefish pay here. Jones a long look in for the sign here from Carter. Now gets the pitch he likes. Phillips leads at third with 2 out. And a 3-2 on the way to Lyons. Swung on and tapped foul, third base side. And we'll do it once again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I don't know where that pitch was, Michael. As you said, high if anywhere, but with that new Atlantic League strike zone, I think Dan Lyons is very lucky he wasn't rung up by home plate umpire Chase Edmondson.
Lyons' height might have been the only thing that kept that pitch being a ball instead of a strike. It was close, but if anything, it missed high. So now another 3-2 on the way here from Jones. Left-hander ready. Kicks and deals, and Lions will swing and pop this one in the air to shallow right field. Right fielder Redmond moves in. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side. The Ducks threaten but do not score. No runs, one hit, and the tying run stranded at third. We go to the sixth at Bethpage Ballpark. Bluefish still on top, 1-0.
Hi, this is pitcher Ian Snell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I can live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Holiday Inn Islip MacArthur Airport in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Holiday Inn is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Holiday Inn Islip Airport. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Holiday Inn, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Well, Duck fans, don't forget you can follow along all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. Ducks come in with 61 home runs already in the first half, Michael. And again, one of those streaks in jeopardy, home runs in 8 straight games for Long Island. So far tonight, just 3 base hits off Hunter Jones as we head to the top of the sixth.
Yeah, nothing across yet for the Ducks as the first pitch here from Dontrell Willis misses low and inside for ball 1 to Daniel Maiora, the second baseman, who got the first hit of 4 off of Willis today with a double in the first inning. And he has scored the only run of the game, coming across on the RBI single from Prentice Redmond. 1-0. Maiora lines this one in a right center field. That's going to be a base hit, and that is going to split the outfielders and go all the way to the wall. P.J. Phillips grabs it and fires it back in. Maiora, a big turn at second, but he's going to hold on right there. And Maiora, his second double of the game, a leadoff double here in the 6th inning.
Wow, I really thought he was going to try for 3, Michael. He was motoring to second base, even around second base, and then thought better of it. Again, that old adage you talked about last inning, never make the first or last out of an inning at third base, and certainly in a 1-0 game. Don't want to take himself off the base paths when he's already at second to open the frame.
That's exactly right. Definitely would have had the double, and I think the way Barfield came up with it ready to throw, he probably would have been able to throw out Maiora with a good throw to the third baseman, Nelson. So Maiora will take the double. Now the hard-hitting Austin Crum comes to the plate with a runner at second and nobody out. Crum squares to bunt here, and he bunts it nicely up the third base line. Nelson will field, throw a bullet to first just in time. Crum cannot believe it. And neither can Dan Lassard, the first base coach for the Bluefish. Now nobody is covering third base. Josh Barfield tried to motion to third because Maiora was heading towards home. But nobody covered third, and now Willie Upshaw, the manager of the Bluefish, is going to argue here with first base umpire Aaron Freeman.
And I think he has a case, Michael. I really thought that Crum had legged it out as Bryant Nelson had to charge, field a low ball, fire a low strike to Ben Broussard at first base. But to me, it looked as if Crum was through the bag, and that's what Willie Upshaw is arguing here. So they get their runner to third, but now with 1 away instead of first and third and nobody out. Big difference in a 1-run game here that's reached the 6th of a scheduled 7-inning contest.
Well, Willie's starting to get a little bit heated with this argument here with Aaron Freeman over at first base. And again, in a low-scoring game, any base runner for the Bluefish is a very big one. It was a bang-bang play at first. Give credit to Brian Nelson for making that hard throw over to Josh Barfield covering. And Crum does run well up the first base line. But the out was called, and immediately Crum and Dan Lassard, the first base coach for the Bluefish, could not believe the call. Upshaw finishes, or it looked like he was going to finish the argument. Now he does, and he's going to head back over to third.
It's been a tough first half already for Willie Upshaw and the Bluefish, and not getting what he thought was a sure call there. Dontrell Willis says, I'm going to stay loose. He's playing catch with catcher Ralph Henriquez. But the Bluefish in a one-run game do get a man to third with one away. And now a fly ball off the bat of Prentice Redmond, who's driven in the game's only run, could double the lead. Ducks will bring the infield in all the way around.
So the Ducks trying to keep this a 1-0 game here, and Willis will try and keep the ball on the infield against Prentice Redmond, who drove a base hit up the middle his first time up. And the left-hander's first pitch lifted in the air down the right field line. P.J. Phillips, a long run over in a foul territory. He's going to reach out, and it goes off his glove and lands in foul territory. And you know what? That might have been better anyway that he didn't come up with it, because the run was going to easily score on that if he did.
I'm a little surprised he even tried to catch the ball, Michael. Again, if he catches that ball, the run comes home, no doubt about it. So you want to give yourself a chance to get the out without the run scoring. So I was actually surprised he went for it, but I guess he figured they'd exchange the run for the out and get the dangerous three-hitter, Prentice Redmond, back to the dugout. Redmond has new life.
Redmond did have the RBI single. Did come into the game, though, hitting just .245. That'll be an 0-1 here from Willis. Kicks and deals, and Redmond's going to swing and lift this one in the air to right field for Phillips. Mayora retreats to third. Phillips makes the catch. Tagging from third and coming home is Mayora. The throw to the plate, and it's in time for the out. Ralph Henriquez with a fist pump at home plate as P.J. Phillips fires a strike to the plate to record the final out of the sixth inning.
How about that? A double play to end it. What a throw from P.J. Phillips in fairly deep right field to get Mayora at the plate and keep it 1-0.
Well, let's see if that gives the Ducks life. It's a fly out to right, the put out at home plate, 9-2 for the double play. No runs, one hit, and because of the putout, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the sixth, 1-0. The Bluefish still in front of Long Island here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is James Hauser, left-handed pitcher, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on Ducks' official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new iceberg and Carva Latte beverages. A Carvel iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carva Latte, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carva Lattes and iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Well, fans, now you can enjoy the taste of the Australian Outback at discounted prices just by attending Duck games at Bethpage Ballpark. Now, during every Friday home game, Duck staff members will be handing out coupons for $5 off with the purchase of 2 lunch entrees at Outback Steakhouse as fans exit the ballpark. Now, whether you're enjoying one of their delicious USDA choice steaks or one of their many Aussie-tizers, Outback takes great pride in serving the freshest, highest quality food possible. They're now open on Saturday and Sunday for lunch beginning at 11 a.m. Join them every Wednesday as well for No Worries Wednesday with a complete meal for 2 starting at just $25. At Outback, it's all about the quality and all about the food. And I got to tell you, Michael Pollack, I love Outback.
It is very, very good. Very tasty meal. And we'll see if the Ducks can find a way here in the bottom of the sixth to gain some momentum from that terrific throw by P.J. Phillips in the top half of this inning to keep this a 1-0 game. A fly ball to right field by Prentice Redmond for the second out. Daniel Mayora to try to tag from third and score the second run of the game. Phillips threw a perfect throw to Ralph Henriquez, who applied the tag and then threw out a huge fist pump after recording the out. Joash Brodin, first pitch swing, and he lines a single in the left field. So a good start for the Ducks here in this bottom of the sixth inning as Brodin picks up his second hit of the night.
Well, Michael, you called it. Sometimes a good defensive play can lead to offense the other way, and you talked about the throw, but to me the tag by Henriquez was a terrific one as well, as Mayora tried to slide around him to the third base side of home and avoid that tag, but Henriquez did a great job, and you mentioned how excited he was to turn it into an inning-ending double play and keep it 1-0.
So the Ducks immediately get the tying run on here. Josh Barfield, the Ducks second baseman, is going to go down here and talk with Kevin Baez, the manager, maybe to see if he wants to lay down a sacrifice bunt here and get Brodin a second. Brodin has terrific speed over at first. You've got Ben Broussard on deck. Barfield is 1 for 2 today. Broussard 0 for 2. But a sac bunt would move the tying run into scoring position with 1 out. And then a base hit would tie the game. So let's see what Barfield does here. Jones from the stretch gets the sign from Carter. First pitch on the way to Barfield. He will not square, and he takes up and outside for ball 1.
A little surprised he's not bunting just yet, unless they're just trying to fool the defense here as Kevin goes through the signs once more.
Barfield has terrific speed as well, and if he lays down a bunt maybe up the first base line with the pitcher falling off to the third base side, might be able to beat it out at first base. We'll see what happens here with the count of 1-0. Brodin leads off first. Jones's pitch, and Barfield swings, grounds one to short. This could be 2. A flip to second for 1, over to first in time. A 6-4-3 double play, and the decision not to bunt there hurts the Ducks, and there's 2 outs in the 6th.
Yeah, very surprising decision. It obviously didn't work out in Kevin's favor. And in a one-run game, again, a little at a loss as to why Kevin would at least try to get the tying run in a scoring position and then get 2 cracks to bring it home with your 3 and 4 men due next in Broussard and Hall.
My only guess is the way that Jones has been pitching in this game, don't want to give him any free outs. And now 2 on the base is empty. First pitch to Broussard, hit high in the air to deep right center field, but playable for Simmons. The center fielder moves over, he'll make the catch. And just like that, the side retired in the 6th inning. So no runs, a hit, and nobody left on base for the Ducks. We will take this game to the 7th inning here. Game scheduled for 7 innings. And the Ducks still trail to the Bluefish 1-0 here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is pitcher Jared Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination. Hey Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and so much more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. Ducks with a 1-0, or check that the Bluefish with a 1-0 lead as we go to the top of the 7th inning. There's a single admission doubleheader, first and second games both slated for 7 innings. And to take us across the 7th inning here tonight is my partner in the broadcast booth, Chris King.
So here's Dontrell Willis out for inning 7 to deal with Louis Lopez. First pitch swinging, and he takes it the other way into right field. So a leadoff single for Louis Lopez. The good news for the Ducks, he certainly no doubt is the slowest runner on the Bluefish roster. But again, Lopez, second hit of the game, he's 2 for 3.
Another hard hit ball there for Louis Lopez. And again, that's how the Ducks started off there. Bottom of the 6th inning after the great throw from P.J. Phillips. But Josh Barfield not bunting, turns into a 6-4-3 double play. The hard fly out to center by Broussard, and just like that, the inning was retired.
Let's see here if Willie Upshaw wants to pinch run for Louis Lopez. He's not doing it thus far. And here's Victor Diaz bouncing one towards second. Barfield charges, flips to Lyons at short for 1, back to first, not in time. And Barfield there, Michael, kind of got caught in between his decision to either try to tag Lopez or flip to Lyons at second, and they only get 1 on the 4-6 ground out.
I think with Diaz running there, you got to make the quick flip to Lyons. He's a very good shortstop, can make the quick turn and try and get that double play. But again, that high chop over the mound makes it a lot tougher for Barfield to try and easily convert that double play. Wasn't that easy roller to short. that the Bluefish had off the bat at Barfield in the bottom of the 6th.
So Lopez retired on the force at second. Diaz the one-out runner at first. And here's James Simmons for Bridgeport. He first pitch swings as well and puts it into right center field. Cutting it off is the center fielder Adam Bailey in front of the warning track. Going for second is Simmons, and he's in there with a double. So how about that, Michael? 3 straight hitters, all first pitch swinging here for the Bluefish to open the top of the 7th, and they're in business. Second and third, one away, trying to add to a 1-0 lead.
And the key for Dontrell is to keep it right here at 1-0, give the Ducks a chance with one swing of the bat to tie it in the bottom of the inning. But again, as you mentioned, Bluefish have been very aggressive here all of a sudden against Dontrell Willis in this inning. And seeing that Willis may be throwing a lot of first pitches for strikes, trying to go out there and put a good swing on the first pitch that they see from the big left-hander.
So the Ducks will bring the infield in all the way around for Stantrell Smith, who has struck out swinging and struck out looking. 1-0 Bluefish in the top of the 7th. Again, scheduled to be the final inning of this game. Willis's pitch is a check swing on one in tight. They appeal to the first base umpire, Aaron Freeman, down towards second, and he says he did not go around. 1-0 on Smith.
Willis up over 90 pitches here in the 7th inning, so maybe starting to feel a little bit of fatigue on this humid night.
1-0 is taken towards first. Broussard checks the runner at third, steps on first, and gets a big out number 2.
Exactly what Dontrell wanted. They had the infield in, the hard ground ball to first. Broussard able to get it, and easily staying at third base there was Victor Diaz. And so the all-important second out, now the infield able to back up with Yusuf Carter coming to the plate.
This is the second time tonight that Willis has allowed more than one hit in an inning. The only other time he did it way back in the first when Prentice Redmond singled home Daniel Mayor from second for the only run of this game. So they get Smith for the big second out. Now can they get Yusuf Carter to send it to the bottom of the 7th, down just a run. Second and third, 2 out. Willis's first pitch. Breaking ball popped up into right center field. The center fielder Bailey giving way to the right fielder Phillips, who makes the catch, and that will retire the side. For Bridgeport, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left. We're scheduled for 7. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Long Island trying to win it in waddle-off fashion. They trail it 1-0.
Hi, this is Joe Ashbrodine, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, I just opened our electric bill. There must be some mistake.
Yes, Millie, what would that be?
It's so much lower. It must be wrong. Should I contact LIPA?
No, Millie. There's nothing wrong with our bill. It's all the new lighting we've installed. Our lighting contractor told me about LIPA's new commercial lighting retrofit program. We were able to upgrade all our lighting here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's new higher rebates, our new lighting will pay for itself in less than a year, including our contractor costs. Not to mention how this will help improve our sales. And as you see, it's costing us a lot less for electricity.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you really do know how to save more.
LIPA's commercial lighting retrofit program can reduce your lighting electric costs by up to 40%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
Well, fans, it's a warm, humid summer night. Time to chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee, available right now at our concession stands. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons.
Well, Ducks going to need to rally here. We're scheduled for 7. We hit the bottom of the 7th. 1-0 our score. The Bluefish a run on 7 hits, no errors. The Ducks no runs, 4 hits, no errors. Dontrell Willis, the former Major League lefty, has completed his 7 innings, and Hunter Jones will get a chance to do the same here as he takes the hill for the bottom of the 7th, going up against the middle of Kevin Baez's order, Bill Hall, Bryant Nelson, and Adam Bailey.
Well, for Willis, another strong start here tonight. 7 innings, 7 hits, 1 run. Gave up just 1 walk and struck out 5. It's exactly what you want out of him, especially against this Bridgeport Bluefish team. But the way Hunter Jones has been pitching, he has out-dueled him here, has limited the Ducks to just 4 hits, and the Ducks have been unable to find really many good rallies against the left-hander for Bridgeport. And they've had their chances the last couple innings. They had the runner at third with 2 out in the 5th, but Lions flied to right, and they had the leadoff man on in the 6th. But the Barfield double play and the Broussard flyout ended that rally quickly.
Another area the Bluefish have struggled this year, one-run games. They have just 6 one-run wins. That's the fewest of any team in the Atlantic League. And they've only won a game by shutout twice prior this season. Ducks, meanwhile, have 6 shutout wins on the year. That's the most in the Atlantic League, but it's Long Island trailing 1-0 here as we go to the last of the 7th with Jones trying to finish it off and give the Bluefish their first back-to-back wins since May 15th and 16th. It has been over 5 weeks since they even put together back-to-back victories. With a win here in this game, they will do that for the first time in over a month. No easy task, though, for Jones to go through Hall, Nelson, Bailey, and then Enriquez, 4th in the order this inning for Long Island. So it starts with Hall, and he starts him out with an outside strike. 0-1 to Bill, who has flied to left and looked at strike 3. And only one Duck has gotten to second base in this game. That was P.J. Phillips back in the 5th. That's how dominant Hunter Jones has been. His 0-1 to Hall is low and inside, skips into the glove of Carter for ball 1.
Well, the Ducks are going to try and stay patient, make Hunter Jones throw strikes. And Bill Hall, who had a pair of doubles yesterday, would love nothing more than to get on second base here and begin the 7th inning off with an extra base hit and bring up Brian Nelson with a chance to tie the game with a single.
Well, also has homered against the Bluefish in the season series this year. He had a 3-run homer off Kelvin Villa here at the Duck Pond. Here he tried to check his swing at a belt-high heater and could not do it. It's a ball and 2 strikes now to Bill Hall. Hall also one of 5 Ducks who homered here Friday night against Sugarland, a season high for Long Island.
I came just one shy of the franchise record of 6, which they did in July of 2011.
Wide open as always is Hall here. He'll get a 1-2 from Hunter Jones with a long stare in to Yusuf Carter. Here's the pitch. Up and away to even the count.
Jones has been so efficient so far here tonight. 69 pitches to this point as we are in the bottom of the 7th inning. And he's just done it very quickly, very efficiently. Has had a couple of innings where he's retired the side in order in this game as well. Ducks just haven't been able to get much off the lefty for the second straight start.
No walks, 3 strikeouts for the Southpaw. His 2-2 to Hall is taken foul high in the air down the first base side. And we'll do it again. Very brief Major League experience for Hunter Jones. We told you he got to the big leagues with the Marlins in 2010. And with the Red Sox the year before that, 14 relief appearances. His only time up in the big leagues. And a year ago, Ducks did hit 4 home runs off him in the season series. Bryant Nelson had a pair of homers off him. Dan Lyons and Reed Gurecki also took him out of the yard. But tonight it's been just 4 base hits for Long Island. 3 singles and a P.J. Phillips double. That's been it off lefty Hunter Jones. So again, a 2-2 here to Bill Hall to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Jones holds the set too long. Hall calls time.
Jones taking a while here trying to figure out the exact pitch that he wants to retire Hall. Hall is a free swinger at the plate, trying to stay disciplined here against the tough lefty.
So can they finally get in sync here timing-wise? Here comes the 2-2. And that ripped into left field for a base hit. Oh, great job by Bill Hall getting the leadoff man aboard here for Long Island. Tying run is on to open the home 7th.
And now what do you do if you're Kevin Bias? Do you have Bryant Nelson bunt? If they didn't do it last inning after Brodeen led off with a base hit and it turned into a 6-4 3-double play, now do you bunt and move Hall over to second? They're going to pinch run, though, and they're going to put Ryan Canary out, so maybe Kevin Bias tries to steal here and get Canary over to second.
Canary, the team leader in stolen bases with 5 on the year. Well, we told you, Bryant Nelson a year ago hit 2 home runs off Hunter Jones. So that was when Jones was pitching for Southern Maryland. This year, his first year with the Bluefish. And again, the pinch run for Bill Hall at first with Ryan Canary. So let's see how he wants to play it. Will Bryant Nelson try to lay it down? Nelly has grounded out twice, once to each middle infielder. He's 0 for 2. Tying run is on. Short lead for Canary at first, held on by Victor Diaz as Hunter Jones will stare him down and now really bring his pace to a crawl. Comes set away from the letters, checking first. And now the first pitch to Nelson does not show bunt and takes up high at the letters for ball 1.
See, I think here this is a prime situation to bunt Nelson does not have good speed, and he's hit into a lot of double plays this year. This is a perfect opportunity to get a speedy guy on second base with one out for Bailey, and then it would be Henriquez unless Kevin Baez decides to throw in a pinch hitter.
Canary trying to work that lead here against the lefty. He's short of the cutout, does not go, and Nelson spins away from a low and inside offering. It's 2-0.
Well, then again, the way that Hunter Jones is pitching right now seems to have a little bit of trouble with the strike zone in this 7th inning. Might be best for Nelson to just wait, lay back, wait to see until maybe Hunter Jones throws a strike, and then at that point maybe you decide to maybe try and lay one down with one strike on you.
We talked about Nelson and those home runs. Of course, this year, Michael, Nelly has hit all 8 of his home runs left-handed. He has not hit a right-handed home run this season. Batting right-handed is Bryant Nelson here in a big, big spot. Long Island trying to rally in the bottom of the 7th to at least tie this game and send it to, quote-unquote, extra innings. The 2-0 is in the air, well hit down the left field line. Austin Crum moving over to line it up. He'll make the catch. Canary had to go halfway, and he'll retreat to first, 1 away.
A good swing there from Nelson. He just missed it. If he was able to get the barrel out a little bit more and time it a bit better, might have hit that one out. Wanted to get a good pitch 2-0. He got a good one and just missed it. And again, the Ducks unable to move that runner over to second base and set up a chance to single home the tying run with less than 2 outs.
So to bring up Adam Bailey, he has grounded the first and flied the left, the lefty batter here for the Southpaw Jones. And now let's see if it's more likely that Kevin Baez gets Ryan Canary to try to steal a base. So you'd have 2 cracks at a base hit to tie this game. Jones slowly set the exhale, and he'll throw over to first, and Canary back easily on his feet.
And that's part of what makes it tougher for Canary, too, is you got the lefty pitcher with a deceptive move over there on the mound. So Canary's got to stay somewhat close to first here and not bite too soon and then get caught on the base paths.
Bailey has been struggling at the plate as well. Just 3 for 28 now in his last 9 games is Adam Bailey. So this cat and mouse game will continue here with Jones staring down Canary at first, now coming home. Breaking ball, Canary goes. The throw down is in time, and he is out by a country mile at second base as Yusuf Carter throws to the shortstop Iggy Suarez for out number 2.
Really bad decision there. Canary got a very, very late break on it. Not sure if that was a missed sign there and maybe a hit and run or something, but a really late break on the ball for Canary. And instead of bunting to move him to second with 1 out, Nelson flies to left, and now Canary gets caught stealing as he jumped way late. And now all of a sudden the base is empty and 2 men out.
Yeah, I'm with you, Michael. That to me was the thing I noticed more than anything else, the lateness of Canary going. I could not believe how much he was thrown out by at second. Ball 1 was the call to Bailey, and now ball 2, low and outside. So Ducks now down to their final out. The tying run taken off the base pass on the 2-6 caught stealing. Well, Bailey does have 7 home runs, though, on the year. His 3rd of the current roster for the Long Island Ducks. So Hunter Jones trying to end it. And Adam Bailey now represents the last hope for Long Island at the plate, ahead in the count, 2-0. Jones from closer to the third base side of the rubber now deals and gets an outside strike. 2-1 to Adam Bailey.
It's always a tough decision. You don't want to give the Bluefish free outs, especially with the way that Hunter Jones has been pitching. But in back-to-back innings, Ducks getting the leadoff man on here, and now all of a sudden, after 2 batters, 2 out and the base is empty.
2-1 coming, and a swing and a miss, and now the Ducks down to their final strike.
Again for Long Island, second straight time against Hunter Jones. They just haven't been able to get many rallies going. They haven't had multiple base runners on in any of the innings in this game. And you credit Jones. He has figured out this Ducks lineup, and he has worked the scouting report to perfection in 2 straight appearances thus far.
If he gets the win, it'll be only his 3rd win this season. 2 of those 3 will have come here on Long Island against the Ducks. 2-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss, he struck him out. So Hunter Jones fans Adam Bailey. They throw to first to get the put out, and the Bridgeport Bluefish have defeated the Long Island Ducks by the final score of 1-0. Kevin Baez with some words for home plate umpire Chase Edmondson as he makes his way off the field. But the Bluefish, for the first time in 5 weeks, have won back-to-back games. They take the opener of this doubleheader 1-0 here tonight at Bethpage Ballpark.
and not a good one for the Ducks. They fell behind early, and I talked about it at the beginning. That early run was going to be a key to get that early advantage here with the way that Hunter Jones pitched the first time against the Ducks. And you figure the Ducks might be able to figure him out here the second time, make some adjustments, but today was more of the same. Just could not get any rallies going, had a couple chances late, but some bad decisions for the Ducks and choices that didn't work out, and all of a sudden it ended up leading to a 1-0 Bluefish win.
So the final numbers for Bridgeport: a run on 7 hits, no errors. They leave 4. For the Ducks, no runs, 5 hits, no errors. They strand 3. The winner is Hunter Jones with a complete game. He goes to 3-6. The loser, Dontrell Willis, with a complete game. He falls to 4-3. And the game played in officially, Michael, 1 hour and 47 minutes. 7 minutes. So again, we are scheduled for about a 30-minute break. It is just about 7:55, so we hope you'll stick around and join us for Game 2, which should start at about 8:25 tonight. Game 2 of the doubleheader, Ducks looking to earn the split. Bluefish trying to put together what would be a 3-game winning streak, but Bridgeport wins it 1-0. The only run of the game way back in the opening inning, a Prentice Redmond RBI single that scored Daniel Maiora from second base. Again, during the break in between games, we'll bring in the audio of the Ducks Championship DVD 2004, A Season to Remember, back with Game 2 at approximately 8:25 tonight. Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just 1 run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point. And then, it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked out on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those 2 individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those 2 guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game.
final score. Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, you know, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsfer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for? You know, which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and you know, but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to Major League organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport during the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you'd been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, you know, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is of course very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game of that last night when it was raining. We were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was like kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings, and all it takes is we finish 9 innings. The next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards one game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, They would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. Just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Kamara Barty or Pulsford is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
They were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One to get back to organizations, and the other getting the playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Kamara Barty's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kaine.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out. And when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one, that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and that's the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the Major League level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. It doesn't matter where you're at, Little League or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that true baseball players play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the Band, lefty Bill Pulsifer, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just 1 game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks was in full throat as Bill Pulsifer headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game. And so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on, actually, and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feeling to it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsifer exited with a 1-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill. Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing, where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The post-game celebration was subdued as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden River Sharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair, with Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded. Manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined a shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
We were on Game 1 of the championship series. The game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and I came up with 2 outs facing Evan Thomas, who just recently came back from winning a championship with Buffalo in AAA. 2 down and man on, I think he was on third. And he got 2 quick strikes against me. And I'm saying, all right, I know that he's going to try and end up throwing a curveball really low inside, and because he had a really good curveball and trying to throw it low and into the lefty, trying to get me trying to ground out somewhere. So I just kind of relaxed, took a deep breath, and just tried to put the bat on the ball and let something happen. I wasn't really aiming for the hole, to hit the ball between first and second. I just saw the ball, I saw the break, stayed with it, put the bat on the ball, and once I saw that ball go to the infield, it was just a shot of adrenaline just went right through me. I can't believe I did it. I just hit the base, winning hit. But I mean, it's a tribute to my teammates because guys had to get on base, guys had to put me in that situation. We had to fight. We had to score 11 runs in the first place in order to get there.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. In Saturday night's Game 2, first baseman Doug Jennings began the proceedings with a first-inning two-run home run that staked Long Island to an early lead. For the second consecutive night, Justin Davies played the hero, singling off the glove of third baseman Brad Strauss to drive home Rodriguez for a 5-4 win in the game and a 2-0 Ducks series lead.
I remember sitting in the dugout maybe a couple innings before saying, you know what, it'd be cool if I had the opportunity to do this again. And it finally presented itself, I was like, wow, I mean, this is something else. I mean, here I am, I have an opportunity to do this, but I was facing Rizzo. And that's a guy that I don't really care to face. You know, he's a left-handed thrower, he's got a hard cutter. He's a really good pitcher, and I said, all right, this is not going to be easy. And once again, I just tried to put the bat on the ball and make something happen. I think I had less than 2 outs this time. And the infield was in, Brad Strauss was in, and I just hit a little chopper right over his head. Nothing great, nothing too fancy, just luck of the bounce. And we did it. And I remember seeing that ball going over his glove and saying, holy cow, this is unbelievable to do that again.
With the series switching sites to Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey for Sunday night's Game 3, the Ducks sent their best to the Hill, Bill Pulsifer, to try to clinch the Atlantic League Championship. Camden broke out on top early, plating 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first off Bill Pulsifer, and the score remained 3-0 into the 5th inning, with River Sharks ace Lincoln Mickelson tossing a no-hitter against Long Island through the first 4 innings. After Jason Johnson singled to break up the no-no, Rusty McNamara scalded a shot down the left field line that scored Doug Jennings for the first Long Island run. Matt Garrick followed that with a sac fly to left that plated Johnson, cutting the Camden lead to 3-2. In the 7th, Long Island took the lead for good as McNamara drove home Jennings for the tying run, and Kevin Baez was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to give Long Island its first lead of the game. After Long Island went quietly in the top of the 8th, manager Don McCormick called once again on closer Bill Seamus. The appearance was the first for Seamus since his save against Nashua in the deciding game of the divisional playoffs, and McCormack, along with the hundreds of Flock faithful in attendance, was hoping for more of the same. Seamus didn't disappoint. After setting down the Sharks 1-2-3 in the 8th, he retired the first 2 batters he faced in the 9th inning before allowing a single to Chris Wakeland.
He comes to the belt with his glove, and the 0-1 is popped in the air, right center field. Justin Davies going over with Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson makes the catch! He makes the catch! The Ducks win 4-3! And the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions. They will hoist the trophy in this, their 5th anniversary season, and they are mobbing each other outside the Long Island dugout. The entire team is there.
The Ducks became the first team in Atlantic League history to win every playoff game of their championship march by just 1 run. In a storybook ending to a magical season, original Duck Justin Davies was named the Atlantic League Championship Series MVP. In the series, Davies had 2 walk-off game-winning hits, batted .385 with a triple, 4 runs scored, and 3 RBI. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. The Ducks had completed their sweep of the Camden River Sharks, and they were now the champions of the Atlantic League. Following a wild post-game clubhouse celebration, owner Frank Bolton commandeered the championship hardware to ensure its safety.
I've had other trophies in other leagues. Like I said, I've won championships. And I know that it's probably a really good idea for the owner or the person in charge to take that trophy, because it could end up along the Dusty Trail in any one of the local establishments in the Philadelphia area. So I thought best that I take the trophy home, that it would get home, and it would be pretty much safe. If anyone's seen that trophy, it's got a few dings in it, and I'm sure maybe in past years that didn't go directly to the front office.
On Monday, September 27th, the Ducks returned to Central Islip victorious and were greeted by fans in a vast array of fire trucks to welcome their bus home with a celebratory water cannon salute.
This is kind of a surprise here to have the fire department here. It's kind of a nice touch. And this is what we came here to do. We started the season. We knew we had a good ball club, and we finished it off right. And it's a blast.
Talk about the resilience of this club. Every time they had to win, you guys just found a way to do it.
Well, you know, this is the best group of guys, team-wise, I've ever played on. You know, we really pull for each other. We live each at bat and each pitch with each other, and I think that's why we're so resilient, is because we have so much of a support system, and it shows, because you know, when guys come back in the dugout, there's their support right there for you. So everybody wants to do well for everybody else.
Boy, there's been a lot of hard work and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this, you know, and we're going to enjoy every minute and every second of it. And it's gonna go on probably all winter long too, and everybody's gonna remember this moment. And God, we just are having so much fun right now. We really are.
Following all the hoopla, one thing was for certain. Long Island had its first professional baseball championship, and the fun had just begun. From the hopes of spring training to their first ever playoff berth, to their first playoff win, and ultimately to their first Atlantic League championship, the 5th anniversary season in 2004 was one that will never be forgotten by the Long Island Ducks and their fans.
Baseball fans, here we are for the second game of the doubleheader, your 2013 Long Island Ducks. And here's the Long Island Ducks convention lineup for the second game. In left field, Joash Brodeen. In center field, it's Ryan Kinari. In right field, P.J. Phillips. At third base, Brian Nelson. Shortstop, Dan Lyons. At second base, Bill Hall. At first base, Ben Broussard. Behind the plate, Ramon Castro. And on the mound for the Long Island Ducks, right-hander John Brownell.
Chris King and Tom Felice back at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, just about set for Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. And Tom, certainly a tough one for the Ducks in the opener as they fell 1-0 in a great pitcher's duel.
Yeah, you see Dontrell Willis go out and just give up the one run, but the offense can't find just the one run for him. It's a tough loss for the Ducks to take.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And here with our starting lineups is my partner, Tom.
Thank you, Chris. Bluefish leading off with Chris Mayora at second base, and it's Austin Crum for Bridgeport in left field. Batting third, Prentice Redmond, the right fielder. Alexis Gomez, the DH, bats fourth. Luis Lopez, the third baseman, bats fifth. Louis Rodriguez behind the plate, bats sixth. Batting seventh, Victor Diaz, the first baseman, followed by James Simmons in center field. And rounding out the lineup is Brandon Chavez, the shortstop for Bridgeport. Mike Parisi, the righty, on the mound for the Bluefish. For the Ducks, Joash Brodeen leads off and plays left field. He had 2 hits in Game 1 for Long Island. He's followed by Josh Barfield, the designated hitter in this one, and it's Ben Broussard down at first base. Bill Hall in the cleanup slot plays second base for the Ducks, followed by Bryant Nelson at third. Ramon Castro catches Game 2, batting 6th. P.J. Phillips in right field again, batting 7th. Ryan Kinari in center field bats 8th. And Dan Lyons, the shortstop, rounds out the lineup, batting 9th. Behind John Brownell, the righty on the mound for the Ducks.
And Brownell, the 29-year-old right-hander from Norman, Oklahoma, stands 6'3", 215 pounds, makes his 13th appearance of the season and his 13th start. A 4-5 record and a 4.20 earned run average. And Tom touched on the terrific pitcher's duel we had in the opener. The Ducks lose it 1-0 for Bridgeport. Hunter Jones, a complete game, 5 hits shutout, no walks, 4 strikeouts. He gets the win. He's 3-6. For the Ducks, Dontrell Willis, you want to talk about your tough losses. The complete game as well for Dontrell, a full 7 innings, 7 hits, only 1 run. It came in the first inning. He walked 1 and struck out 5. So Hunter Jones now with 3 wins on the year, 2 of them here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Yeah, he's just been a Duck killer. They've both been shortened games as well,
Yep.
so maybe that's part of it, that the Ducks haven't gotten a chance to go deep against Jones, but it's tough when you look at a guy with a record like Jones, the stats that he has, and he comes in and he shut the Ducks down twice. 2 shutouts. He has 2 shutouts.
Yep. Unbelievable. So the Bluefish, again, a rarity, a 1-run win. They haven't done that much this season. Their first back-to-back wins in 5 weeks for the Bridgeport Bluefish, as we're just about set to get Game 2 underway. Again, Bluefish win the first one 1-0. They've won 2 straight games. Ducks drop it 1-0. They have fallen in 2 straight contests after starting the homestand with 2 straight victories over the best team in the Atlantic League, the Sugarland Skeeters. So just about set for Game 2. It's John Brownell to Daniel Mayora, and Game 2 is underway as he takes the pitch for a called strike. Well, behind John in Game 2, it is Ben Broussard at first base, Bill Hall at second, Dan Lyons the shortstop, and Bryant Nelson at third. Joash Brodeen's in left, Ryan Canary in center, P.J. Phillips in right, and Ramon Castro, the only Duck who didn't appear in Game 1, does the catching. Mayora fouls it straight down into the dirt, and the count 0-2 on Mayora, batting .321 with a homer and 14 runs batted in. He had a terrific Game 1. 2 for 3, both of his hits were doubles, and he scored the only run of the game for the Bluefish way back in the opening inning. So a red-hot Mayora to try to get it going here for the Bluefish in Game 2, but Brownell in front of him, 0-2. Here's John's pitch, and that lined into left field for a base hit. It's going to get down in front of Joash Brodeen, so third hit of the evening already for Mayora. Big turn at first, and he'll head back there.
He's just been squaring the ball up. It's been all line drives from Mayora, and that's what you want for your leadoff hitter. The guy who's able to get it out there into the outfield and get himself on base, and it's allowing the guys behind him to drive him in.
He started Game 1 with that double and then came around to score in the Prentice Redmond RBI single. 2 batters later turned out to be the only run of the game. So Mayora held on at first by Ben Broussard to open Game 2. And here's the former Yankee prospect, Austin Crum, the 2-man and left fielder from the left side. Brownell, the righty, way over on the third base side of the rubber, deals and misses outside with ball 1. Crum batting .327 on the year, 2 homers, 21 runs batted in, 1 for 2 in the opener with a single and a sacrifice bunt. Ducks only got 1 man to second base in Game 1. That was P.J. Phillips in the late innings. The 1-0 is hit into center field for a base hit. Mayora will stop at second, so back-to-back singles by Mayora and Crum to begin the outing here for the Bluefish in the visitors' first.
A little deja vu all over again with the first inning trouble. In the first game, it was Mayora with the double, and then the 3-man Redmond with the single to drive him in. Now Redmond's coming up with men on first and second here in the first of Game 2.
And just 2 batters in, Tom, a meeting on the mound as Ramon Castro comes out to talk to his right-hander, as does Bryant Nelson, the third baseman. So John Brownell, with just 1 win in his last 4 starts, off to a tough start with back-to-back singles, but Bryant Nelson, I'm sure, trying to reassure him. And now he will go against the aforementioned Prentice Redmond, the right fielder and 3-man from the right side. Redmond batting .247 after his 1 for 3 opening game performance. Again, a single to drive in Mayora in inning 1, the only RBI of the opening game. Here, a ground ball to short, should be 2. Lyons bobbles it, gets it to Hall for 1 on the first, not in time. And because of that bobble by Dan at short, the Ducks have to settle for 1 on the 6-4 force play at second base.
Wait to see. You would doubt there'd be an error charge there. You can't assume the double play, but certainly Ducks fans would be hoping that they could have turned that double play. Really.
Don't see Dan Lyons bobble those too often.
No, you do not.
He is so sure-handed, but it'll go down as just the 6-4 force out at second base. So Mayora to third, Redmond to first as he legged it out to avoid the double play. And here's Alexis Gomez, the DH and cleanup man from the left side. First pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Gomez did not play in the opener. The Bluefish 4th leading hitter on the year at .304 coming in. He's got 4 homers, and he leads Bridgeport with 36 runs batted in. 0-1 is up high, checked his swing and held off. 1 ball and 1 strike on Alexis Gomez. So the Bluefish trying to get a first inning run for the second straight game. And the Ferry Cup Series now even between the teams. Each team has beaten the other 3 times. 7th game of the 20-game set here tonight. 1-1 misses low and inside from Brownell, and that's ball 2. John, with 1 previous game against the Bluefish, he took the loss in Bridgeport's 4-0 rain-shortened victory here at Bethpage Ballpark back on June 13th. And stepping out here at the plate is Gomez as Brownell stepped off. Short lead at first for Prentice Redmond as Ben Broussard holds him aboard. The 2-1 is inside strike, leveling the count on Gomez.
And when Brownell can hit his spots like that, he's golden. And that's really the key for John Brownell, is locating the ball.
When we talk about that last outing, Alexis Gomez hit a 2-run homer against Brownell in the very first inning of that game. So I'm sure John remembers it. I'm sure Alexis remembers it. John trying to hope it's not repeated here as it is put in the air. To third base, though, Bryant Nelson drifts into foul territory, makes the one-handed catch for the second out.
Very big out for Brownell. Maybe that's enough to settle him down here in the first. makes it a lot easier to get out of this inning without allowing a run.
So 2 away, 2 aboard at the corners. And here's the 5-man and third baseman, a right-handed hitter, Louis Lopez, who upped his average to an even 300 with a 2-for-3 opening game. Pair of singles in the 1-0 win. Lopez, who tattooed the ball all 3 times he was at the plate in that opening game. Readies for the first pitch in this righty-righty, and a nice pitch by Brownell on the inner half for strike 1. Again, John, 4 and 5 on the year, 4.20 earned run average. In 70 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 83 hits, 56 strikeouts. That's 4th best in the league, and he's walked just 19. 0-1 here, runs high. 1 ball and 1 strike on Louis Lopez. Last outing for Brownell was Wednesday in Camden. In a 6-5 loss, he took a no decision, 5 innings of 6 hit, 2 earned run ball with 2 walks and a strikeout. 1-1 here is low and away. 2-1 now to the 8-year Atlantic League veteran Louis Lopez. Lopez surveying the defense straight away. And medium depth all the way around with just a slight breeze pushing across from left towards right field. Brownell set at the belt. His pitch is bounced toward third. Bryant Nelson will glove. Plenty of time to throw with Lopez running. And they get the third out on the toss across the diamond to Broussard. So that'll do it for the Bluefish. Pair of back-to-back singles to open it. They are unable to score. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Middle of the first tonight at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. It's the Bridgeport Bluefish nothing, and the Long Island Ducks coming to bat.
Hi, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated Paver Shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver Shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc paver. Let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Fans, it's getting hot out there, and when it does, chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet iced coffee, available right now at the Bethpage Ballpark concession stands. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or head out to their cafes in the Hamptons.
Ducks trailing, 0-0 is our score. They trailed game 1-0 to the bottom of the first, but no score in the first here at the Duck Pond. And defensively tonight for Bridgeport in this game 2 of the doubleheader, it is Victor Diaz at first base, Daniel Mayora at second, Brandon Chavez the shortstop, and Louis Lopez at third. Austin Crumbs in left, James Simmons in center, Prentice Redmond in right, Louis Rodriguez does the catching, and on the hill right now, going through his warm-ups, the former Long Island Duck and now the 30-year-old who calls Stamford, Connecticut his home, 6'3", 215-pound Mike Parisi, who has had a tough luck season if there's ever been one. He comes in 1-9 on the year. Those 9 losses are tied for the most of any pitcher in the Atlantic League, and he has a 5.69 earned run average. 13th appearance of the year, all starts for Parisi, who has worked 68 innings, allowing 84 hits. He's walked 28. He's struck out 58. He's actually tied for the league lead in strikeouts, yet he's also tied for the league lead in losses. So the former Duck and Long Island native Mike Parisi trying to avoid becoming the league's first 10-game loser here tonight if he can beat the Ducks. Unbelievable the season that Parisi has had. He'll begin with Joe Ashbrodeen, the switch-hitting left fielder, in from the left side against the righty Parisi. And Mike's first pitch tonight is well hit to right field. Prentice Redmond going back to the warning track, to the wall. It's gone! Joe Ashbrodeen, a leadoff homer over both walls in right field. His 6th of the season, and 1 pitch into the bottom of the first The Ducks have a 1-0 lead. Brodeen rudely returning Mike Parisi to his native Long Island here.
And there was absolutely no doubt off the bat from Joash Brodeen that time. He was looking for something, and he got exactly what he was looking for.
Incredible. So welcome back home, Mike Parisi. A rude welcome from Brodeen. And on that homer, it's 1-0 Long Island, one pitch in. Here's Josh Barfield. Shows bunt, draws it back, takes it low and away. And it's ball one of the DH and two-man from the right side. Barfield batting .319, 2 homers, 12 runs batted in after a 1-for-3 opening game. Ducks managed just 5 hits in the 1-0 loss. They had 4 singles and a double as Barfield swings through one here. And the count 1-1 on Josh. So that was a jolt off the bat of Joash Brodeen, and now the 1-1 is pop foul up high on the first base side, 1-2 to Josh Barfield. Just an unbelievable start as he yanked it over both walls in right field for his 6th home run of the year and his 27th run batted in.
Ducks couldn't get him in at third base in the first game, and the first guy in game 2 sends it out of the park.
That's a good point, right? He touches them all, and I guess they get that out of the way. And also, last game not scoring at all ended that run of homers in 8 straight games that the Ducks had brought in. So that came to an end, and they get the home run right back. 2-2 now to Barfield. And that beautiful change-up pitch this time by Parisi gets him looking. So out number 1 is a strikeout of Josh Barfield.
And that home run by Joash Brodeen was the Ducks' 62nd home run of the season. If they hit 100, they will have met the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. And it looks like the Ducks are well on their way to completing the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. 62 home runs, and this is game 63.
Yeah, again, they're only not even near the halfway point of the season. Couple of games to go here as Broussard pounds it foul down the right field line. 0-1 to Ben, batting .338 to begin the nightcap. 8 homers, 20 runs batted in, was 0-for-3 in the opening game. 0-1 pitch is popped up foul, third base side. That'll reach the seats. And the count quickly 0-2 on Broussard. We talk about Mike Parisi being a Long Island native. From Huntington originally, went to Sachem North High School and lived in Lake Grove when he pitched for the Ducks back in the 2011 season. 0-2 here is a swing and a miss in on the hand, so on 3 pitches, he strikes out Broussard swinging, 2 away on back-to-back Ks. So Mike Parisi settling down after the Brodeen bomb.
Number 6, Bill Hall, number 6.
And here is the second baseman and cleanup man from the right side. It's Bill Hall for Long Island, hitting .226, 3 homers, 13 runs batted in, 1-for-3 with a single in the opener was Hall. The Ducks get their first run of the twin bill here on the Brodeen homer, and they lead it 1-0. First pitch in the righty-righty is a slider down and away, and the count 1-0 on Hall. Talk about Parisi's struggles. Again, 9 straight losses in his last 9 starts. His only win of the year exactly 2 months ago tonight in Camden. The 1-0 pitch is down and away for ball 2. Mike has allowed 4 or more runs against in his last 8 consecutive starts.
And he has not gotten any support. He's received 34 runs of support in his first 12 starts. That's under 3 runs a game.
It's just incredible to see what he did for the Ducks 2 seasons ago. One of their best starting pitchers got signed away by the Dodgers, excelled at AAA Albuquerque in the Pacific Coast League. And here a major struggle this year for Parisi, who misses and is now fallen behind Bill Hall 3-0. 13 starts with the Ducks in 2011, 6-4, with an ERA of 3.5. Got him signed away by the Dodgers. Here, Hall goes after the 3-0 offering and may have got a piece of it swinging. It's strike 1 on Bill.
And now this is the 13th start of the season for Parisi, and the numbers are absolutely upside down.
I don't know if that's a good number or a bad number, 13 being unlucky for most people, but boy, absolutely right, Tom. When you've lost your last 9 straight start, I mean, not even a no decision in those 9 starts. 9 starts, all losses, every one of them. 3-1 here is taken for a strike on the outside corner, so from 3-0, Parisi's work it back to full now on Bill Hall. Chance to strike out the side from Mike after giving up the leadoff homer to Joash Brodeen. So Hall called time, stepped out, now back in, windmills the bat, brings it up above his right shoulder where he'll waggle it, and the payoff is tattooed to center field. James Simmons going back into right center to the warning track to the wall, and he is able to make the grab off the wall. So Hall gave it a ride just to the right of the 400 mark in center field. But James Simmons, with the speed and a jump, able to put it away and retire the side. The Ducks do get a run on a hit. Joe Ashbrodeen, 6th home run of the season. A 2-waller to right, leading off this game, has Long Island on top 1-0 as we head to the second at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is Josh Barfield, second baseman for the Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I can live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Top of the second inning, 1-0 Ducks. The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quackerjack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union, serving members since 1916.
Now the Ducks take the 1-0 lead to the top of the second inning, and John Brownell, who gave up back-to-back singles to open the game to Daniel Mayora and Austin Crum before wiggling out of a first-inning jam. We'll start with a clean slate here against Louis Rodriguez, the former Duck and catcher. 6-man tonight from the right side for Willie Upshaw. Rodriguez sat out the opener, comes in batting .257, 2 homers, and 22 runs batted in. First pitch to Louis in this righty-righty from Brownell, misses away, and it's ball 1 to Rodriguez. And Rodriguez had the distinction yesterday of being the only member of the Bluefish who did not have a multi-hit game in their 6-5 win over Lancaster. 1-0 here is tap foul, third base side. All other 8 players in that starting lineup had at least 2 hits in the game, but Louis took the offer, but I'm sure he was happy they got the win as they salvaged the finale of that 3-game set. And the Bluefish win 6-5 yesterday. They win 1-0 the opener and have their first back-to-back wins since May 15th and 16th. Missing away here, not by much, is Brownell, and he's fallen behind Rodriguez, 2 balls and a strike.
That losing streak for Bridgeport is just unbelievable.
We talked about it. They lost 14 games in a row earlier this year, and coming into tonight have just 7 wins in their last 35 games. Rodriguez skies it to right. P.J. Phillips drifting to his left towards the line, puts it away with one hand for out number 1. I mean, they were actually in first place, Tom, when that losing streak began.
They were at 500, yep. And then all of a sudden they were 14 games below 500.
Incredible. So, again, they have not seen anything close to first place since that 14-game losing streak. And, again, started the night with the fewest wins in the Atlantic League, 20, and the most losses, 42. Victor Diaz will be the one-out hitter. The first baseman is the 7-man from the right side, hitting .237 coming into the night game as he swings and misses at the first pitch for Brownell. 0-1. He went 0 for 2 in the opener. Did manage a walk, the only walk issued by either Hunter Jones or Dontrell Willis in the entire game. 0-1 to Diaz, bends low and away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to the Bluefish first baseman. Brownell kicks and comes home. Curveball, popped up foul behind the plate. Ramon Castro gives it a look, but it's actually in the upper deck, and everybody below waiting for that bounce into the seating bowl, and sure enough, it comes down a couple seconds later and skips off the walkway between the 100s and 200s to a young man. A couple of rows below the walkway level there, who's got himself a nice souvenir. So 1-2 to Diaz as Brownell deals. And a fastball, swing and a miss. He struck him out. First strikeout tonight for Brownell, 2 gone.
That strikeout by John Brownell puts another K on the Cradle of Aviation K board. Located in section 204.
So John with a chance to make it a 1-2-3 inning if he can get James Simmons.
Center fielder, number 16. James Simmons, number 16.
Center fielder hits in the 8 hole for Willie Upshaw in Game 2, a right-handed stick. And Simmons batting .214 with a homer and 7 runs batted in. Strike one, the first pitch from Brownell.
Seems like the wind is shifting a little bit, starting to go from left to right across the diamond.
We'll keep an eye on that as the 0-1 is in there, nothing in 2. So Brownell finds the groove here. Has retired 5 in a row, trying to make it 6 if he can get Simmons, who again coming into the doubleheader has struck out 31 times in just 53 at-bats. 0-2 pitch. Up high, didn't chase at the letters. It's ball 1. Might have been the more amazing story of Game 1 is that Simmons did not strike out in the game. Went 1 for 3 with a double, but did not record a strikeout. A rarity for James, as here on cue he swings through it for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Brownell. He tosses a 1-2-3, top of the second. We go to the end of inning 2 on Long Island. The Ducks lead the Bluefish 1-0.
Hi, this is right-handed pitcher Josh Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new Iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel Iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and Iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Bottom of the second inning, Ducks with a 1-0 lead. Time for the Long Island Ducks injury report, brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapists of the Long Island Ducks. Ray Navarrete still a couple of weeks away. He has plantar fasciitis in his foot. Same story with Ryan Strebe a few weeks away. There's a wrist injury for Ryan Strebe. TJ Hose recently placed on the inactive list with a groin injury. Should be good to go pretty soon. And Leo Rosales, the closer, day-to-day, with a calf strain.
A tough one for Kevin Baez to be without his closer. The good news on Ray Navarrete, who had kind of scheduled himself to return at the start of the second half. I saw him before the doubleheader today, and I said, "Are you on schedule?" He said, "I'm ahead of schedule." So that is certainly good news for Duck fans, as the former most valuable player in the Atlantic League, Ray Navarrete, saying he's ahead of schedule with his second half set to begin on July 2nd right here against the Somerset Patriots. 1-0 Ducks as we go to the last of the second, and Bryant Nelson to lead it off against Mike Parisi, and the righty's first pitch misses away for ball 1. Nelly, the third baseman in the 5-hole, switch hitter, batting left here against the righty, and he starts the nightcap hitting .259, does Nelson, with 8 homers, 29 runs batted in to lead the current roster of the Long Island Ducks as Parisi gets a strike on him. 1-1 now to Bryant Nelson. Nelson himself a former member of the Bridgeport Bluefish, as Parisi working from the middle of the rubber, deals and misses down in the dirt for ball 2 to Bryant.
Well, at this point for Nelson, almost every season in the Atlantic League is a homecoming. We went on the road to Lancaster and Camden, 2 places he had played before. He's been in Bridgeport before. A veteran, to say the least, of the Atlantic League.
That's right. The Bluefish were his very first Atlantic League team, as Nelson takes down and in here. It scoots through to the screen. But you know what? It's interesting, Tom. All he does is win, right? Championship with the Ducks last year, championship with York the season before. I mean, you look at all the stops along the way, and the reason so many managers want him is obviously his versatility, can hit from both sides, can play a variety of positions, and bottom line, he wins. 3-1 pitch is down and in, so ball 4. First walk of the night for Long Island, the first Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins.
And you talk about Nelson as a player. He's also begun to mentor the younger players and help out as much as he can. He'll often joke that they're not paying me to be a hitting coach, but he's acting like it with the team.
Same thing Louis Rodriguez has done for the Bluefish now. The former Duck is in his second year as player coach, if you will. So So Rodriguez realizing that day is coming. I'm sure Bryant Nelson as well. And again, both such excellent students of the art of hitting. Here's Ramon Castro, first pitch swinging, and he hacks it foul down the right field line. The catcher batting 6th in this Game 2 of the doubleheader, hits from the right side. Did not play in Game 1. Again, the only Duck who didn't appear in the opening game, the only position player. And he comes in at .246 with 5 homers and 14 runs knocked in. 1-0 Ducks, bottom of the second. Bryant Nelson, the leadoff man aboard at first base, where he's held on by Victor Diaz. The 0-1 to Castro will be delayed here, as Ramon felt that Mike took too much time, so he asked for time, and it was granted by home plate umpire Aaron Freeman, who's working with Manolo Alejandro at first base and Chase Edmondson at third. 0-1 pitch is taken the other way to right field. Good job of hitting by Castro, and a good start to the home second for the Ducks as the Nelson walk, the Castro single. They're set up beautifully. First and second, nobody out.
Castro read my mind. I saw the gap on the right side with the first baseman Diaz holding on Nelson and the second baseman Mayora well toward second because of the threat of a play at second base. And Castro, as you said, just a good piece of hitting, a professional piece of hitting, no doubt, from the veteran Ramon Castro. Let's
see if the Ducks can get it going here as P.J. Phillips, the right fielder, will stand in from the right side, batting 7th with an average of .266 to begin play tonight. 4 homers, 13 runs batted in, chose bunt, and bunts through it for strike 1. Phillips, again, the only extra base hit the Ducks had in the opener. He went 1 for 2 with a double. In fact, the only player to touch second base in the game was P.J. Phillips. Also had a great throw to nail Daniel Mayora at home plate to end the 6th inning. 0-1 here is down and away. Turned it into an inning-ending double play. And, boy, Tom, that was a huge play in a 1-0 game at the time. And that was not from shallow right field. That was from medium-deep right field by P.J. Phillips. Did a great job of gunning him down and ending the inning on a double play to send the Ducks down just 1 run to the home 6th as Parisi misses down and away. It's ball 2 to Phillips.
And you mentioned that throw. Adam Bailey was in center field for this game, and he's the player known for his arm. He's the everyday right fielder. But now Bailey was in center field for this one, so Phillips had the shot in right field, and he proved that he can play right field as he made that terrific throw to the plate.
Interesting, too, because earlier in the at-bat, he was actually trying to catch a ball in foul territory. That would have been a much harder throw, and I think the fact that he missed it was a good thing. He actually did try to catch it, but I think had he caught it, they would have tagged and scored from third.
Yeah, it would have been an entirely different story if he had caught that foul fly down the line.
Sometimes things work out for a reason, and it certainly did for P.J. Phillips, although the Ducks did lose 1-0. 2-1 here is well hit to center field. Simmons now comes in on a late jump as he didn't read it well, and a ball hit right at him, but he makes the catch for the first down.
Well, they say that the ball hit right at the fielder is the hardest one to read. And you think about it, if you're looking right at it, you don't have the same depth perception.
Certainly is the case, and we've seen Simmons do that a couple of times here tonight, so can't get that third dimension, the depth you need to see, whether it's hit shallow or hit deep, but his speed got him to that one. So 1 away, and here is Ryan Canary, the center fielder, an 8-man from the left side. Ducks have Nelson at second, Castro at first with 1 away, trying to add to a 1-0 lead here in the home second. Canary appeared in Game 1 as a pinch runner for Bill Hall in the bottom of the 7th and was caught stealing on what may have been a missed hit and run. First pitch to him here is a breaking ball low and inside for ball 1. Canary on the year for Long Island, batting .220, is yet to homer and driven in 5. Slightly open from the left side to face the right-hander Parisi, and his 1-0 is swung through here to even the count. So that's how Canary got into the opening game in the very last inning. Again, Ramon Castro, the only position player to have the game completely off. 1-1 is swung through again. 1-2 now to the Ducks center fielder for this second game of the Twin Bill. Kevin Baez with only 2 healthy position players on his bench, and Willie Upshaw not much better with 3. 1-2 check swing on a pitch down and in. They appeal, and third base umpire Chase Edmondson out near second says he held up. That'll even the count on Canary at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
The one thing Baez has in his favor is the versatility of the players in the lineup.
That's a good point. The 2-2 here, another check swing on another breaking pitch in the dirt, but they say he went around. So home plate umpire Aaron Freeman rules it a strikeout against Canary. Third of the game for Parisi in the second out.
Hitting ninth for Long Island, shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So Parisi trying to do exactly what John Brownell did in the opening inning, and that is put 2 men aboard to begin the frame and not allow a run. Here's Lyons, the shortstop and 9-man, a right-handed hitter, batting .222 after he went 0 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader. No homers yet for Dan on the year, and he's driven in 14 as he carefully looks at an inside strike here from Parisi. It's 0-1. Mike in his first year with the Bluefish, second year in the Atlantic League, and his 10th year professional baseball beginning back in 2004. Down and away, it gets away from Rodriguez, and both base runners will go up a base. So Bryant Nelson to third, Ramon Castro to second, and the Ducks now with 2 in scoring position. We'll see how they score that. It was in the dirt and kicked just to the right of the catcher, Luis Rodriguez. So let's see if Long Island can take advantage. It is going to be a wild pitch on Mike Parisi. His 1-1 is ripped into center field for a base hit. Bryant Nelson will turn third and score. Ramon Castro held at third. It's an RBI single for Dan Lyons and a 2-0 Long Island lead.
That wild pitch looms large. It would have been tough for Nelson to score from second base on that ball, but with him being on third, he was able to jog home and double the lead.
So that is a big, big wild pitch by Parisi. Ducks with single runs in back-to-back innings as Lyons has his 15th run batted into the year. And back to the top of the order for Joash Brodin, who mashed the first pitch thrown tonight by Mike Parisi over both walls in right field for his 6th home run of the year. Boy, Brodin's been hot. 2 for 3 in the opening game to extend his hitting streak to 7 games. The homer makes it an 8-game hitting streak, with now 5 multi-hit games in that run. First pitch this time, he lays off up above the belt for ball 1. So big 2-out hit for Dan Lyons to double the Ducks' lead as they start to build that little picket fence on the scoreboard out in left center. Again, single runs in the first and now the second inning as well. 1-0 is a breaking ball wide. 2-0 now on Joash Brodin. Lions held on at first by Victor Diaz. Castro walking that lead into foul territory off third base. 2-0 Ducks on 3 hits here. 2 on, 2 out for Brodin. Joash measuring his stroke from the left side. Waggles the bat a bit, and the pitch is ripped into right field for a base hit. Castro will score easily. It's an RBI single for Brodin. He's driven in 2 of the 3 runs tonight, and Long Island leads it 3-0. Another multi-hit game for Joash Brodin, his 6th in the last 8 games, which is now the hitting streak. And here's Pat Ahern with an early visit to the mound after he tossed for the Bluefish yesterday in their win over Lancaster.
And Brodin is one of those guys who just makes it look so simple. I don't think he's ever overthought a thing he's done on a baseball field in his life.
Yeah.
He just goes out there and he goes about his business and he squares up a lot of pitches he sees.
Incredible, right? 2 for 3 in the opening game, the only multi-hit game for the Ducks. 2 for 2 tonight with a single, a homer, 2 runs batted in, a run scored. 8-game hitting streak with now 6 multi-hit games in that 8-game run. What a run for Brodin, and the Ducks with a crooked number and a 3-0 lead. And we talked about Pat Ahern, the former Duck, now the pitching coach, actually had to pitch yesterday for the Bluefish, did a nice job in their 6-5 win over Lancaster. But the Ducks with a nice 2-out rally, back-to-back RBI singles by Lyons and Brodin to make it 3-0. First and second with 2 away for Josh Barfield, who looked at strike 3 his first time through last inning. 7th man to bat here in the last of the second. Parisi's pitch is a check swing on a bender down and away. Ball 1 to Josh Barfield. Barfield with 1 hit in the opening game, a single, to extend his hitting streak to 4 games. Takes down and away here, and it's 2-0. Josh also with hits now in 8 of his last 9 contests. So Ducks couldn't find the offense in game 1. They found it early here in game 2 with a run in the first, so far 2 in the second. Parisi laboring early as his 2-0 is slap foul first base side. Strike one to Barfield.
You mentioned laboring early. Next pitch will be number 44, Parisi. He has recorded 5 outs. In the first game, Hunter Jones didn't hit the 40-pitch mark till the 4th inning.
That game was cruising along. That was the old-fashioned pitchers duel between a pair of former lefties for the Florida Marlins, Hunter Jones and Dontrell Willis. 2-1 is fisted foul down the right field line in on the hands of Barfield. Good job by Parisi to get it back to 2-2. Mike spent last year at AAA Albuquerque in the PCL, in the Dodgers organization, and boy, a 1-1 record, a 2.72 ERA in 9 starts there. Much different record this year for the Long Island native. Deuce is wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Breaking ball just wasted away down the right field line off the end of Barfield's bat to keep himself alive. And Parisi was a member of that terrific team the Ducks had in 2011, won the first half, won the second half, got to the Atlantic League Championship Series, just upset in the finals by the York Revolution, but many would argue that team was a better team than the one that won the title a year ago. Parisi a big part of that team until he was signed away by the Dodgers as Barfield launches one foul, again off the end of the bat, way out of play down the right field line. So everybody back to their bases. Lions to second, Brodeen to first. 3-0 Ducks in the bottom of the second. And Barfield battling to stay alive here after being rung up by Parisi in the opening inning. Righty-righty matchup as Mike comes set. Here's the pitch. Way up high. Snap throw down to second by the machete, Louis Rodriguez, but Dan Lyons back there.
He loves that snap throw, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. He absolutely does. And I'm sure you've heard the story by now, Tom, of the nickname of Louis Rodriguez, the machete, for the way he cuts down runners on the base paths. And he's done it his entire amazing career, in which, again, he's won 9 championships, which is the reason he wears number 9, and one of them with the Ducks in 2004. Payoff pitch is a inside offering. They say he did not go around. And on ball 4, that will load the bases for the red-hot Ben Broussard. So another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. Second walk of the inning for Parisi. And here is Broussard with 4 homers in his last 8 games, and homers in 2 straight going into the day game, or excuse me, the earlier game, I guess you call it, the first game of the Twilight doubleheader. So bases juice for Ben from the left side. Up and away, misses Parisi with nowhere to put him. Ball 1. And Broussard had just 4 homers in his first 26 games to begin the year, and then 4 in his last 8 when the day began. 1-0 is a backdoor slider for a strike. 1-1 now on Big Ben.
And it's just amazing how he has found his groove, and if he's not hitting a home run, odds are he's hitting a line drive to center field. He's been going straight up the middle with regularity.
Well, base is full for him as he waits for Parisi to come set. Mike's 1-1 is, again, that backdoor slider for another strike. Ben isn't happy with home plate umpire Aaron Freeman, but he's down in the count, 1-2. Broussard watched his 8-game hitting streak come to an end in the opening game of the doubleheader as he went 0 for 3. 1-2 pitch. This one he slaps into center field. Simmons coming in will line it up and make the grab to retire the side, but not before the Ducks get 2 runs on 3 hits. There were a pair of walks, and they leave the bases loaded. 2 complete tonight on Long Island. It's now the Flock 3 and the Fish nothing.
Hi, this is reliever Leo Rosales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your defending Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 2013 season. It's game time.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Ducks with a 3-0 lead as we go to inning number 3, and that always means third inning trivia brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. I'll give you the question here in the top of the inning and the answer in the bottom of the frame, and it does concern the rivalry between the Ducks and the Bluefish. It's been a great one over the now 14 seasons that the Long Island Ducks have been in the Atlantic League. They play for the Ferry Cup. The Ducks have won 2 Ferry Cups. The Bluefish have won 2 Ferry Cups. And, oh, yeah, by the way, the Ferry Cup Series this year all even at 3 wins apiece. But the question for you is, has this rivalry ever gone to the next level? Have the Ducks and the Bluefish ever met in the Atlantic League playoffs? And if so, when did that happen? So think about it. Go back, put that thinking cap on, go back in time and see if you can come up with whether or not they have met in the playoffs when really rivalries go to the next level. Brandon Chavez to lead it off for the visitors in the top of the third, and John Brownell misses down and away to the shortstop and 9-man, a switch hitter batting left here against the right-hander. The 1-0 to Chavez is a strike on the outer side. 1 ball and 1 strike now.
I wrote the Ferry Cup story for this year's yearbook, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, you are not eligible, Tom Felice. Actually, I read that story. It was a very good story. The entire yearbook has some great stories by you and Michael Pollack, as here Brownell misses down and in, 2-1, but it is a great rivalry. Again, I see the fans from the Bluefish who come down, some right down below. The Ducks always go up there, and again, have they ever met in the playoffs? I know many Duck fans will remember what's referred to as the August 9th Classic. That was almost a mini playoff game back in 2004, but that was not a playoff game. Have they played each other in the playoffs is the question. As ball 3 here to Chavez, it's 3-1. I don't think any Duck fan who was at that August 9th Classic back in 2004 will ever forget it. 3-1 is just up and away, ball 4, so first walk of the night for Brownell, and it brings to an end his run of 6 in a row retired. So Chavez aboard, back to the top of the order for Daniel Mayora, who singled to left to open this game for Bridgeport.
Number 22.
So Mayora with his single to open the contest, now with a 6-game hitting streak. Also has 4 straight multi-hit games. So if he gets another hit in this game, make it 5 in a row for the red-hot leadoff man and second baseman for Bridgeport.
Multi-hit games, 9 of his last 12.
Red hot is Mayora. So Brownell with something to try to do here, keep him off the base paths. Nobody's been able to do it of late. And he does take a strike all the way right down the middle, 0-1 on Daniel Mayora. Started the night batting .316 up to .321 with that 2-for-3 opening game, and raise it even further now to .324 with the 1-for-1 second game. Throwing over to first is John Brownell to bring Brandon Chavez back there. Chavez 2 steals in 3 tries on the year as Ben Broussard holds him aboard. 3-0 Ducks in the top of the third, trying to return the favor after the Bluefish shut them out in game 1, 1-0. Again, Brownell's going to toss over to first, and again, Chavez back to the bag, hands first. It's cooled down a little bit from our 82-degree temperature for first pitch in game 1. Just a hazy, hot, and humid summer day across Long Island. 0-1 here, very late swing and a miss by Mayora, and he's down in the count, 0-2.
A cold front pushing through. There was a threat of showers coming in, but everything passed to the north. If they were playing in Bridgeport, they probably wouldn't be playing in Bridgeport.
Yeah, we're looking at that radar on Tom's computer. Exactly. It does not look good for Connecticut, but luckily that entire system just north of Long Island.
That's the reason we're playing 2 today.
Because of that June 6th rain out up in Bridgeport, and the last game here on Long Island was rain shortened to just under 6 innings. The Bluefish coming up with a win. A shutout victory as well is here. Taking is Mayora, and it missed up high for ball 1. Brownell set right at the belt. John's pitch, slap foul down the first base line. Count holds at 1-2. Mayora scored the only run in the opening game of our twilight doubleheader. For the Bluefish, just their 7th one-run win of the year, fewest in the Atlantic League. Another 1-2 coming. And that fisted toward shallow right center field. The second baseman Hall back, and he makes the over-the-shoulder grab. Oh, for a minute I thought it was going to fall in, but Bill Hall made it look easy. Staying with the ball despite the fact the right fielder P.J. Phillips was running right at him. Gets the first out in his glove.
Hall playing his second game at second base with the Ducks. Phillips hasn't played many more in right field, so you have two guys
yes.
who are in rather unfamiliar positions, at least for this season, and they were able to sort it out.
He made it look so smooth, and boy, I was more worried, I think, than Bill Hall was. I really thought that was going to fall in.
He had it all the way.
He did have it all the way. He made it look that way. So 1 out, 1 on with Chavez still at first, and here's Austin Crum, who singled to center his first time up. And the first pitch from Brownell is in there for a strike. Outside corner, 0-1. John in his second year with the Ducks, second year in the Atlantic League, and his 8th season of professional baseball. He began back in 2006. Out in front, 0-1. And missing with a fastball away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Home runs have been a problem for John this year. He's given up 11 home runs. That's tied for second among all pitchers in the Atlantic League. Bluefish, though, have only hit 23 home runs on the year, by far the fewest of any team in the league. 1-1, here's a check swing. They appeal, and third base umpire Chase Edmondson out near second says he did go around, so it's strike 2 on Austin Crum. By the way, with the Ducks' loss in Game 1, Southern Maryland now with a magic number of 1 to clinch the first half Liberty Division title. So a Duck loss tonight in this game or a Southern Maryland win, they're hosting Lancaster, will clinch a playoff spot for the Crabs. 1-2 to Crum with the runner going. Swing and a miss. Throw down by Castro. In time. They got him. A strike him out, throw him out double play to end the inning, and that'll do it for the Bluefish. No runs, no hits, a walk, nobody left on the twin killing. We go to the bottom of the third on Long Island. Still the Ducks 3 and the Bluefish 0.
Hi, this is catcher Ralph Enriquez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. It's no good. Talk to me. Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
I love coming to the stadium.
What do you love about a Long Island Ducks game?
The excitement.
The laughter.
The memories.
Spending time with my family.
Watching my grandson's eyes light up.
Dancing with Quacker Jack.
What about you?
A 400-foot shot.
Definitely the food. Getting autographs and running the bases.
Play ball! For game times and promos for your 2012 Atlantic League champions, visit LIDucks.com.
I love this game.
Ducks Baseball. It's game time.
Ducks lead it 3-0 as we go to the home third. Time now to wrap up our third inning trivia, brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. We asked you in the top of the inning, have the Ducks and the Bluefish ever met in the postseason? It is a great rivalry, 14 years running strong. They had the classic winner-take-all one-game mini playoff, if you will, back on August 9th, 2004. The Ducks winning that one in Bridgeport to clinch their first ever playoff berth. But the answer, yes, they have met in the playoffs one time. It was ugly for the Ducks, Tom. It was 2006. Bluefish swept them. in 2 straight games in a best-of-3. They won the first game 6-0 up in Connecticut. They won the second game 10-4 here on Long Island. So it was not pretty in the only meeting ever between the Ducks and the Bluefish in the postseason. So if they can get it back to the postseason, obviously it doesn't look like it's going to happen this year, but that's when rivalries generally take that next step. Bill Hall will lead off the home third with the Ducks leading 3-0, and Mike Parisi's curveball gets the outside corner. 0-1 on Hall, who flew out to center field back in the opening inning. Remember, that was Don McCormack, the manager for the Ducks, and at the time it was Dave LaPointe managing for the Bluefish. So good friends going head-to-head in a playoff series. That was before LaPointe, of course, was the manager of the Ducks. He had been the pitching coach of the Ducks the years prior, getting a managerial chance with the Bluefish that year, and beating the Ducks to get to the finals and getting swept by the Barnstormers in the championship series. The 1-1 is down and away here, and it's ball 2 to Bill Hall. But you look at some of the great rivalries around here. Rangers-Islanders as big as it gets in rivalries, and it was a good rivalry until they met in the playoffs, and that's what made it a great rivalry. And I think if the Ducks and Bluefish can find a way to get together in the playoffs a little more often, it would take that next step as well as here. Parisi misses up and into Bill Hall, and the count now 3-1.
You think Yankees-Mets, of course, interleague play didn't start until the late 90s, but it was all amplified by playing that Subway Series in the World Series.
Absolutely, and Yankees and Red Sox, of course, have had so many classic playoff meetings in years past. 3-1 here is ripped through the hole on the left side into left field. So third straight inning, the Ducks have got the leadoff man aboard. A homer, a walk, and now a single to open the 3 innings, and Hall aboard.
50-50 wrap up ticket number at the end of this inning, at the end of the third inning.
So can the Ducks keep adding to this 3-0 lead? We'll find out. Bryant Nelson walked and scored to lead off last inning for the Ducks. And Mike Parisi has given up 3 runs on 5 hits thus far, trying to put to bed a 9-game losing streak. Can't imagine what it's like to go 2 months without winning a game when you're as successful as pitcher as Mike Parisi's been at different stops in his career. The former Cardinal here misses up and away to Bryant Nelson for ball 1.
I'm sure at this point in his career, he knows he just has to roll with it. He's had his ups and downs here and there, maybe not 9 straight losses, but he knows what it's about.
I bet you there aren't a lot of pitchers who've dealt with a 9-game losing streak. I mean, to lose 9 in 15 starts is something. To lose 9 in 9 straight starts is something else altogether. And again, 2 months ago tonight, his only win in Camden over the River Sharks. First time he's faced his old team since being signed away by the Dodgers in 2011. Here he's missing again to Nelson, and he's fallen behind 3-0.
In that span of those 9 losses, the Bluefish have scored more than 3 runs twice. And in those games, he gave up 16 and 10 runs.
Yeah, it's a good point. He has not had a lot of support, but again, he's also given up 4 or more in 8 of those last 9. The last 8 in a row, as a matter of fact. Not going to help him here. A 4-pitch walk to Bryant Nelson. His 3rd base on balls of the game, and another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So Nelly takes a base on balls for the 2nd straight plate appearance. And can the Ducks get it going here? This is how last inning started, with a walk and a single, turned into 2 runs on 3 hits. And here comes Pat Ahern once again to try to settle down his right-hander. Again, the 43-year-old pitching coach was called into action yesterday in Bridgeport and didn't pitch badly. 5 1/3 of 6 hit, 4-run ball. Only 3 of those earned. Walked 2, didn't strike out anybody, but gave his team a chance to win as the Bluefish rallied to win it in the bottom of the 9th on an Iggy Suarez single as they banged out 17 hits in salvaging the finale of that 3-game series against the Barnstormers. But second time Ahern has been called into pitching duty, and this has happened a lot in the Atlantic League where coaches and even managers sometimes have been called back to play for their teams. I remember Mitch Williams was the manager of the Atlantic City Surf, and he came in to pitch several times during the course of the year.
Earlier this season, Patrick Osborne in Southern Maryland
same thing,
came in to bat. Now, Osborne is, I believe, 33. He's,
a little different than 43.
He's a lot closer to his playing days than some of these other guys are.
Yep.
The Ducks even floated the idea with Kevin Baez on May 11th for that doubleheader, but Kevin said no thanks.
No thank you. Well, first and second here, nobody out to start the last of the third. Here's Ramon Castro, who singled and scored as part of the 2-run second. And whatever Ahern said to his right-hander, he deals strike 1 on the first pitch to Ramon. Hall at second, Nelson at first, down and away, misses Mike Parisi here, 1 ball and 1 strike. And I'll never forget the Mitch Williams thing, though, because the Wild thing, as he was known, was the manager. and he would walk out to the mound to talk to his pitcher and stare down at the bullpen. So he basically would say, guys, if you don't start getting ready down there, I'm going to put myself in the game. It was such an unusual situation to have a player manager. As here it's punched right into the glove of the second baseman, Mayora. He will flip to second. Bill Hall is in no man's land, halfway between second and third, and that's about an easy double play, as you're going to see lined into right there by Ramon Castro.
Yeah, just bad luck as Castro was going the other way again. Last time there was a gap that way, and this time the ball is a little bit more towards center field, and Mayora, the second baseman, is right there. But I have a question. When Mitch Williams would go out to change, would he go out and put himself in the game? Would he point, usually you tap one arm or tap the other. Would he just tap his chest?
What? He didn't do anything, but maybe he should have taken two thumbs and pointed them back at himself, right? I'm in. Yeah. But just the stare he would give the bullpen and the stare he would give the pitcher on the hill. As here P.J. Phillips loops one in a shallow right center. That's going to drop in for a 2-out single. Bryant Nelson has to hold it second. And now 2 out and 2 on for Long Island on Phillips' first hit of the game. Yeah, it was very fun to watch Mitch Williams get upset when he'd have to walk out to the mound.
It's fun if you're not on the mound.
If you're not on the mound, right. That stare the pitcher would get on the walkout, then the stare the bullpen would get. Like, guys, do I really have to do this? Do I have to insert myself into a game? And the wild thing, in his managing days with the now defunct Atlantic City Surf of the Atlantic League. Here's Ryan Canary, 2 on, 2 out. Ducks trying to score for a third straight inning and add to a 3-0 lead. Parisi trying to hang his first 0 on that scoreboard in left center. And he misses low and inside to Ryan, who he struck out swinging back in the second. 1-0 is just away. Ball 2 now to the center fielder. Canary slowly spinning the bat from the left side, brings it up above his left shoulder. 2-0. Low, it's ball 3, and Parisi in danger of loading the bases like he did last inning with a 2-out walk. Mike, a quick check of Bryant Nelson at second. And the 3-0, and that's a strike on the outer half. 3-1 now to Canary. Waiting on deck is Dan Lyons, had an RBI single his last time through. 3-1. And that low and inside for ball 4. So second walk of the inning, 4th of the game for Parisi. And another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. Bases loaded again for Long Island as the wheel spins. Nelson to third, Phillips to second, Canary to first. And can Dan Lyons knock in another one here for Long Island? Lions 0 for 2 in the first game. A modest 2-game hitting streak came to an end, but with his hit tonight, now hits in 7 of his last 10 games. Takes low and away after a careful look. Ball 1.
Parisi has now thrown 67 pitches, 34 strikes, 33 balls.
Yeah, Tom, I'm just looking at those 4 walks have tied his season high already. He has not walked more than 4 in a game all year, as he gets a strike here, 1-1. So he's only in the 3rd inning, and he has tied his season high. Walked 4 at Somerset, walked 4 at Camden, but never more than that this year. 1-1 is tapped slowly to the right side. The first baseman, Diaz, will flip to the pitcher, Parisi, covering. To put out 3-1, that'll do it for Long Island. First time in the game they do not score here in the 3rd. No runs, 2 hits, a pair of walks, and they leave the bases loaded. 3 complete tonight on Long Island. It remains the Ducks 3 and the Bluefish nothing.
Hi, this is catcher Ralph Enriquez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. It's no good. Talk to me. Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
I love coming to the stadium.
What do you love about a Long Island Ducks game?
The excitement.
The laughter.
The memories.
Spending time with my family.
Watching my grandson's eyes light up.
Dancing with Clocker Jack.
What about you?
A 400-foot shot.
Definitely the food. Getting autographs and running the bases.
Play ball! For game times and promos for your 2012 Atlantic League champions, visit liducks.com.
I love this game.
Ducks baseball. It's game time.
Well, Duck fans, this homestand continues tomorrow night at 6:35. Ducks and Bluefish. Thundersticks go out to the first 1,500 fans. Get your ticket to the Bethpage Ballpark box office online at liducks.com or over the phone 631-940-TIXX. Ducks lead it 3-0 after 3 innings of play for Long Island. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. For the Bluefish, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. And to take us across the next 3 is my partner, Tom Felice.
Thank you, Chris King. Prentice Redmond steps in from the right side for the Bluefish. Righty John Brownell cruising on the hill so far for Long Island. Brownell winds, kicks, and fires the first pitch. Fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Redmond reached on a fielder's choice, but was stranded on first base in the first inning. Bridgeport with their best threat in the first. First 2 men reached on hits. Then runners on first and third with 1 out. 1 strike pitch. Curveball on the outside corner. Swing and a miss from Redmond. Count quickly 0-2. Redmond grounded into that fielder's choice to put men on first and third in the first. And Alexis Gomez hit a foul, pop to third, and Bryant Nelson made a nice play down at third on a ground ball to end that first inning and end the biggest threat so far for the Bluefish. 3-0 Ducks, top of the fourth. 0-2. Fastball misses outside. Count to 1-2. Ducks wearing the orange jerseys here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. They wore the home whites in Game 1. The kick, the 1-2. Just misses outside, and the count evens up.
Now the question is, had they won in the home whites, would they be wearing the home whites in Game 2?
It's a very good question because they only have the 1 pair of pants, the white with the green pinstripes.
Now, I think the plan was to switch because of the humidity, but the fact that you get shut out, you're definitely going to make the switch.
Redmond steps out. Now he steps back in. Slightly open stance from the right side. 2-2. Swung on, fisted on 1 hop to short. Lyons takes at head height, throws across the diamond high. Broussard reaches to drag it in. And that's the first out of the top of the fourth. 3-0 the Ducks lead.
Again, elsewhere in the Atlantic League, Ducks drop Game 1 of this doubleheader 1-0. Top of the 6th at TD Bank Ballpark, Bridgewater, New Jersey. Camden River Sharks lead the Somerset Patriots 5-0.
Alexis Gomez, the designated hitter, digs in from the left side. Hit a foul pop to third. His first time up. Brownell winds and fires. First pitch, breaking ball. Gomez can't hold up on the swing, so he's behind 0-1.
Down in Texas, Skeeters lead the Revs 3-0, bottom of the 6th. So, again, Somerset losing by 5, Sugar Land winning by 3. If those scores hold up, Sugar Land would open up a 3.5 game lead over the second-place Patriots in the Freedom.
1 strike offering. Fastball high and away. Count evens up.
Southern Maryland tied with Lancaster 1-1 down in Waldorf, Maryland, bottom of the 6th. Again, a Blue Crabs win, and they clinch the first half Liberty Division title.
1-1 fastball just misses outside. Now a 2-1 count to Alexis Gomez. 3-0 Ducks, 1 away, top of the fourth. Looking like the playoff picture will be much clearer after action today.
We might know about that. We might know 1/2 of it. You're right.
Here's the 2-1. Curveball swung on, hit on 2 hops to second base. Hall moves left, picks it up, throws on to first, and that retires Gomez for the second out of the frame.
The Mets and Yankees both off the big hockey game tonight up in Boston. It's Game 6. Blackhawks trying to raise the Stanley Cup, but it's tied at 1. Chris Kelly scored a first-period goal for the Bruins. Jonathan Taves has tied it in the second for the Blackhawks. Again, the Bruins need to win to force Game 7 Wednesday night in Chicago.
Louis Lopez stepping in, the third baseman grounded out to his third base counterpart Bryant Nelson to end the first inning. Right-handed hitter, slightly open stance, bit of a crouch. Brownell, the righty, winds and fires. First pitch fastball on the outside corner, in at the knees for strike 1.
Again, if Southern Maryland can win tonight, it would make it 5 straight seasons in which they've played postseason baseball in their 6 years in the league.
Kick in the 1-strike pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground. 2 hops to third. Nelson takes it on the backhand, backing up, throws across the diamond. Nice stretch by Broussard. And that makes it a 1-2-3 inning. Well done by Nelson and Broussard on that to record the out and set down the Bluefish in the 4th. Heading to the bottom of the 4th, Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
Hi, this is catcher Ralph Enriquez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-DUCK and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. It's game time.
Well, fans, now you can enjoy the taste of the Australian Outback at discounted prices just by attending Duck games here at Bethpage Ballpark. Now, during every Friday home game, Duck staff members will be handing out coupons for $5 off with the purchase of 2 lunch entrees at Outback Steakhouse as fans exit the ballpark. Now, whether you're enjoying one of their delicious USDA choice steaks or one of their many Aussie-tizers, Outback takes great pride in serving the freshest, highest quality foods possible. They're now open on Saturday and Sunday for lunch beginning at 11 a.m. Join them every Wednesday as well for No Worries Wednesday with a complete meal for 2 starting at just $25. At Outback, it's all about the quality and all about the food. And, Tom, I'm very hungry right now just reading that Outback promo. Makes me even hungrier because I love Outback and I could really go for some Outback right now.
I could go for a bloomin' onion.
Oh, let's do it. Let's go split the bloomin' onion and I'll get a little filet and you can get a little Outback special and we all hooked up.
Oh, we're going to have to wait a little while. It's only the bottom of the 4th.
I know. We're 11 innings in. We did the 7-inning first game, right? So look at it that way.
Yeah, Joe Ash Brodeen steps in. The Ducks up 3-0. Maybe make a reservation.
Do they deliver?
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, that's it. You know what? I know they have those pull-up windows, so you carry for the next 3. I'll jump in the car, and I'll be back with the Outback.
First pitch to Brodeen. Swung on, hit weakly on the ground towards second base. Mayora charging, bare hands, throws to first. Not in time. Pitcher Parisi was there to field. He got his foot on the bag late, and Brodeen, who has surprising speed, beats it out. A 3-hit game for Joe Ash Brodeen.
Unbelievable after a great opening game where he went 2 for 3. Now 5 hits in the double dip. They just can't find a way to keep Joe Ash Brodeen off the base pad.
Brodeen now 15 of his last 32, just under 500 over this past week or so. Sends up Josh Barfield, the designated hitter. Barfield 0 for 1, struck out in the first, walked in the second inning, but was stranded on first base. Ducks with a 3-0 lead. Runner on first, nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Righty-righty matchup. Parisi from the stretch. First pitch foul back into the netting behind home plate by Barfield, and the count goes to 0-1.
And just looking back at Joe Ash's first game, he actually struck out looking his first time up. So he has now had hits in his last 5 straight at-bats. Single, single, homer, single, single, the last 5 at-bats for Brodeen.
He leads off first base with his hands on his knees. The set, the 0-1. Barfield takes fastball into the knees for strike 2. Barfield out of the batter's box, restraps the black batting gloves, steps back into the batter's box with his orange and black cleats, and now he waves a all-black bat. Parisi sets at the belt. Fires 0-2. Swung on, popped up, shallow left. Shortstop Chavez back a few steps on the grass, reaches up, and takes it in for the first out of the bottom of the 4th Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
That was a major league pop-up off the bat of Josh Barfield, no doubt about it. Just skied, and Brandon Chavez, the shortstop, had to camp slightly back on the outfield grass at his shortstop position and wait for it to land in his glove.
Then Broussard steps up from the left side. First baseman 0 for 5 on the day, 0 for 2 in this one with a strikeout in the first, and a fly out to center to end the second. Righty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch just misses low and away for ball 1.
He came in with 7 hits in his last 3 games to Broussard, so they have done a good job of cooling him off, which the Skeeters weren't able to do at all here over the weekend.
Big gap on the left side, or the right side, I should say, for the lefty hitter. Throw over to first base. Brodin scampers back, standing up. Brodin 4 of 7 in stolen base attempts on the season. 1-ball pitch. Fastball misses low and away again. And now it's 2-0 to Broussard. Ducks up 3-0. 1 away, bottom of the 4th inning. Looking for more here with Joash Brodin on first base. The set and the 2-0. Swung on, poked the other way, foul, and into the seats. Count now 2-1. Louis Lopez plays third base. Brandon Chavez at shortstop. Daniel Mayora at second base with Victor Diaz at first. Behind Mike Parisi on the mound. Louis Rodriguez does the catching for the Bluefish. Slightly open stands for Broussard. Runner goes, pitch is low. Throw it on to second base. Brodin slides feet first, and he's safe.
Oh boy, when you can outrun the arm of Louis Rodriguez, the machete, you've done a good job, but that was all about the jump. Brodin stole it on Mike Parisi, not on Louis Rodriguez. Got a tremendous jump on the right-hander and just did get in under the tag.
Yeah, because that pitch was almost in the dirt.
Yeah.
But still, Rodriguez able to get a quick throw down to second base. 3-1 pitch now to Broussard. Swung on, hit off his own foot.
Ooh.
He's in a lot of pain. That one striking the right foot of Broussard. He's hopping around on his left leg, still in the batter's box. He went down quickly, got up quickly, and he's going to walk it off all the way out of the dirt circle on the first base side.
And the inside of that right foot, maybe on the ankle bone, as so he's going to shake it off and get back in there. And again, Kevin Baez has only Adam Bailey and Ralph Henriquez available off the bench, with again the roster right now at 11 position players.
Payoff pitch on the way. Broussard swings, lines this one through the right side for a base hit. Brodin waved around third base. Here comes the throw from Redmond. A play at the plate. Brodin slides. He reaches for home plate, and he's tagged out. Brodin overslid home plate and then had to jut back and try to tag the plate, but Rodriguez tagged him first. Broussard ends up at second base, but the big play is Brodin tagged out at home plate now. 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, very unusual, Tom. You called it perfectly because Brodin overslid home and Rodriguez missed the tag as he slid by. So it's almost like the play continued on the backside of home plate where Joash reached to try to touch it, but Louis Rodriguez stuck the glove in his path, so his hand actually touched the glove with the ball inside it on a strong throw. So a good job by the Bluefish to cut down Brodin at the plate. The only thing that's gone wrong for Joash in this entire game.
And now, in each game of this doubleheader, we have seen a runner thrown out at home from the right fielder. P.J. Phillips throwing out Daniel Mayora in the 6th inning of Game 1, and now Joash Brodin eliminated at home plate on the throw of Prentice Redmond.
Yeah, we were talking hockey a few seconds ago. We got some assists. You don't always see that in baseball, but picking up a couple of assists are the right fielders here tonight. Not outfield assists anyway.
Ducks second baseman Bill Hall stands in from the right side, trying to bring home Broussard from second base. First pitch. Just misses low for ball 1. Hall 1 for 2. Singled through the left side his second time up, was stranded at third base in the 3rd. He flied out to deep center field. A great play by Simmons, making an over-the-shoulder catch as he approached the wall. First time Hall stepped up. Parisi, the righty, still from the stretch. Stares in, reading the sign from Rodriguez, disagrees, and now finds the one he likes. 1-ball pitch. Fastball low and away. Count 2-0. Looked like Parisi overthrew that one a little bit. He fell off a bit to the first base side, kind of fell down the mound, chasing that pitch.
Well, it looked like he was upset with himself, too, as he took the return throw from Louis Rodriguez. So Mike Parisi been in trouble almost every single inning of this game. Has left the bases loaded in each of the last 2 innings.
Set the 2-0. Misses low again. Now it's 3-0. It's 3-0 in the ball strike column. It's 3-0 on the scoreboard. Ducks up 3-0, 2 outs, bottom of the fourth.
The Ducks out hitting the Bluefish right now 8-2. And remember, the first two Bridgeport hitters of the game both had hits. Off Brownell, he hasn't given up a hit since.
A look at second, the 3-ball pitch. Fastball low and away for ball 4. So the fifth walk of the day issued by Mike Parisi, another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. A new season high of walks issued by Mike Parisi puts men on first and second with 2 away for the Ducks in the bottom of the fourth, looking to expand on their 3-0 lead.
You can just see the frustration right now in the face of Mike Parisi. He's on the back of the hill. He's breathing heavy, just almost a heavy sigh, as if to say, what is going wrong here tonight? As now it's been the walks that have really bothered him the last couple of innings. Those 5 walks all coming in the last 3 frames.
He's walked Bryant Nelson twice as the switch hitter steps in from the left side. First pitch. Swung on, hit on a high hop towards second base. Mayora takes it on the second hop and throws to first to retire Nelson and the side here in the bottom of the fourth. No runs on 2 hits. No errors, and 2 left on for the Ducks in the bottom of the fourth inning. Heading to the fifth, Long Island with a 3-0 lead over Bridgeport in this 7-inning ball game.
This is pitcher Eric Neeson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. No good. Talk to me. Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc paver, let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Well, fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle-In Shop on your next visit here to the Duck Pond, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. All proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks.
3-0 Ducks. Top of the fifth, John Brownell has not been charitable on the mound.
No.
He's given up just 2 hits and 1 walk, as Luis Rodriguez, Victor Diaz, and James Simmons, 6, 7, and 8 in the Bridgeport lineup, step up here in the fifth.
Yeah, I touched on it, Tom, but the first 2 batters of the game get hits off Brownell. The 12 batters that have come to the plate since, not a single one of them has gotten a hit. So he has done a terrific job of settling down after that shaky start.
And he's faced the minimum as well, because Brandon Chavez walked him, is then caught stealing.
Yeah, that's a good point. The minimum over the last 3 is 9 batters to get 9 outs.
Righty-righty matchup here as Rodriguez climbs in. Flight out to right his first time up. First pitch. Curveball swung on, hit on the ground towards third. High hop for Nelson. He takes it. Double pumps, throws to first. 1 pitch, 1 out. In the top of the fifth, Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
I was thinking about Luis Rodriguez today with the back page of Newsday featuring David Wright of the Mets, who had 4 extra base hits last night. Luis Rodriguez once did that for the Ducks. And Somerset back in 2004, the night he hit for the cycle. He's the only Duck to ever hit for the cycle, but he had single, double, triple, 2 home runs. So he, too, had 4 extra base hits in that game for Long Island.
Victor Diaz in. Righty takes first pitch for a strike on the outside corner.
Amazing. 14 years of Ducks baseball now, and only 1 man has ever hit for the cycle, and that is Luis Rodriguez, the machete, on an amazing night in New Jersey.
1 strike pitch. Swung on. Lofted down the right field line. Long run for Phillips from right onto the warning track, but this one falls into the second row of seats way deep down the line. Count now 0-2.
I've told the story a few times, Tom, but it's worth repeating. A couple of unusual things about the cycle. All 5 of his hits to the opposite field. Loves to hit the other way. and had double-triple homer when he came to the plate in the 7th, needing only a single to become the first Duck to hit for the cycle. Hit another homer instead. Did not look like he'd ever get up again in the 9th, but sure enough, the Ducks hit, got him up in the 9th. A game they were winning the whole way, and he got his single in the 9th inning.
Now the 0-2 to Diaz. Swung on, driven to deep center field. Canary running back, slows down, settles underneath, and makes a one-hand catch for the second out for the top of the 5th. Ducks up 3-0.
Louis Rodriguez was great for the Ducks in that championship season, often used as a pinch runner in big spots. He was the backup catcher to Matt Garrick, who was the starting catcher, but so many little things he did in that amazing season for the Ducks that I know there are a lot of Duck fans here who will always remember what Louis Rodriguez meant to that squad. Not too often a backup catcher is as memorable as the Machete was.
First pitch, James Simmons swings and hits this one to center field, right at Canary. Simmons spikes his bat as Canary makes the catch to retire the side. A 5-pitch inning for John Brownell as he sets down Bridgeport. 1, 2, 3 in the top of the 5th, heading to the bottom half of the frame. Ducks ahead 3-0.
Hi, this is Ray Navarrete, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, it's happening again. I know our electric costs went down after all that new lighting you did through LIPA's lighting retrofit program, but this month's bill is even lower. Should I contact LIPA this time?
No, Millie. There's still nothing wrong with our LIPA bill. This time I took advantage of LIPA's AC retrofit program. Our central air system was, let's say, not too efficient anymore. You remember last summer. With LIPA's AC retrofit program, I replaced all our units, here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's increased rebates and lower cooling costs every summer, our new AC systems will pay for themselves in just a few years.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you did it again! You save more!
LIPA's commercial AC retrofit program can reduce your cooling costs by up to 30%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
Well, this 8-game homestand continues for the Ducks tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday night against the Bridgeport Bluefish. More Ferry Cup action, all 3 games at 6:35. Tomorrow night, Thundersticks go out to the first 1,500. On Wednesday night, it's Dr. Quackerjack T-shirts to the first 1,500. And Thursday, Quackers go out to the first 1,500 fans. So how about that? Thundersticks tomorrow, Quackers on Thursday. Going to be a couple of fun, loud nights here at the ballpark. Get your tickets at the Bethpage Ballpark box office, over the phone, 631-940-TIXX, or, of course, online at liducks.com. The Ferry Cup Series all even at 3 games apiece. Ducks with a 3-0 lead here in the 5th, trying to take the lead back once again as these teams will play 10 times in June, 10 times in July, and then done for the year. It's the craziest schedule ever this year between these rivals.
Thundersticks and Quackers might need to move the crowd mic's angle a little bit coming up the rest of this week.
Absolutely. Those are some of the nights where exactly you have to lower the crowd mic a bit because the Thundersticks are booming, and the Quackers, well, they're quacking. That's what they do.
Ramon Castro steps in from the right side to lead off the 5th inning for the Ducks. Mike Parisi, the righty, still on the hill for the Bluefish. From the windup, the kick, the first pitch. Castro takes a slider in at the knees for strike 1.
A couple of happy managers right now in Willie Upshaw and Kevin Baez. The starters went the distance in Game 1. The starters so far both in there in Game 2.
0-1. Castro takes it low and away. County wins up. It's in a rough stretch of the season.
Oh, yeah.
No days off from here until the All-Star break for the Ducks.
Hunter Jones and Dontrell Willis, each with complete 7-inning games in the opener.
1-1 breaks in there for a strike on the inside corner. Castro now behind 1-2. Castro 1 for 2 in the ball game. Singleton scored in the 2nd inning, lined out in the 3rd. Outfield straightaway, infield at their normal depth. And the 1-2. Fastball swung on, fouled off, and out of play over everything on the right side. Count remains 1-2.
Like Parisi, Tom talked about his pitch count being up there, but certainly John Brownell with 2 complete games already this year, tied for the Atlantic League lead, has been very efficient of late.
Kick in the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Comes out of the glove of Rodriguez. He'll throw down to first. Castro won't run. Diaz still fields the throw and steps on first to complete the strikeout of Ramon Castro for the first out at the bottom of the fifth. Long Island with a 3-0 lead. Here's P.J. Phillips, the right fielder, 1 for 2 in the ball game, single to right his last time up. Phillips, a righty swinger. Kick in the first pitch. Curve ball in the inside corner, strike one. Phillips with his double in game one. It was his first double since June 11th. And he stole a base in game one, his first stolen base since May 22nd. 17 games without a stolen base as he takes a fastball for his strike at the knees. Count to 0-2.
It was a dangerous stolen base as well. Stole third with 2 outs when, again, his double allowed the Ducks to finally get a man to second for the first time in the game in the 6th inning.
2-strike pitch, swung on, poked into the netting, off the end of the bat. Remains 0-2.
Mike Parisi just looking for an easy inning here. The Ducks have had hits off him in every inning. He has stranded 8 Ducks on base in the last 3 frames, and he gets a strikeout of Castro, gets in front of Phillips early here.
And now the 0-2. Swung on, hit the other way. Twisting down the right field line, Redmond jogs underneath and makes a catch. Just shy of the warning track, some 10 feet off the foul line in the right field corner for the second out at the bottom of the fifth. Ducks up 3-0. Sends up Ryan Canary, playing center field. Canary 0 for 1, a strikeout in the second, a walk in the third. You mentioned Parisi looking for an easy inning. He threw 15 pitches in the first inning, 33 in the second, 21 in the third, 15 in the fourth. He's now thrown 9 this inning, as the lefty Canary takes first pitch fastball low for ball 1.
Really, the first inning was his easiest inning. He gave up a home run to Brodeen on the first pitch and then got the next 3 on back-to-back strikeouts and a flyout. So that was really his cleanest inning, if you will.
1-0. Swung on, lined off the glove of the first baseman Diaz and down the right field line. Canary turns around first base as Redmond bobbles it around in the right field corner. Canary eases into second base with a double. A sharply hit ball pulled down the right field line by Ryan Canary, and that gives him a double, his 7th of the season, and the Ducks have a man on second base with 2 away in the bottom of the fifth. A 3-0 lead for Long Island.
Man, just when Parisi thought he was going to have a hit-free inning, it was not to be. So the Ducks with at least 1 hit in all 5 innings, now 9 hits in the game to just a pair for the Bluefish. But still, again, the game in reach for Bridgeport. They're only down 3, although in a 7-inning game, it's getting late here in the bottom of the fifth.
Shortstop Dan Lyons up from the right side. He's 1 for 2. Swings the first pitch, grounds it on 2 hops to third. Lopez takes it a step to his left. Long throw across the diamond, retires the speedy Lions 5-3 to end the inning. Ducks with no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and Ryan Canary left on after his double. Heading to the 6th, Long Island with a 3-0 lead.
Hi, this is pitcher Ian Snell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks' official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Holiday Inn Islip MacArthur Airport in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Holiday Inn is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Holiday Inn Islip Airport. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Holiday Inn, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Well, Duck fans, don't forget you can follow along all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. Now, if the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. Ducks right now with 62 home runs on the year as they play game number 63 in a 140-game schedule. Only home run tonight in the double dip was Joash Brodeen, a monster solo shot over both walls and right to lead off game 2.
Brandon Chavez leading off the top of the 6th for Bridgeport. The Bluefish down 3-0 to the Long Island Ducks. Chavez, a switch hitter, swings from the left side against the righty John Brownell. And the first pitch. Breaking ball low for ball 1. Brownell with just 57 pitches thrown through the first 5 innings. He's given up 2 hits and a walk. That's it. 3 strikeouts. 1-0. Swung on, lashed down the right field line, but that bounces foul. And
He's now gone 15 straight batters, Tom, without giving up a hit. That's pretty amazing after Mayora and Crum lead off the game with back-to-back singles. 15 men to the plate since then. Not a one of them has gotten a hit off John Brownell.
Just that one walk to the man who's at the plate right now, Brandon Chavez. Brownell has retired 8 straight batters. Break even on the way. 1-1 just misses inside, and now it's a 2-1 count. Chavez from Hilo, Hawaii. Last played in Italy with Rimini. 2-1. Swung on, hit the other way, just past Dan Lyons, the shortstop, into left field for a base hit. It rolls to Joash Brodeen, who throws it back in to hold Chavez to a single, leading off the top of the 6th. Ducks up 3-0.
The first hit in the last 5 innings for the Bridgeport Bluefish, so they are thrilled to get something. All 3 hits have just been singles off John Brownell. That's it. But in the next 2 guys he'll face here, Mayora and Crum are the other 2 guys with the hits tonight, way back to open the game in the first.
Mayora in from the right side. As you mentioned, Chris, he singled in the first inning, then popped out in the third. He could find himself in the top 10 for batting average come tomorrow. Same with Austin Crum and Joash Brodeen for the Ducks. Some hot hands at the top of each lineup here in the doubleheader. They're over to first base. Mayora dives back in, hands first. Mayora 8 stolen bases in 14 attempts through 60 games this season. Check that. That's Chavez on first base, not Mayora. Mayora is at the plate. Set and the pitch. Breaking ball high for ball 1. So for Chavez, he's 2 for 3 in stolen base attempts, a much lower number of attempts. Righty-righty matchup here. 3-0 Ducks, nobody out, top of the 6th. Man on first for Bridgeport. Throw to first. Chavez back in, standing up. Ben Broussard not applying a tag as Chavez hopped back on.
I don't think Chavez would risk going here when Bluefish hasn't had a hit in 5 innings and they're trailing by 3. I don't know. He's got a pretty good primary lead, though. He's beyond the cutout on his primary lead.
Especially with the top of the order up.
Right, yeah.
The hottest hitters on the team. The set, long set, the 1-ball delivery. Swung on, fouled off behind home plate. Bouncing around in sweet level. A few fans hoping it would fall back down, but not to be on that foul ball. Now a 1-1 count.
Mayora gets a hit here. It would be 5 straight multi-hit games for their second baseman. So you're right. The top of the order, Crum, Redmond, Gomez, big guys for Brownell to get through here in a 3-0 game.
1-1. Just misses outside. Now a 2-1 count. So Brownell in this inning has thrown 7 pitches, 4 of them out of the zone. Accuracy lacking a bit here in the 6th. Ducks with a 3-0 lead. Set of the belt, 2-1. Swung on, hit on the ground. Foul of third base, bouncing down the line. All the way. Well, actually, it stopped on the warning track. Usually those will take a long hop. That one stopped pretty short on the warning track, so Joash Brodeen has to run over from left field, pick it up, hand it to a fan, and now run back into position. John Brownell is going to peek over there, make sure Brodeen is back where he needs to be. 2-2 count to the leadoff hitter, Daniel Mayora. Brendan Chavez leads off first base for the Bluefish. Now Mayora steps out. Even after the throws over to first, Mayora is stepping out of the batter's box. He is elongating this at-bat, at least on the stopwatch.
Going to break the rhythm of Brownell here.
2-2. Swung on, hit high and deep to right field. Phillips running towards the corner, and this one falls just in front of him. Down for a hit. Chavez over to third base. And now the umpires holding up their hands. This might be a ground rule double. Mayora at second base because Phillips appeared to run right through the gate and off the field of play. As he was reaching out for that one, it fell about a foot fair and then bounced towards foul territory and through that little opening where the bullpen pitchers will enter the field of play.
That was bizarre, Tom. He disappeared into the Ducks bullpen. I'm with you. I think that little opening in the wall is where he went to get the ball. Now, whether it bounced over or not, again, either way, it's immaterial if it's a ground rule double because Chavez did not attempt to score from first base. He stopped at third anyway once Phillips got it in. But just like that, Bluefish, who've been dominated this whole game from the start, have the tying run at the plate with nobody out.
Here is Austin Crum. Bridgeport have not scored in this one. It's 3-0 Ducks. There's nobody out in the top of the sixth, and there are two in scoring position for the Bluefish. First pitch. Crum swings, hits it right back to Brownell. He looks at third, throws to first, and there's one away. Austin Crum throws up his hands. The man with the Fu Manchu wondering what he's done wrong as he grounded that one on one hop right back to Brownell. He reached up, brought it in, did the good job looking at third to hold the runner Chavez, and then threw to first for the first out of the sixth.
Yeah, he didn't panic, Tom, because he got that ball so quickly that Ben Broussard had not even got to the bag at first to cover, but he didn't panic, looked at third, waited for Broussard to get there, calmly threw to first, and a big first out for Brownell.
Prentice Redmond up from the right side, first pitch. Swung on, skied to shallow. It's on the infield as second baseman Hall takes that. That one looked like it was ticketed for deeper center, but it landed right for the second baseman Hall. And just like that, two pitches, two outs with two in scoring position for Bridgeport. And their chances of denting the 3-0 lead here in the top of the sixth have gotten slimmer.
Well, big third man if he can get the cleanup man in Alexis Gomez. But John Brownell, can he wiggle out of a second and third, nobody out jam and keep the Bluefish off the board?
Gomez steps in from the left side. Did not play in game one because he only hits 130 off lefties, but hits 372 off righties. And he takes the first pitch high for ball one. 0 for 2 against John Brownell, a righty here in this one for the designated hitter.
Remember, we told you he hit a 2-run homer off Brownell last time he faced him here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Homer here would tie the game. 1-ball pitch. Swung on and missed. A homer swing, but no result. Count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, Gomez was going for it, no doubt about it, and he's thinking about what he did last time against Brownell and how quickly he could change this game.
He got a good pitch there, high fastball. But he just could not make contact. Brownell stares in, reads the sign from Castro. The set, the 1-1. Swung on and missed again.
And Gomez is thinking, I'm going to get 3 cracks at this. I'm going to swing my hardest all 3 times and let fate do what it must. But so far it's been Brownell winning the battle, but no doubt about it, Gomez trying for the 3-run tying homer on both of those swings.
He's swinging like he's trying to hit it back to Harbor Yard in Bridgeport.
Yes, he is.
Runners off second and third. 1-2 count, 2 away. The set. And the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Fastball in the inside corner. Another healthy hack from Gomez, but Brownell beats him. The first 2 men hit. There are men on second and third with nobody out, but John Brownell weasels his way out of it to set down the Bluefish in the top of the sixth, heading to the bottom half of the frame. Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
Hi, this is James Hauser, left-handed pitcher, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new Iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel Iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and Iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Well, it takes 13 innings before we get our first reliever of this game, but he is in the game for the Bridgeport Bluefish. Again, game one of the doubleheader. Fish won at 1-0. Hunter Jones for the Fish, Dontrell Willis for the Ducks, both with 7-inning complete games. And both starters here were still in the game until Mike Parisi is removed here to start the home sixth, and he's replaced by the right-hander Joe Bateman. So Bateman, one of 3 pitchers signed over the weekend by the Bluefish, along with Emiliano Fruto and Alex Hinshaw, will get some work. So Bateman comes into the contest, and poor Mike Parisi, if the score does not change, will have suffered his 10th straight loss. 10 starts, 10 losses. He will lead the Atlantic League in losses by himself if his team does not rally here to win this one.
Tough one for Parisi. 5 innings, gives up 9 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. 5 walks versus the 4 strikeouts. 96 pitches, 54 of them for strikes. 3-0 Ducks as the bottom of the 6th begins. Just a 7-inning ball game. So the Ducks just need 3 outs in the top of the 7th to earn a split of the double dip.
And again, this is Bateman's first appearance of this season with the Bluefish. He split time last year between both the Bluefish and the Barnstormers, and has never made it to the big leagues. Extensive minor league action, single A through triple A ball, and the Giants, Brewers, Rays, and A's organizations for Joe Bateman.
Bateman, 6'1", 185 pounds, a 33-year-old out of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Way up in the northwest corner of Massachusetts. Began his college career at Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts in North Adams, Mass. before transferring over to UMass Amherst, Division I school in the Atlantic 10. This is, of course, the Atlantic League as Joe Brodeen steps up. 3 for 3 in the ball game. And he takes first pitch for a strike from the side-winding Bateman. Brodeen led off the bottom of the first with a home run. Has singled twice since. 0-1. Swung on, hit on the ground, bouncing to the second baseman Maiori. He throws from his back. It rolls to the first baseman Diaz, who picks it up to retire Brodeen for the first time today. So it takes that kind of play to retire Joe Brodeen.
Just incredible. Would have been his 4th hit of the game, and it ends a run of hits in 5 consecutive at-bats, but not without an amazing play by Daniel Maiora at second base. So for the first time in this game, they keep Brodeen off the base path.
1 away, bottom of the 6th. Ducks with a 3-0 lead as Josh Barfield steps up. The DH in this one, 0 for 2 with a walk. Righty-righty matchup. Bateman throws from the first base side of the rubber. Sets at the letters and fires. Swung on and missed, floating a sidearm changeup in there. Barfield well ahead, 0-1.
Mike Parisi, 5 innings of 9-hit, 3-run ball, all earned, a season-high, 5 walks, struck out 4, gave up 1 home run, and threw 1 wild pitch as well.
1 strike delivery. Swung on and missed again. That one on the outside corner. Barfield swinging and missing. Count to 0-2.
Yeah, 96 pitches for Parisi, 54 of those strikes.
Barfield waves the bat out at Bateman. The pitcher sets and fires. 0-2 misses outside. Count now 1-2. Bateman originally drafted in the 32nd round of the 2002 draft by the San Francisco Giants. Made it all the way to Double-A. Playing in Connecticut with the Defenders with the Giants organization. 1-2. Swung on foul back to the netting behind home plate. Almost right at a fan who was taking a picture at his phone up by the netting. That could be dangerous. That could send you to the Apple store if you try to take a picture too close to the netting.
Not a happy trip.
1-2 count, 1 away. Bottom of the 6th. Ducks up 3-0. Bateman staring in at Barfield. Catcher Rodriguez flashing the signs for the Bluefish righty. And another 1-2. Swung on and missed. Breaking ball from Bateman. Barfield walking back to the dugout with his head down as he just seemed pretty fooled by the sidearm motion of Bateman.
An incredible break on those pitches by Bateman, no doubt about it. Ducks did hit one home run off Bateman a year ago. Brandon Singh took him out with a 3-run homer here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Here's Ben Broussard, the lefty, 1 for 3 in this ball game. Singled in the 4th. That was a play on which Joe Ashbro-Dean was thrown out at home plate. Bateman stands behind the mound with his back to the plate. And now he settles up, pitching exclusively from the stretch. The set. And the pitch. Swung on, mashed to deep center field. Simmons sprinting back. He's at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch, running into the wall. James Simmons with a gem of a play. He sprints back towards the infield after robbing Ben Broussard of possibly a home run, and at least another hit for the Ducks' first baseman. Long Island set down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Heading to the 7th, the Ducks will look to close it out. 3-0 Long Island.
Hi, this is pitcher Jared Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
3-0 Ducks at the start of the 7th, and Ducks fans, if you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games, you should follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. Ducks up 3-0, start of the 7th inning. John Brownell will look to close out his own win, and here in the booth we'll throw it to our closer, Chris King.
Thank you very much, Tom. And the Ducks, again, losers by a shutout in the opening game, 1-0. Trying to return the favor with a 3-0 lead here in the nightcap. And John Brownell, who's allowed 2 hits in the first inning, 2 hits in the 6th inning, nothing in the 4 frames in between, tries for what would be his league-leading 3rd complete game of the season if he can close this one out. Louis Lopez to begin for the Bluefish. He has twice grounded out to the third baseman, Bryant Nelson, his counterpart. First pitch to him here is outside for a ball, and the count 1-0. Lopez came in batting an even .300 into this nightcap. After a 2-for-3 opening game, pushed his average right to the .300 mark. The 1-0 is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Lopez. Brownell also looking for what would be his second shutout of this season. And that would tie him for the league lead with Hunter Jones, who shut out the Ducks 1-0 in Game 1 for Bridgeport. 1-1 is bounced again towards third, but this time foul. Willie Upshaw, the manager of the Bluefish, will field and flip into the seats. 1-2 the count on Lopez.
So a little bit, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah,
from Brownell.
Ducks and Brownell trying to do exactly what was done to them by Hunter Jones in that first game, right? Ducks out hitting the Bluefish 9-4. The 1-2 is in the air to right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. The right fielder, P.J. Phillips, will kick it around a little bit, but no harm with Lopez running, and Louis, a leadoff single, open up the visitors' 7th in what is scheduled to be a 7-inning game.
That was some strength from Lopez. That pitch was inside. And usually when somebody muscles it, you'll see it go kind of right down the right field line. But that one flew over second base on a line. He made very good contact, but he didn't get the full arm extension.
Yeah, he has just amazing strength in the hands and just bashes line drives all over the field. And right now, Louis Lopez trying to find somebody to come to take his shin guard. And now it looks like they're going to pinch run for him, I believe. He was asking the dugout, are you going to come for me or not? And Iggy Suarez will pinch run at first base for the slow-footed Louis Lopez. So they'll bring in Suarez to run. And here's Luis Rodriguez, the catcher, who's flied to right and grounded to third. Righty for Brownell. John's pitch. Swung through late by the machete. It's 0-1.
Looked like he was taking a machete.
Yes,
at
he did. It was a very late decision to swing and not a good one for Luis Rodriguez, who we told you is the only Duck ever to hit for the cycle. He's done that a couple of times in his career, but the 9 championships are what stand out. The reason he wears number 9 for the Bluefish. 0-1 to him is on the outside corner at the knees, painted beautifully by Brownell, 0-2. Ducks came in it today leading the league already with 6 shutout wins. They would add to that total if they can keep the Fish off the board. 0-2 runs way high, and Louis just shaking his head. It's ball 1 to Rodriguez. Last year, Louis hit .358 against his old team, the Ducks, and had 4 of his 10 home runs against Long Island pitching. This year, 1 of his 2 home runs against Long Island pitching. 1-2 pitch is bounced foul, third base side, and he hangs in there. 3-0 Ducks in the top of the 7th. Ducks with 9 hits. Bluefish now with 5 in the game. Bryant Nelson, a long run back to his third base spot after taking care of that foul ball is the delay. And now Brownell stares into Ramon Castro to get his signs. John comes set right at the belt, and the 1-2 again. Up and in, raising the arms of Rodriguez above his head. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks trying to stay alive. A loss in this game, they'd be officially eliminated, and the Blue Crabs would be the first half Liberty Division winners. 2-2 coming. And that poked the other way down the right field line. That's a base hit. That'll go all the way to the warning track before Phillips cuts it off. Suarez will stop at second. Luis Rodriguez, what else? An opposite field hit. It's a double. And Bridgeport again will bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out, just like they did last inning against Brownell.
Brownell did such a good job getting out of it last inning. That was work cut out for him this time against the bottom third of the order.
First baseman, number 41.
No motion yet from Kevin Baez. You wonder what he's going to do here. Brownell's pitch count is so low, and again, he does not have his closer, Leo Rosales, available. He is out with a calf injury. So for now, it's Brownell's game. And again, he is at the bottom of the order now. 7, 8, 9. Starts with Diaz, the 7-man, who fouls it back to the top of the screen. And the count 0-1. Diaz 0 for 2. Simmons, who follows, 0 for 2. And only Chavez has reached both times tonight on a walk and a single, the 9-hitter. Brownell wiggled out of it last inning. Can he do it again this inning? It was exactly where he is last inning. Second and third, nobody out. He got a ground out, a pop out, and a strikeout. And kept him off the board. It'll be an 0-1 here to Diaz. And that a late swing and a miss, 0-2. Diaz has struck out swinging and flied to center in his 2 at-bats.
Infield back for the Ducks. They will concede a run to record an out. Diaz would have to make contact, though. Brownell strikes him out. It's even better.
He's got him set up at 0-2. And misses head high. As Diaz wouldn't chase, that's ball 1. Diaz measuring his cut, waggles the bat above his right shoulder and readies for the 1-2 pitch. That misses in, and now it's 2-2. Kevin Baez telling me that Jared Lansford would likely be the guy to close games in the absence of Leo Rosales. He's normally the setup man, the bridge to get to Rosales. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. John Brownell's 5th K of the night, out number 1 here in the top of the 7th.
Put it on the Cradle Aviation K-board right over there.
Brownell mixes up his pitches so well, using the breaking ball to record the swinging strike right there.
Well, here is Simmons, who certainly strikes out a ton tonight in this game. 1 strikeout, 1 flyout. He's 0 for 2, but again, 32 strikeouts now on the year. in just under 60 at-bats. Over half the time he's gone down on strikes. Swing and a miss on cue, 0-1 on Simmons.
He's shown that he can play his position very well.
Yep, he's been incredible. That catch, boy, that took us to break, Tom, I think it was a home run that he pulled back from beyond the wall. What a catch.
Just right at the yellow line.
0-1 coming to him here. In the air to center field. This will certainly get a run home. Ryan Canary will line it up. Louis Lopez, or check that, Iggy Suarez, pinch running, will tag and score. Going to third is Louis Rodriguez. So the Fish are on the board on the sac fly by James Simmons. It's a 3-1 game. So no shutout for the Ducks here in the nightcap. And now one more out is all John Brownell needs to get the W. That's the most important thing.
Shortstop, number 13, Brandon Chavez.
Well, Chavez has not hit a home run this year, and the 9-hitter will hit here, where a home run could tie the game. Willie Upshaw does have Carter and Smith available off the bench. Chooses not to go that route here. First pitch is swung through. Strike one to Chavez, who again has walked, been caught stealing, and singled to left in tonight's nightcap. So 3-1 Ducks in the 7th. Brownell and out away from the win. 0-1 is way high, 1 ball and 1 strike. John comes set. Staring home the pitch. Just inside. Boy, didn't miss by much. 2 balls and a strike now to the 9-hitter for the Bluefish tonight, Brandon Chavez.
You wonder how much of an influence it has when those batters raise their arms up. It just gives the umpire something to think about.
Got to do that body English, right? Bryant Nelson always does that. Lots of body English when he's at the dish. 2-1 pitch. That's a strike, and now he's a strike away, and they'll begin that rhythmic clapping here at Bethpage Ballpark. They want to strike out to end it. Brownell would take any kind of out here. Looking for his 5th win of the season to even his record at 500. Here's the pitch. Check swing. It bounces away from Castro. Louis Rodriguez is going to try to score from third, but they say he struck out. They throw to first to complete the putout. And the Ducks have defeated the Bridgeport Bluefish by the final score of 3-1 as they earn a split of the doubleheader. Long Island fell 1-0 in the early game. They win 3-1 in the nightcap as they take this one from the Fish and take the 4-3 lead in the Ferry Cup standing. Well, Tom, a very impressive performance by John Brownell, who has his 5th victory of the year and just his 2nd win in his last 5 starts.
And he really had all the pitches working. He gave up 6 hits, just that 1 run and just 1 walk. So important for Brownell, the control. That's usually the sign of how he's going to do in the ball game, as he finished up with 6 strikeouts to earn the win.
So the Bluefish get a run on 2 hits in the 7th. They leave 1, but the Ducks have the victory. 3-1 and a split of the Twin Bill. We'll be back to talk about it on the post-game show. Again, Long Island defeats Bridgeport 3-1 in the nightcap.
Hi, this is Joe Ashbrodine, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, I just opened our electric bill. There must be some mistake.
Yes, Millie, what would that be?
It's so much lower. It must be wrong. Should I contact LIPA?
No, Millie. There's nothing wrong with our bill. It's all the new lighting we've installed. Our lighting contractor told me about LIPA's new commercial lighting retrofit program. We were able to upgrade all our lighting here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's new higher rebates, our new lighting will pay for itself in less than a year, including our contractor costs. Not to mention how this will help improve our sales. And as you see, it's costing us a lot less for electricity.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you really do know how to save more.
LIPA's commercial lighting retrofit program can reduce your lighting electric costs by up to 40%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
Chris King and Tom Felice back at Bethpage Ballpark, where the Ducks and Bluefish have split a twilight doubleheader. Bridgeport taking game 1 1-0. The Ducks responding in the nightcap with a 3-1 victory. So So hard to sweep a doubleheader, as many managers will tell you. This one a split, and again for the Ducks, at least for the moment, Tom, they keep their very, very slim playoff hopes alive right now. Southern Maryland is tied in the bottom of the ninth inning at home against Lancaster, so if they can win a walk-off game, which is the only way they can win it now, the Blue Crabs will clinch that playoff spot tonight. But good to see the Ducks bounce back after, again, a tough 1-0 loss in Game 1. They got out early with a couple of runs in the first 2 innings and then cruised behind the pitching of right-hander John Brownell.
Yeah, and they did just what Bridgeport did in the first game, scored early and then used the pitching to go the rest of the way, and it worked out very well for the Ducks here in Game 2. As you mentioned, John Brownell cruised, and the Bats took care of business early.
Well, Ducks got a run in the first on a Joe Ashbrodeen home run, his 6th of the year. Plated 2 more in the second on back-to-back 2-out RBI singles by Dan Lyons and Joe Ashbrodeen again, and really didn't need to do any more because John Brownell was so strong. He gave up just 2 hits in the first inning, 2 in the 6th, nothing in between those innings, and then they finally reached him for a run on 2 hits in the 7th, but good to see Brownell get back on track. He had not pitched well of late, just 1 win in his last 4 starts coming in, so he gets the Ducks the nightcap, and they have to settle for the split, which puts them back in front of the season series, the Ferry Cup standings over the Bluefish, and also moves the Ducks to now 3-2, 5 games into this 8-game homestand.
And it's just what the Ducks are looking to do. They know that it's a playoff push. You mentioned it's barely there anymore, but the Ducks don't control their own destiny, but all they can do is win ball games. And they did that tonight in Game 2.
Well, again, we're going to let Tom select our Nicolak player of the game. Nicolak retaining walls and paving stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. You might have a tough choice if you don't go with one guy. I don't know. You can split it. I've often given it to 2, 3, 4 guys. Your call tonight, Tom.
Well, if I'm going to split it, it will go to Joe Ashbrodeen and John Brownell.
Yeah.
Brodeen, 3 for 4, a home run leading off the first, drove in 2 runs, stole a base as well, and then John Brownell, the pitcher, went 7 innings. He gave just 6 hits and that 1 run to earn the victory. So Joe Ashbrodeen and John Brownell, co-Nicolak players of the game.
All right, there you have it. We'll take one more break, and when we come back, the full recap of how it went down tonight in the Ducks' 3-1 victory over the Bridgeport Bluefish. We'll run you through the out-of-town scoreboard and preview tomorrow's Game 3 matchup. Again, this is a 5-game series, very unusual, between the Ducks and the Bluefish. We'll preview that matchup when we return.
Hi, this is center fielder Ryan Canary, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolak paving stones and walls. Nicolak's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolak. Visit the Nicolak Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolak.com.
Let Nicolak pavers pave your way.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Holiday Inn Islip MacArthur Airport in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Holiday Inn is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Holiday Inn Islip Airport. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Holiday Inn, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Chris King and Tom Felice back one final time to Bethpage Ballpark, where again the Ducks and Bluefish have split a twilight doubleheader. If you missed the first game, Bridgeport won it 1-0 in a terrific pitcher's duel between a pair of former Florida Marlin left-handers, but Hunter Jones got the best of Dontrell Willis, as both got complete games. Jones the shutout, though. 7 innings of 5-hit, no-run ball, no walks, 4 strikeout. Dontrell Willis was terrific in the loss. 7 innings of 7-hit, 1-run ball, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. The only run of the opening game came in the very first inning. Prentice Redmond a single that scored Daniel Mayora, and that would be it as the Bluefish hang on for the 1-0 win. So the Ducks trying to bounce back in Game 2, and this one featured a pair of righties. The former Long Island Duck, Mike Parisi, going for the Bluefish in his first game ever against the Ducks. John Brownell, the right-hander, going for Long Island. And after the Bluefish were retired in the top of the first, the Ducks started this one with a bang, as on Parisi's very first pitch of the game, Joe Ashbrodeen mashed his 6th home run of the season over both Walls in right field, a solo shot, and the Ducks had themselves the 1-0 lead. Again, Parisi, not only a former Duck, but a Long Island native, originally from Huntington, who played his high school baseball at Sachem North. A rude welcome back to Long Island, courtesy of Joash Brodeen. It was 1-0 Long Island, but Parisi would settle down, striking out Barfield and Broussard, and getting Hall to fly out to center. So 1-0 Ducks. To the second we go, and Long Island would tack on two more on a pair of two-out singles by Dan Lyons, the first one that brought home Bryant Nelson, and Joash Brodeen, who continued his hot play that brought home Ramon Castro. And 2 innings in, it was 3-0 Long Island, and it would stay that way all the way to the 7th inning. Mike Parisi was lifted after 5. He allowed 9 hits, 3 runs, all earned, a season-high 5 walks, and struck out 4. Bluefish would finally get to John Brownell in the 7th and final frame as Louis Lopez led it off with a single to right center. They would pinch run with Iggy Suarez. Luis Rodriguez dumped a double down into the right field corner, moving Suarez to third, Rodriguez to second. So for the second straight inning, Brownell would try to wiggle out of his second and third nobody out jam without surrendering a run. And it looked good when he struck out Victor Diaz, but James Simmons hit a fly ball to deep center that brought home Suarez with a lone run for the Bluefish before Brandon Chavez would strike out swinging to end the game, and the Ducks had themselves the 3-1 win. John Brownell picks up his league-leading third complete game, 7 innings of 6-hit, 1-run ball. He walked 1 and struck out 6. Final numbers in this one for the Ducks: 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors. They leave 9. For the Bluefish, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. They strand 5. With the win, Long Island goes to 27-36. Their 2-game losing streak comes to an end. With the loss, the Bluefish suffer their league-leading 43rd defeat of the year against just 21 wins, and their 2-game winning streak comes to an end. Again, the Ducks take the lead in the Ferry Cup, standing 4-3 over the Bluefish. Long Island now 3-2, 5 games into this 8-game homestand. Tonight's game played in 1 hour and 57 minutes before a crowd of 4,366. The winner, John Brownell, back to 500 at 5-5, and the tough luck loser, Mike Parisi, has now lost his last 10 straight starts. He falls to 1-10, and he is the only 10-game loser in the Atlantic League. So tough sledding continues for Mike Parisi here tonight on Long Island. As far as the rest of the Atlantic League is concerned, we'll update you one final time, and I do believe we have one final at least to tell you about. Yep, that's down at Constellation Field in Sugar Land, Texas, where the Skeeters have defeated the York Revolution by the final score of 3-0. That lowers their magic number to clinch the Freedom Division to 6. Right now, Somerset losing at home to the Camden River Sharks 7-4 in the top of the 8th at TD Bank Ballpark in Bridgewater, New Jersey. If that holds up, the Skeeters' magic number would drop to 5 to clinch the Freedom Division, and Sugar Land would have a 3.5-game lead over the Somerset Patriots for the top spot in the Freedom. Again, Southern Maryland goes in tonight having won 7 straight games, with the Ducks' Game 1 loss of the doubleheader here tonight to the Bluefish. A Southern Maryland win would clinch the playoff spot for them, but right now they are tied 1-1 with the Lancaster Barnstormers in the bottom of the 9th inning. So if the Crabs can walk off with a win, they would also walk off with a playoff spot for a 5th straight season, as again the Ducks' tragic number and the Blue Crabs' magic number is at 1. Mets and Yankees both had the night off. The big hockey game tonight, Game 6, Stanley Cup Finals up in Boston, and right now the Bruins with a 2-1 lead over the Blackhawks. 6 minutes to go in the third period. Boston led it 1-0 on a Chris Kelly first-period goal. Blackhawks tied it at 1 on a Jonathan Taves second-period goal, but Milan Lucic, his 7th of the postseason, at the 12:11 mark of the third, has the Bruins on top 2-1. If the Bees can hold on, they would play Game 7 for the Stanley Cup Wednesday night in Chicago. And, Tom, I don't have a lot of rooting interest in that game. I'm rooting for Game 7 just because there's nothing better than Game 7 in any sport. We got a great one in the NBA. Let's get another one in the NHL.
Yeah, how would you not want to watch a Game 7 between two original 6 franchises to really wrap up a great playoffs in the NHL?
Well, Tom, you got the preview of tomorrow night's Game 3 of this 5-game set.
Connor Graham, the righty on the mound for the Ducks. He's 3-4 on the season, 5.67 ERA as Graham makes his second consecutive appearance as a starter. And the Bluefish will throw out lefty Miguel Martinez, who is 1-2 with an even 4 ERA.
So Connor Graham just trying to build on what both pitchers really did today for the Ducks and tonight. Dontrell Willis, terrific in the loss. John Brownell, terrific in the win.
Yeah, as Graham saw a great example of what he wants to do, and I'm sure he got a great look at how the Bridgeport batters go about things, as they had 14 innings worth of at-bats to watch.
Well, why don't come out to the ballpark and join us again. Thundersticks go out tomorrow night for the first 1,500 fans, 6:35 for the Ducks and the Bluefish one more time. That'll do it from here tonight. Once again, the final scores from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. In Game 1 of our doubleheader, it was the Bridgeport Bluefish 1 and the Long Island Ducks nothing. In Game 2, the Ducks earned the split of the series, or I should say the split of the night, with a 3-1 victory over the Bluefish. We do invite you to join us for our next Long Island Ducks broadcast. That'll be tomorrow night when the Ducks host the Fish in the middle game of this 5-game series. Pre-game show hits the airwaves at 6:20 p.m. We'll throw the first pitch at 6:35, and you'll hear it all right here on Long Island's home for Ducks baseball, liducks.com and youtube.com/Ducks baseball as well. For my partners, Michael Pollack and Tom Felice, I'm Chris King saying thanks so much for listening. We'll do it all over again tomorrow night. Enjoy the rest of your Monday evening, everybody, and good night from the Duck Pond.